Chapter 101 Soul Core Secret Method, Part 1. 101. After the team battle training, Mu Yang's second soul ring flashed continuously. As the girls from the Tian Shui team thanked him, he gave each of them an orange jade blood replenishing ginseng to recover from his injuries. As for actual combat training, although it is not life-threatening, it is inevitable to have bumps and minor injuries. Xiao Yang, when will you return to Shuo Academy? After walking out of the training ground, Shui Yunyu asked Mu Yang. Hearing the voice, everyone in the Tian Shui team looked over, especially Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er, their eyes were filled with reluctance. Mu Yang nodded and said, "Wait a few days. Now it's only 3 months away from the start of the Soul Master competition. He has to go back to Shuo Academy to train team cooperation with other members of the Shuo team." Of course, this is not to ask Mu Yang to adapt to their battle rhythm, but to let them explore and formulate corresponding tactics based on the effects of Mu Yang's various soul ginsengs. As for how useful it is, well, it's better than nothing. In Mu Yang's view, the Soul Master competition seems to be a team competition, but the reality is that no matter how well coordinated the team is, it can't compare to the great God who can drag 6 people. Because the world with extraordinary power is destined to be a personal stage for the strong, and the strong are always only a few. If the members of the entire team are strong, then the so-called strong will definitely not be the strongest. At this time, Mu Yang thought of a special secret method he had deduced a few days ago, and asked Shui Yunyu, "Aunt, how far is your soul power level from level 90? Mu Yang had never asked Shui Yunyu's specific soul power level before, so he didn't know. But he could still estimate the level of his aunt Mu Ziu. 5 years ago, after taking the fairy herb, 8-petal fairy orchid, and adding the 8th soul ring advancement, his soul power level reached the 85th level soul Douluo. Now that more than 5 years have passed, with the cultivation talent improvement brought by the fairy herb, it is definitely not a problem to improve the soul power by 1 level per year on average. However, it is not easy to break through the 90th level quasi-titled Douluo, and there is no good news. Mu Yang estimates that his aunt should be stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of level 89. Although Mu Yang believes that his aunt who takes fairy herbs can break through this bottleneck with her own talent and understanding, it is hard to say when she will break through. If you are lucky, it won't take long to break through, but if you are unlucky and fail to seize the opportunity, you may be stuck for many years. For this reason, Mu Yang took some time to come up with a special secret method that helps high-level soul masters break through the bottleneck. Well, it's nothing else. It's the Soul Core secret method that all the masters of the Soul Master world in the future will know. In the current era, there are only dozens of titled Douluo on the continent, but in the future, although it is not that titled Douluo is worse than a dog, Super Douluo is everywhere, and Extreme Douluo can only shake, but it does have that meaning. And the reason why titled Douluo in the Soul Master world in the future has many attributes, in addition to the improvement of the training environment, the emergence of the Soul Core condensation method is indispensable. For example, in the current era, without the innate level 9 soul power, no one dares to say that he has the qualifications for the title, because most geniuses with the innate level 8 soul power find it difficult to break through the bottleneck of the peak level 89. Even if it is not the innate full soul power, it is almost impossible to cultivate to the level 96 titled Douluo and above. This can be seen from the fact that before Tang San, at least 19 soul masters with full innate soul power were born in the mainland soul master world in the past 100 years, but the number of titled Douluo at level 96 and above in the current soul master world is far less than this number. It doesn't make sense that at least 19 soul masters with full innate soul power were born in the last 100 years, but far less than this number in the last 100 years, right? But in the future when the Soul Core system appeared and was perfected, the qualifications for the title? If you can condense a Soul Core, then the innate level 7 soul power is enough. Because geniuses with innate level 7 soul power can basically cultivate to 8-ring soul Douluo, and there is no bottleneck for small levels below level 90, as long as the soul power is accumulated enough, the soul power level can be improved. After cultivating to the peak of level 89, and then condensing the first soul core, as long as it succeeds, it is not a problem to break through to the 90 level quasi-titled Douluo. Therefore, Mu Yang naturally has to deduce this secret method that can help masters break through bottlenecks and become strong. Alas, a slight difference can lead to a great mistake. Speaking of which, your aunt's cultivation speed was faster than your uncle's back then, but... Never mind, let's not talk about it. Shui Yunyu sighed, then shook her head. Hearing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that her soul power has been cultivated to the peak of level 89? However, Mu Yang was not surprised that Shui Yunyu could cultivate to the peak of level 89. Although Shui Yunyu looks like she is only in her 30s, her actual age is not low. She is definitely a grandmother. It's just that her soul power is not weak, and she takes good care of herself, so she looks young. For example, Tang San's aunt Tang Yuehua is not even a formal soul master, but this old lady in her 40s looks like a young woman in her 20s. It is foreseeable that Mu Yang will soon have another backer. The 9-ring titled Douluo in later generations is worthless, but in this era, it is a rare strong man on the continent. Even if he is a weak chicken title like Douluo, he is still a big figure on the continent. Except for the same titled Douluo or those with high status, who would not respectfully address him as Your Majesty. It was noon. After the group left the training ground and had lunch in the academy cafeteria, Shui Yuer and the 4 members of the Tian Shui team went to the ocean mimicry training field to practice, while Shui Yunyu, Mu Yang, Shui Binger and Shui Wu, who all have ice-type martial spirits, went to the Snow Mountain mimicry training field. Snow Mountain mimicry training field. And, I have a special secret method that may help you break through the bottleneck. Mu Yang handed the soul core secret method that he had written down to Shui Yunyu. If Shui Yunyu was only a level 79 Soul Saint, Mu Yang really didn't dare to give it to her. After all, he had only given Shui Yunyu the extreme ice meditation method before, and had not given her the Taiyin refining spirit. Shui Yunyu's mental power was not necessarily more advantageous than that of the same level soul masters. The soul core is condensed by highly compressed soul power. If the soul power control level and mental power are insufficient, it may be possible to finish yourself off. However, with the soul power and mental power of level 89 to condense the first soul core, as long as it is not messed up, it is still safe, not to mention that Mu Yang has marked all the key points and details of condensing the soul core. As long as you follow the steps, even if you can't condense successfully for a while, the danger is very low. Of course, the danger is very low. This is only for the 89 level peak soul Douluo who condenses the first soul core. If it is to condense the second soul core, no matter whether it is isotopic resonance or yin and yang complementation, the danger will increase exponentially. Thank you friends. 202210011710241118, 2024-021-2323, Mi Sisters monthly tickets. Thank you friends. Limited edition, Loki Foodie, Little Brother, Dis J Jade, 20210301106582630634, 2022060616363252, Brother from Guangxi, Su Tiankai, Evening Breeze _ Xing Huan Meng Long, How Can 520 Understand 1314, Inu Ryuna, 202103017402225204s recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 102 Chapter 102 Soul Core Secret Method, Part 2. 102. Seeing this, Shui Yunyu's eyes lit up and she quickly took the bound paper pages handed over by Mu Yang. With the example of the extreme ice meditation method at the beginning, Shui Yunyu would not think that Mu Yang was bragging. Since it was said to be effective, it must be effective. At most, it could not guarantee a 100% breakthrough. Soul Core. Seeing the Soul Core secret method on the cover, Shui Yunyu could not help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Like the extreme ice recorded in the extreme ice meditation method at the beginning, it was another new term she had never heard of. Although she was unable to cultivate the extreme ice for the time being, Shui Yunyu also noticed that as the time of cultivation passed, the effect of the ice she condensed through the ice bird martial soul had greatly improved. Of course, this was due to the improvement of the soul power level, but the extreme ice meditation method was definitely one of the important factors. After a rough look, Shui Yunyu roughly understood why the Soul Core secret method could help soul masters break through the bottleneck. The most important reason is that after the successful condensation, the soul core can purify the soul power quality of the soul master. It is already facing a bottleneck, and it is only one step away from breaking through. If the quality of soul power is improved, there is a great probability that it can break through the bottleneck. What a secret method! Xiao Yang, your uncle was able to break through in advance, isn't it because of this soul core secret method? Shui Yunyu, who suppressed her excitement and felt that the titled Douluo realm was waving to her, couldn't help asking. No, My uncle was able to break through at the time because of another opportunity, not because of this secret method. Apart from me, you are the first person on the continent to know the soul core secret method. Mu Yang shook his head. When Huo Lai was able to advance to the titled Douluo, it had nothing to do with the soul core secret method, but because he took the immortal herbs. Really? Not bad, you are filial, and my aunt loves you for a reason. Hearing that she was the first to be taught the soul core secret method, Shui Yunyu smiled and nodded. As for the other opportunity of Huo Lai mentioned by Mu Yang, Shui Yunyu did not ask more, but she also guessed a little in her heart. She could see that her eldest niece Shui Binger and youngest niece Shui Yu suddenly had a surge in soul power. At first, she thought that her two nieces had refined high-quality soul bones, but later, as they showed abnormal cultivation speed, Shui Yunyu understood that they had not refined soul bones. It was clear that their soul power levels had surged, and their soul power cultivation speed had undergone an incredible transformation. And this situation was not only seen in the two of them, but also in Mu Yang himself, and his cultivation speed was even more exaggerated. Shui Yunyu was not envious, but she thought that if such a change was caused by some treasure, then the number of such treasures would not be too many. Another thing is that even if such a treasure has extraordinary effects, it must have an upper limit to its effects, otherwise the top masters of the mainland soul master world would be everywhere, and it makes no sense that only Mu Yang in the world has obtained such a treasure. Isn't it? She is already an 8-ring high-level soul master. There is no need to think about such treasures. She just needs to hold on to the golden thigh of the future and follow the chicken and dog ascend to heaven in the future. However, it seems that the thigh has not yet grown up, but she can ascend to heaven? For soul masters whose innate soul power does not reach level 9, achieving the 9-ring titled Douluo is an ascension, isn't it? And, this secret method is somewhat dangerous. It requires the practitioner to have good soul power control ability and mental power. You should be careful when practicing. In addition, if there are seniors in the academy who have cultivated to the peak of level 89, you can also pass it to them. Mu Yang said to Shui Yunyu. The subtext of the second half of his sentence is very obvious. If the soul power level is not at the peak of level 89, then don't pass it on. There are two reasons. One is that for soul masters who do not cultivate mental power in the current era, the soul power level is less than 8 rings, the mental power is not strong enough, the soul power control level is poor, and the risk of condensing soul cores is not small. Those who have reached the 8th ring but not the peak of level 89 are not super geniuses. It is meaningless to condense the soul core in advance. It is better to condense it when facing a bottleneck. When the condensation is successful, it will break through level 90 and advance to the 9-ring titled Douluo. Secondly, it reduces the possibility of the soul core secret method leaking out. Douluo continent is not a high-level martial arts world, at least for Douluo Star. It is impossible to prevent the secret method from leaking out just by keeping it secret. Come on, a spiritual master with hypnotic soul skills, as long as you can recall in your mind, they can get the words out. And if it is passed to the peak soul Douluo of level 89, the situation is different. As long as the soul core is successfully condensed, it can break through level 90, and then add the 9th soul ring to advance to the titled Douluo. If you want to use the hypnotic soul skill to trap a 9-ring titled Douluo, it is not easy. If you don't know the effect of the soul core secret method in advance, even if you have such a spiritual master, no force will do it. After all, there should be no soul skill that can permanently tamper with memory. At least 100,000 years is definitely not enough. If this is done, if you want to keep it secret, you have to kill the mouth, but the birth and fall of each title Douluo are major events in the soul master world. Even as powerful as the spirit hall, it cannot kill the title Douluo of other forces just because of coveting their secrets, otherwise once the news is exposed, its reputation will be completely ruined. Of course, it is unrealistic to keep the soul core secret forever. Such a popular and powerful secret method will be leaked sooner or later as long as someone practices it. Before realizing the effect of the soul core, perhaps no one would pay attention to it, but after knowing the effect of the soul core, more people pay attention to it, and the secret method can no longer be concealed. For example, the inherited unique skill of the Haoshan sect, the Great Samurai Hammer can be practiced by everyone, and the Soul Master world knows the power of this secret method, then the Haoshan sect certainly cannot guarantee that the Great Samurai Hammer will never be passed on. Once the Haoshan sect lost its invincible master, some masters who pursued stronger strength came to the sect to ask for the secret method. Don't give it. If you don't give it, I will destroy the sect, and see if you give it or not. Don't worry, Auntie knows the importance of this, and this secret method will not be passed on. Shui Yunyu nodded seriously. Except for the retired elders, Tian Shui College currently has only one 8-ring soul master, and the other senior college leaders are only 7-ring soul saints. And this soul core secret method is not suitable for soul masters below the 8th ring. Even if Mu Yang didn't mention it, Shui Yunyu didn't plan to pass it on to others. As for the retired elders of the college, Tian Shui College is not comparable to the 7 major sects on the mainland. Although there are many talented students enrolled, only a few will work in the college after graduation. It is good enough to ensure that the 8-ring soul masters continue to be born. Those who have cultivated to the peak of level 89 like her are a minority among the deans of all generations. Therefore, the retired generation of Tian Shui Academy, let alone 89 level soul Douluo, does not even have one above 85 level, and they are old, so there is no need to bother. Don't let people see the hope of becoming a title Douluo, but face the despair of insufficient time and inability to complete the accumulation of soul power. Mu Yang nodded, okay, Aunt, you can try it first. If you don't understand, just ask me. As the creator of the Soul Core secret method, although Mu Yang has not actually practiced it, he has full theoretical knowledge. End of this chapter. 103 Chapter 103 Obstacles for Soul Masters to Become Strong. 103. After giving the Soul Core secret method to Shui Yunyu, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er found a place in the Snow Mountain Mimicry training field to practice daily meditation. The Soul Core secret method he gave was very detailed. With Shui Yunyu's strength and talent, it was not difficult to condense the first Soul Core. There are still 3 months before the Soul Master competition begins. She may be able to achieve the 9-ring titled Douluo before the Soul Master competition begins. As for what will happen after she achieves the titled Douluo, with the first Soul Core, plus Shui Yunyu's innate talent for cultivating the 8th level soul power, and the extreme ice meditation method in hand, it should not be a problem for her to cultivate to the 94th level titled Douluo on her own in the future. By then, she can condense the second Soul Core, even if it is a relatively simple isotopic resonance second Soul Core, it will be enough to be promoted to the 95th level titled Douluo. With 2 Soul Cores, it is absolutely easy for Shui Yunyu, who is at level 95, to surpass the level of 96 titled Douluo such as Qianjun, Jiangmo and Guangling. It is not impossible to even defeat the 97th level titled Douluo such as Xiangxi. By then, it will be a big deal. He is one of the few strong men on the land. And according to this plan, he doesn't need to pay any extra resources, just rely on the knowledge that can be infinitely copied. One person's success brings success to all his family members, nothing more than this. Of course, the real success is Tang Fozu in the original book. Perhaps Tang Fozu is not likable, but he is really good at taking care of little brothers. Except Oscar, who is born with full soul power, the other 6 people in the Shrek 7 Devils who were not qualified to become gods were able to achieve the status of gods thanks to Tang Fozu. I treat you as a brother, and you treat me as a little brother? Isn't it funny? If it were someone else, if they could be given the status of a god, let alone being a little brother, there would be many people willing to kneel down and be a slave. 3 hours later, the meditation ended, and Mu Yang took Shui Bing'er back to his residence. That. Mu Yang, I'm not ready yet. In the bedroom, seeing Mu Yang close the door without saying a word, Shui Bing'er seemed to have thought of something, her cheeks flushed, she held the hem of her skirt with both hands, lowered her head and whispered. Seeing this, Mu Yang, who was taking out a tape measure from the Soul Guide storage bracelet and preparing to measure Shui Bing'er's body size, was stunned for a moment, then stuffed the tape measure back, stepped forward to embrace the girl in his arms, and asked jokingly, "Then Bing'er, when will you be ready?" "Wait. Wait until you turn 16. The girl's voice was as thin as a mosquito. If Mu Yang's strength was not too weak, he would probably not be able to hear what she was saying. On Douluo continent, a boy who is 16 years old is old enough to get married. That's what you said. After the Soul Master competition is over, I will ask my aunt to ask my father-in-law for a betrothal gift, and we will get married in 2 years. But, I want to collect some interest first." As he said this, Mu Yang had a sly smile on his lips. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er's face turned even redder, and then she closed her eyes, leaned forward, and pursed her lips. Hee hee. Facing the enthusiastic girl, Mu Yang smiled slyly and responded with a more passionate deep kiss. After a long time, Shui Binger noticed something strange about the boy in front of her, and she didn't dare to play with fire, and hurriedly pushed him away. She always remembered what her father, mother, and aunt had said, that before Mu Yang reached the age of 16, he must not take the last step, otherwise if he lost his virginity too early, it might have a certain impact on Mu Yang's future potential. This is not without any basis. All the top masters in the mainland Soul Master world are single, at least they are single now. Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Gurong, Roaring Sky Douluo Tang Xiao, etc., are all old bachelors who have been single until now. While Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuan Zhen, Sky Invincible Qian De Oliu, and the now missing Land Invincible Tang Chen, although these four had wives, they all died early. Among the many titled Douluos on the continent, the only one whose wife or husband is still alive is Tyrannosaurus Douluo Huo Lai. Although there is no conclusive evidence, so many examples are enough to prove that the opposite sex is one of the obstacles for soul masters to become strong. Of course, given that the two have martial soul fusion skills, perhaps this impact is not great, but it is definitely not suitable for reproduction too early. I can't help it, I can't help it. Knowing why the girl in his arms pushed him away, Mu Yang said with an embarrassed look. Ahem, okay, Binger, let's talk about business. Come, I'll measure your body. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang took out the tape measure again. Measure your body? Why do you need to measure? Shui Binger asked with a vigilant look. She was not afraid that Mu Yang would do something, but that he could not help himself. She could not help herself either. Recently, there has been a new breakthrough in soul guides. I will tailor one for you. Mu Yang said with a smile. In the past 3 years, in addition to soul training, he has not spent it in vain. Long before he deduced the soul core secret method, he deduced the Tiangang hammer forging secret method to the level of spirit forging, and also deduced the method of manufacturing the 1000 forged battle armor. After this period of familiarity and trial, the first set of serious 1000 forged battle armor on the mainland was officially released a week ago. Well, the effect is perfect, not inferior to the one-word battle armor in later generations. After wearing the 1000 forged battle armor, the soul power aura emanating from his body was immediately amplified to the 7-ring level by the soul guide array engraved on it. Unfortunately, because the 1000 forging metal cannot be absorbed by the soul master, the 1000 forging battle armor cannot be worn instantly when in use, which has certain defects. If you really encounter an emergency, the opponent will not give you time to wear the battle armor. Coincidentally, shortly after he deduced the Tiangang hammer to the spiritual forging level, he was promoted to the spiritual forging master, and the spiritual forging metal is different from the 1000 forging metal and can be refined and absorbed by the soul master. Therefore, Mu Yang thought about whether he could use the spiritual forging metal instead of the 1000 forging metal, engrave the soul guide array required by the 1000 forging battle armor, and create an upgraded version of the one-word battle armor. If it is feasible, then the one-word battle armor can also eliminate the defect of not being able to be worn instantly. Facts have proved that this idea is feasible. It is definitely not feasible to use the 1000 forging metal to create a serious two-word battle armor, because the insufficient material performance will hinder the adapted soul guide array, making the performance of the manufactured battle armor far it is not as good as the real two-word battle armor. But it is feasible to use spirit forging metal to make one-word battle armor, but it is a bit of a waste of materials. Just like brass can be used to make cables, but you can also use gold to make it, but the cost is a little higher. But for Mu Yang, who is a spirit forging master, isn't it just spirit forging metal? You can have as much as you want, but there is also capital for waste. Thanks to my friends Haibao, Tang Gensi, and Wanfan_ for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Haibao, 2023, 100, 6324, Feng Lini, 202206061636325572, Wanfan_, Xingwen Menglong, Hanling Fenjiun, Ji Shi, Feng Lini, and 2230412222100163 for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 104 Chapter 104 Chilling Iron. 104. With the foundation of the previous 1000 forged one-word battle armor, Mu Yang deduced the manufacturing method of the upgraded version of the spirit-forged one-word battle armor last night after only a few days. As for why he didn't directly arrange the two-word battle armor? It's not because his and Shui Binger's soul power cultivation is less than 6 rings, which can't meet the requirements for wearing two-word battle armor. Although the spirit-forged 2-word battle armor requires the wearer to have 6 rings or above, that is only for ordinary soul masters. To be precise, the requirements for soul masters to wear battle armor at all levels are not the soul power level, but sufficiently strong soul power and mental power. The soul power level of the 2 is not up to the 6-ring soul emperor, but whether in terms of soul power or mental power, it is not weaker than the ordinary 6-ring soul emperor. If there is a 2-word battle armor, it can be used normally. The real reason is that Mu Yang has not been able to deduce the method of making a 2-character battle armor, and he has not even had time to start deducing. After all, a 2-character battle armor requires an engraved soul guide array, so you can't just apply the soul guide array of a 1-character battle armor. Do it yourself? Sorry, Mu, can't do it. Although he can make a 1-character battle armor, he is not proficient in soul guides. He knows the result but not the reason. Let him copy it, but if he innovates, it will be difficult for me, Fat Tiger. What type of soul guide is it? Is it related to body shape? Looking at Mu Yang holding a tape measure in his hand, Shui Bing'er was a little puzzled. It's just a soul guide, but you have to consider the body shape of the soul master? You will know when the time comes, I guarantee you will be surprised. Do you want to take off your clothes? Shui Bing'er asked shyly. It must be. Mu Yang was stunned, and then said with a face full of affirmation. It was not originally needed, but since you said so, it must be needed, it must be needed. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yang brought Shui Bing'er, whose face was flushed, into the forging room downstairs. Glancing at the various rare metal roughs piled up in the corner of the forging room, Mu Yang moved a 1-foot square, slightly ice blue metal ingot to the forging table. What metal is this? Why does it feel cold? Shui Bing'er couldn't help but ask curiously when she noticed the chill emanating from the ice blue metal ingot. It's called Hangzhen iron, a rare metal with ice attribute. The soul guide made of it is suitable for ice attribute soul masters. Mu Yang explained, and then a silver light flashed in his hand, and the spirit-forged silver double hammers covered with ice blue flame patterns appeared. Shui Bing'er was no longer surprised by the sudden appearance of the spirit-forged silver double hammers. As early as when Mu Yang first completed the spirit-forged creation and upgraded the 1000 forged silver double hammers to spirit-forged silver double hammers, he had shown off to her. Well, although she didn't understand, she also gave Grandmaster Mu a look of alpha. The ice flame soul power was injected into the spirit-forging silver double hammers, and Mu Yang used the Tian Gang hammer and smashed the heavy hammer towards the cold hard iron ingot on the forging table with a boom. Boom boom boom. For a while, a rhythmic roar sounded in the forging room. Other people's iron forging is all ding ding ding, but when Mu Yang forges, it is definitely boom boom boom. Great force creates miracles, just work hard. With his excellent power control level, most of the force of each hammer of Mu Yang will only act on the cold hard iron ingot that needs to be forged, otherwise the forging table made of ordinary iron materials can't withstand his hard forging. Soon, the volume of the cold hard iron ingot on the forging table shrank a lot, and the 100 forging purification was completed. After the 100 forgings and purification, Mu Yang temporarily stopped forging. The ice flame soul power in his hand shot out and turned into ice flame fire, melting the 100 forging cold hard iron ingot and plasticizing it, dividing it into 200 forging cold hard iron ingots of the same size. The density of cold hard iron is slightly higher than that of ordinary iron materials. Even after 100 forgings and purification, after removing the impurities in the rough embryo, the volume of 1 foot square still weighs about 600 kilograms. It doesn't take so much to make a pair of battle armor. Just as the attribute of his ice flame fire is ice, Mu Yang plans to use the spirit forging cold hard iron to make an upgraded version of 1-word battle armor for himself. 300 kilograms of materials are enough to make a pair of battle armor. Even if it is replaced by other 5-ring soul kings, a pair of battle armor cannot use 300 kilograms. After all, for most 5-ring soul kings, carrying a weight of 300 kilograms in battle is a huge test. Even if they can afford it, their speed will be greatly reduced. But he is different from Shui Bing'er. They look like well-proportioned boys and girls. After practicing sun body refining, if you can transform into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, you can do so. 300 pounds? No big deal. Besides, the battle armor uses more materials, which is not without its benefits. Although the amplification effect is not much different, the inherent defense of the battle armor can be greatly improved. For example, Shui Bing'er, if you count the strength amplification of the battle armor up to about level 20, Shui Binger, who has mastered the Extreme Ice secret method, will be regarded as a combination of a 7-ring control system Soul Saint, a 7-ring strong attack system Soul Saint, and a 7-ring defense system Soul Saint once she wears the 1-word battle armor made of spirit-forged cold hard iron. If the 8-ring Soul Douluo does not come out, if you want to beat Shui Binger in a single fight, you can basically only fight a war of attrition. Because energy is conserved, although the 1-word battle armor can make the 5-ring Soul King equivalent to the 7-ring Soul Saint, due to the much lower level of its own soul power, the 5-ring Soul King wearing the 1-word battle armor is definitely not as good as the real 7-ring Soul Saint in terms of endurance. After moving one of the cold iron ingots off the forging table, Mu Yang turned to Shui Binger and said, "Binger, are you ready?" "Ready." Shui Binger nodded. "That's good. When I call you, you have to keep dripping your blood into the cold iron. Otherwise, after the spiritual forging is completed, it will be difficult for it to completely become a part of your life." Mu Yang explained to Shui Binger. Spiritual forging is different from thousand forging. It is very simple to recognize the master of thousand forging metal. Just drip blood when the thousand forging spiritual light appears. To perfectly recognize the master of spiritual forging metal, if you are not a forger, you need to keep dripping your own blood to assist the spiritual forging and communicate with life when the forging enters the spiritual forging process. Only in this way, after the forging is completed, you can completely merge with the spiritual forging metal and make it a part of your body. Of course, this is the highest requirement. It is not impossible for spiritual forging metal to recognize the master without blood sacrifice, but it is just that the final creation is difficult for the user to achieve the same level of control. If it was just used to make ordinary soul guides, there would be no need for such trouble, but since it is used to make battle armor, it is very necessary to pursue perfection. End of this chapter. 105 Chapter 105 Such great kindness, no way to repay. 105. Boom boom boom. 3 hammers fell, and a blue light rushed up in the violent roar. The cold hard iron, which had already completed the 100 forging purification, entered the 1000 forging spirit after 3 hammers fell. At this moment, Shui Binger beside her seemed to hear the cheers of the cold hard iron on the forging table. The blooming blue light was like a swimming dragon, rising 3 feet high for a long time. However, Mu Yang did not stop there. Before the 1000 forging spirit light dissipated, the double silver hammers in his hand continued to fall. Time passed slowly, and more than a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Binger! At this moment, Mu Yang, who was forging, shouted to Shui Binger beside him without looking back. Immediately, a touch of ice blue light appeared on the fingertips of Shui Binger's left hand, and her soul power turned into a needle and pierced her right palm. Suddenly, bright red blood overflowed, and the power turned and fell on the cold hard iron ingot that was being spiritually forged on the forging table. As Mu Yang continued to forge, her own blood continued to drip in, and Shui Binger seemed to feel that a life was being nurtured under Mu Yang's hammer. Boom! A few minutes later, another hammer fell, and a 6-foot-long ice blue flame suddenly rose into the sky, instantly rendering the entire forging room into an ice blue. Spiritual forging creation, success. At this moment, Shui Binger felt that the piece of cold hard iron on the forging table seemed to have become another life, an extracorporeal life belonging to herself. It was like a baby she and Mu Yang were nurturing together. Thinking like this, Shui Binger's face could not help but heat up rapidly, and her cheeks were covered with blushes. After the spiritual forging was completed, Mu Yang put down the heavy silver hammer in his hand, took out a few pieces of drawing paper from the soul guide storage bracelet, turned to look at Shui Binger, and said, "Binger, look at these drawings." Why are you so red?" No. Shui Binger shook her head shyly. "Really? Binger, are you thinking about something embarrassing?" Pinching her red cheeks, Mu Yang couldn't help teasing. Hearing this, Shui Binger rolled her eyes and slapped Mu Yang's mischievous hand away in annoyance. "Okay, with such a handsome boyfriend like me, it's normal for Binger to be shy. I understand. Ahem, let's get down to business. The special soul guide I want to make is of the armor type. Binger, pick one from these styles." Seeing that the angry girl was about to pounce on him and bite him, Mu Yang hurriedly stopped teasing and talked about business. "Armor soul guide." Shui Binger raised her eyebrows slightly and took the pieces of drawing paper from Mu Yang. The drawings on them were all kinds of gorgeous blue full-body armor, but the difference between them was not very big, only some details and patterns on the armor were different. After letting Shui Bing'er choose the battle armor style by herself and giving her an orange jade blood replenishing ginseng for recovery, Mu Yang began to forge another piece of cold hard iron. Boom boom boom. The roar of forging rang in the forging room again. Under the miracle hammer method, more than 20 minutes later, accompanied by ice blue flames rising into the sky, the second piece of frost hard iron spirit was successfully forged. Mu Yang, I heard from my sister that you want to forge an armor soul guide. It looks so beautiful, Yu'er wants it too. At this time, seeing that Mu Yang had finished forging, Shui Yu'er, who had been here for a while, came forward and hugged Mu Yang's arm and said coquettishly. Although Shui Yu'er didn't know how powerful this armor soul guide was, the gorgeous appearance of various armors on the drawing paper alone touched her aesthetics. Who doesn't want to be a beautiful and cool Sailor Moon when she is a 16-year-old genius girl? Really want it? Withdrawing his arm without a trace, Mu Yang glanced at her. This sister-in-law is getting more and more presumptuous. Yeah. Shui Yu'er nodded hurriedly. What did you call me just now? Brother-in-law, Yu'er's good brother-in-law. After struggling for a moment, Shui Yu'er glanced at her sister and said reluctantly. Mu Yang nodded slightly, then gave her a warning look and said, it's good that you know I'm your brother-in-law. At the beginning, he did have the idea of catching the sisters in one fell swoop, after all, his father-in-law set a good example for him. But since his Hokage martial soul transformed and evolved into the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, and he had a martial soul fusion technique with Shui Bing'er, Mu Yang gradually gave up this idea. Perhaps the martial soul fusion technique has a special magic, or maybe he is not a scumbag. Mu Yang feels that it is enough to have one true love in this life. However, compared to the beginning, he is not the only one who has changed his mind. Shui Yu'er is also the same. But the difference between the two is that Mu Yang gave up the idea of Shui Yu'er, his sister-in-law, but Shui Yu'er had a bold idea about his brother-in-law, and as time goes by, this idea is more and more deeply rooted. Solidified. It was because he saw Shui Yu'er had this tendency that Mu Yang deliberately reminded and warned her, lest she fall deeper and deeper, and finally become hopelessly love-brained like Hulina and Qian Rongxiu in the original novel. Unfortunately, his reminders and warnings were destined to be in vain, because this is the Douluo continent with the nickname of Love Continent, and love brain is not something that only occurs after being in love, it often comes inexplicably. In Shui Yu'er's view, a young girl should be brave enough to pursue her own love. Mu Yang has both good looks and strength, and the two are of similar age, isn't he the perfect husband? As for Mu Yang being his brother-in-law? It doesn't matter, didn't dad also marry his aunt and mother together? Sisters, two people share one husband, and in the future, there will be 3 Douluos in one family. Isn't that a good story? Moreover, Yu'er can achieve what she has today because of the Narcissus jade muscles and bones. Shui Yu'er thought to herself. Shui Yu'er knew how much she was worth. If she hadn't had the Narcissus jade muscles and bones that Mu Yang had given her, her current soul power level would probably still be below level 40. How could she cultivate to level 55 Soul King at the age of 16? Such a great favor, Yu'er has nothing to repay, so let me pledge my love to you. Sister, will you forgive Yu'er? From now on, Yu'er will make your bed, serve you tea, wash your clothes, cook for you, and massage your shoulders and legs. Mu Yang didn't know Shui Yu'er's psychological activities. At this moment, he was choosing and making battle armor for Shui Yu'er. Of materials. The attribute of Yingya Dolphin martial spirit is water. Although water and ice are closely related, they are not the same elemental attributes. Chilled iron is not suitable for Shui Yu'er. The rare metals in his hand were all bought from Kaibao Chamber of Commerce in Tian Shui City. It is not known whether they do not exist in the world or Kaibao Glazed Sect does not sell them. Anyway, he has no rare metals with water attributes. There are rare metals that are barely related to water, such as Shenayan. Moreover, Shenayan, a rare metal, has excellent soul power conductivity and is a good material for making battle armor. However, Shenayan itself has a high density, and it is even more so after spiritual forging. Even if the materials are saved, a set of spiritual forged Shenayan armor weighs at least several hundred kilograms. This is a big burden for Shui Yu'er who has not practiced body refining techniques. After thinking for a long time, Mu Yang finally set his sights on a rare blue metal. Blue copper, one of the rare metals, has excellent soul power conduction characteristics and can amplify soul power. In addition, its density is not large, which is more suitable for Shui Yuer than Chinayan. Thanks to my friend Jen Lidikyunjun for his monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 20210301106582630634, 202302251159585551, DSJJD, LTY792, 2020606163632572, Xin Huan Menglong, Jen Lidikyunjun, 2023-070-3965, 20230403328614, 202304241645490171435229, 20210301106582630634 for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 106 Chapter 106 Ice Flame Battle Armor. 106. An hour later, 3 sets of gorgeous armor were freshly produced on the forging table. The 3 sets of armor each have a helmet, chest armor, left shoulder armor, right shoulder armor, left upper arm armor, right upper arm armor, left forearm armor, right forearm armor, left hand armor, right hand armor, waist armor, left thigh armor, right thigh armor, left calf armor, right calf armor, left combat boot, right combat boot, a total of 17 parts. Well, no wings. Mu Yang knows that the future battle armor with more than one word has this thing, but he can't make it, so he can only ignore it for the time being. As for the helmet that should have been a headband? The manufacturing method of the one-word battle armor he deduced is not that advanced, only a slightly bulky helmet. 2 of the armors exuded a biting cold air. They were made of spirit-forged cold hard iron and were ice blue in color. The difference was that one of the armors was covered with phoenix feather patterns, especially on the front of the chest armor, there was a lifelike ice phoenix pattern. The other was covered with flame patterns, and the pattern in the middle of the chest armor became an illusory figure. The last armor was made of spirit-forged blue copper, showing a deep blue color, with wave patterns all over it. In the middle of the chest armor, there was an unusually cute dolphin pattern. Binger, Yuer, try it on first to see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, you can change it now. After saying this to the 2 sisters, Mu Yang stretched out his hand and pressed on the armor connected to his own bloodline, taking it into his body. The current battle armor still lacks the soul guide array and has not yet been completely formed. It is very simple to fine-tune the size, but if the soul guide array is engraved, it will be a bit troublesome to change the size. It is necessary to wear it in advance to see if it fits. Hearing this, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer nodded slightly, and followed suit to put their own armor into their bodies. The next moment, a blue light flashed on the 3 people's bodies, and the spiritual forged metal armor was instantly put on. Except for a few parts of the face, the whole body was protected by the armor. Not bad, it fits well, and I can bear the weight of more than 100 kilograms. After moving a little, Shui Yuer nodded with satisfaction and gave a good review. Mu Yang, you don't seem to have measured Yuer's body size, right? At this time, Shui Binger asked Mu Yang with some doubts. She measured the size, but Yuer didn't. As a result, the armor of the 2 people fit well. According to this, she measured in vain? Ahem, Binger, don't care about these small details. Mu Yang said embarrassedly. It's just the body data. Can't you get it by just looking at it with your eyes? It's not a precision instrument, so there's no need to be too demanding. A little error doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't hurt people when worn. As for why Shui Binger had to measure it, well, it's just a little romance between lovers. Mu Yang, I suddenly feel that this armor is a little uncomfortable to wear. How about you let me measure it? Shui Yuer's eyes turned when she heard that Mu Yang had measured her sister's body size, and she hurriedly said something. Since it's a body measurement, it should be necessary to take off the clothes, right? At that time. He. Hearing this, Mu Yang glared at Shui Yuer. How could he not know what this little girl was up to? Luckily, he is an upright and good brother-in-law, otherwise this girl would probably be given away for nothing. At the same time, Shui Binger also looked at her sister with a vigilant face. It seems that her sister is a little bit free. No, she can share other things with her sister, but little Mu Yang is not one of them. Well, it seems that she needs to keep an eye on it in the future. 3 days later, in the forging room. Looking at the freshly baked Ice Flame Battle Armor, Ice Phoenix Battle Armor and Narcissus Battle Armor on the forging table, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Since the single word name sounds a bit awkward, and the metal used is spiritual forging, Mu Yang did not strictly name it according to the later battle armor level classification. Anyway, it's just a name, it doesn't affect the actual use, just say it as you like. Mu Yang, all the right of interpretation belongs to me. Then, Mu Yang couldn't wait to take the ice flame battle armor into his body. The next second, an ice blue light flashed, and the ice flame battle armor was instantly put on. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang's soul power turned, and under the resonance amplification of the soul guide array engraved on the ice flame battle armor, the soul power aura of the 5-ring soul king level originally emanating from his body was instantly amplified to the 7-ring soul saint level. If the 8th ring doesn't come out, who can compete with me? Feeling that his current strength is not weaker than that of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The ordinary one-word battle armor can make the strength of the 5-ring soul king comparable to that of the 7-ring soul saint. His soul power level has been cultivated to the 58th level of soul king, and his own qualities in all aspects are far superior to those of the same level of soul masters. Under the amplification of the ice flame battle armor, he will surely be the best among the 7-ring level when performing the ice flame secret method. It is not impossible for him to cross levels and compete with the 8-ring soul Douluo with a white first soul ring, a purple 5th soul ring, and a relatively poor soul ring configuration. Is there such a weak soul Douluo on the mainland? Of course there is. There are more than one titled Douluo with a purple 5th soul ring, so it is normal for such a weak soul Douluo to appear. And this is just him. If the increase of the martial soul fusion skill is taken into account, he is not far from the 9-ring titled Douluo like Shilong. You should know that the increase of the martial soul fusion skill does not conflict with the increase of the battle armor. Of course, although the strength increase effect of the two does not conflict, they cannot simply stack levels. For example, the ice flame battle armor increases the strength by 20 levels, which can make him reach level 78 from level 58, and the martial soul fusion skill increases the strength by 15 levels, which can make him reach level 73 from level 58. But when he wears the battle armor and then joins hands with Shui Binger to activate the martial soul fusion skill, his strength will definitely not be increased by 35 levels, directly to level 93. Level. There is no other reason. The higher the soul power level, the greater the gap between each level. If the gap is not counted, the gap of one level in the later stage can be equal to several levels in the early stage, or even more. However, even so, with the ice flame battle armor in hand, Mu Yang can be regarded as a master in the mainland soul master world. After all, there are only a few dozen 9-ring titled Douluo in the mainland soul master world, and people like the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, the elders of the upper 3 sects, the masters of the lower 4 sects, the military marshals and legion commanders of the 2 empires, the deans of the top-ranked advanced soul master academies, etc., are basically only 8-ring soul Douluo. His personal strength is not far from this level, how can he not be regarded as a master? Battle armor is an external object. What an external object! Battle armor is almost the same as soul bone. Soul bone can also be called an external object. And in other fantasy worlds, battle armor can be regarded as a lifelong magic weapon that intersects with the life of the cultivator himself, and it can never be classified as an external object. Hidden weapons like Zuj's Divine Crossbow, King of Hell's Post, Peacock Feather, Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, and Buddha's Wrath Tanglian are considered external objects. End of this chapter. 107 Chapter 107 Gradually expanding. 107. The battle armor was completed, and Mu Yang called Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Hiss, I'm invincible. Shui Yuer couldn't wait to experiment with the effect of the battle armor, and felt her unprecedented strength. She couldn't help but take a breath, and then couldn't help but say excitedly. There is no doubt that after wearing the Narcissus battle armor, Shui Yuer's strength skyrocketed under the resonance amplification of the soul guide array. Is she invincible? Shui Binger asked Mu Yang after glancing at Shui Yuer, whose mentality was expanding. Although the battle armor can greatly improve strength, she is at most at the 7th ring at this moment, but she is a child, so it's okay to let her fantasize more. Mu Yang said indifferently. A small 5-ring soul king, even with a battle armor in hand, can only be a 7-ring soul saint at best. The reason why he feels invincible is purely because of the swell of his mentality caused by Shui Yuer's sudden increase in strength. Of course, it's not just Shui Yuer who is swelled, even he himself is a little swelled. If he didn't know clearly that his strength is not enough and is far from being a real strong man on the continent, he might be more swelled than Shui Yu'er at this time. As a time traveler who has read the original novel, he has more or less the bad habit of looking up to others and being incompetent. He subconsciously looks down on the weak titles of Shilong and the like, thinking that they are a shame among the titled Douluo. But at the same time, because of his high vision, he can also clearly understand what level his strength is at on the continent. 7 rings. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but widen her eyes. 5 rings become 7 rings, no wonder her sister is so swelled. Immediately, Shui Bing'er couldn't wait to put on the Ice Phoenix battle armor. It's really invincible. The ice blue light flashed, and the Ice Phoenix battle armor was instantly put on. Feeling her own strength skyrocketing under the amplification of the Ice Phoenix battle armor, Shui Bing'er was also inevitably inflated. After a long time, suppressing her inflated mentality, Shui Bing'er glanced at Shui Yu'er, who was still intoxicated by the illusion and fantasy, turned her head and said to Mu Yang with a serious face, "Mu Yang, the effect of the battle armor is so powerful, we must be careful in the future." Looking at the entire continent, the 7-ring soul saint is undoubtedly a high-level soul master. Although Shui Bing'er doesn't know how many 7-ring soul saints there are in the soul master world of the continent, the number is probably not more than 1,000. And the 5-ring soul king is much cheaper. The 5-ring soul kings under the Tiandu Empire alone are enough to exceed this number. After all, as long as there is a 3rd or 4th level innate soul power, it can be regarded as a soul king. It is difficult for children from ordinary civilian families to awaken the innate soul power of the 3rd or 4th level, but in aristocratic families, the innate soul power of the 3rd or 4th level can only be considered as the talent of the middle-class people. It is not too easy for the military and political circles and local nobles of the Tiandu Empire to gather 1,000 5-ring soul kings. The battle armor can make the strength of the 5-ring soul king leap to the level of the 7-ring soul saint. It can be foreseen that if outsiders know that Mu Yang can make such a heaven-defying battle armor, unless he has absolute strength and is not afraid of any scoundrels, he will not be at peace in the future. Seeing the worry in Shui Bing'er's eyes, Mu Yang said seriously, "Bing'er, who said that the battle armor was made by me? This is clearly dug out from the ancient ruins. At present, the mainland has not officially lit up the soul guide technology, and the method of making soul guides has long been lost. Even if others see the battle armor, they will subconsciously think that this thing is an antique and will not think that it was made by him. Another thing is that, apart from the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation and the final unification war, Douluo continent is generally a relatively peaceful world. There are not as many fights and killings as in other fantasy worlds. Even if there are battles, they are mostly fighting spirits of the nature of learning. In such a situation, there is no need to use the battle armor. The reason for creating the battle armor is just to have an extra trump card. Even this set of Ice Flame battle armor may not be used in the future. There is no other reason. The manufacturing method of the 2-word battle armor can be deduced, and it can be directly upgraded to the 2-word battle armor. With the foundation of the 1-word battle armor manufacturing method, the deduction time will probably not take as long as the previous deduction of the 1-word battle armor from scratch. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er looked down at the Ice Phoenix battle armor she was wearing and thought about it. Tisk, there seems to be nothing wrong with this statement. If you don't know in advance, who would have thought that the battle armor is an invention of the present era, rather than an armor soul guide unearthed from some ancient ruins? At this time, Mu Yang continued, there is one thing you may not know, Bing'er, after we put on the battle armor, we can still perform martial soul fusion skills, and the effects of the two are not contradictory. What? Can it be superimposed? Suddenly, Shui Bing'er's beautiful ice blue eyes widened again. With the battle armor, her and Mu Yang's basic strength is at least the 7th ring, and with the strength of the 7th ring level to activate the martial soul fusion skill, the strength can at least reach the 8th ring. At that time, with the characteristics of the special ice flame and various secret methods, they will definitely be the best among the 8th ring. In addition, the soul power level of the two is not far from level 60. Once they advance to the 6th ring Soul Emperor, they put on the battle armor to activate the martial soul fusion skill. Wouldn't they be able to compete with the titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring? Thinking of this, Shui Bing'er couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. By the way, if this battle armor is worn by His Majesty Tyrannosaurus, how strong will it be? Suddenly, Shui Bing'er thought of a key point and hurriedly asked Mu Yang. She and Mu Yang are just juniors, but they are not without elders in their family. The battle armor is so powerful that it can be worn by elders with 8 or even 9 rings. Wouldn't it be invincible? With the protection of invincible elders, why worry about being spied on by villains? Binger, you think too much. The battle armor I created can only make a 5-ring Soul King equal to a 7-ring Soul Saint. If it is worn by a 6-ring Soul Emperor, it is still at the level of 7 rings. Unless the wearer can challenge a higher level, he cannot beat an 8-ring Soul Douluo. Mu Yang had to admire Shui Binger's imagination. It was just an upgraded version of the one-word battle armor, and the upgrade was only in terms of materials. Except that it could be taken into the body and worn instantly, it was not much different from a normal one-word battle armor. For a titled Douluo with 9 rings, wearing a one-word battle armor is perhaps like an elephant increasing the power of an ant? Well, it's a bit exaggerated, but that's what it means. Battle armor can only be used for low-level soul masters. When Shui Binger heard that the heaven-defying effect of battle armor is not suitable for high-level soul masters, she was inevitably frustrated. Mu Yang shook his head, that's not the case. Soul guides have strengths and weaknesses, and this battle armor naturally has them too. If there are new breakthroughs in the future, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of high-level soul masters. Thanks to my friends for the monthly tickets of Conquering People with Virtue 0 and 2022040517475840. Thanks to my friends Chen Zuki, Qing Feng Liuyun, Xin Huan Meng Long, 20210301106582630634, 202206061636325572, GXI, 2020060400012165, Qing Feng Liuyun for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 108 Chapter 108 Can a mere metal creation be so powerful? 108. That is to say, he is still far from being a heavenly forging master, and he has not deduced the manufacturing method of the 4-character battle armor. Otherwise, if he arranged a set of 4-character battle armor for his uncle Huo Lai, he could walk sideways on the continent. You know, any 4-character battle armor master, even if the soul power level is just the beginning of the 9th ring, is a peerless combat power of level 99 in this era. Of course, if he could really become a heavenly forging god craftsman, he would not need to rely on his backers, and he would be one of the strongest people on the continent. After all, the first prerequisite for becoming a heavenly forging god craftsman is to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and to be able to help metals resist the elemental thunder tribulation, which requires the forger to have outstanding strength. For this reason, the heavenly forging god craftsman of the future may not necessarily be the strongest in the world, but he will definitely not be a weakling. If it were him, once he put on the 4-character battle armor and released the martial soul fusion skill, he would most likely be able to control the soul master who had just become a god. Really? My Mu Yang is so amazing. When Shui Binger heard that there might be a more advanced version of the battle armor in the future, stars immediately appeared in her eyes, and she said with admiration and pride. Mu Yang nodded proudly, that's right. Let's go and find Ant to test our strength. Then, the 3 of them left their residence. Shui Binger was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, and the Ice Phoenix wings behind her stretched out. She held Shui Yuer in one hand and Mu Yang in the other, and flew to the top of the snow mountain behind the main campus of the academy. Where is Ant? After turning around the snow mountain mimicry training field, Shui Binger asked in confusion, unable to find Shui Yunyu's figure. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Shui Yuer pointed to the sky above the sea in the distance and said to the 2. Looking in the direction of her finger, Mu Yang saw a white mushroom cloud blooming in the sky above the sea in the distance. Seeing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If nothing unexpected happened, this mushroom cloud should be caused by Shui Yunyu's mistake in the process of condensing the soul core. The soul core is formed by the soul master's soul power combined with a large amount of heaven and earth energy. Once it loses control during the condensation process, it will become a powerful energy bomb. When the power of the bomb is large enough, a mushroom cloud will form when it explodes. Well, I hope Shui Yunyu is okay. Not long after, a figure flew from the direction of the mushroom cloud in the distance and landed in front of the 3 people. And, what happened just now? Shui Binger asked Shui Yunyu, who looked a little embarrassed, curiously. Ahem, Ant is experimenting with, Shui Yunyu said in a daze, and she did not forget to look at Mu Yang with a gloomy expression. The soul core secret method that Mu Yang gave her before revealed that condensing the first soul core was very simple, and it was a rhythm that anyone could do it. That's right, isn't it just to compress the soul power and keep it rotating, and then devour the external world energy? It doesn't look difficult. But after getting started, Shui Yunyu found that the difficulty of condensing the soul core was much higher than she expected. It was okay at the beginning, but as the soul power continued to compress, the control difficulty would increase, and it would be out of control if you were not careful. Fortunately, her strength was not weak and her reaction was fast, so she could get out in time every time, otherwise she would be killed by the uncontrolled compressed energy. Sure enough, the realm of titled Douluo is not so easy to achieve, even if you can take a shortcut. By the way, do you three have something to do with Ant? Shui Yunyu changed the subject. Yeah, Ant, Mu Yang made a very powerful thing, and now you is also a master. I want to find you to test my specific strength. Shui Yu, whose inflated mentality has not yet completely shrunk, nodded impatiently, and her eyes looking at Shui Yunyu revealed a strong desire to fight. With the Narcissus battle armor in hand, the strength has skyrocketed, so you have to find a master to have a good exchange? Really? Shui Yunyu looked at Shui Yu with suspicion. Although her second niece's training speed is very fast, far beyond her expectations, but to say that she is a master, tisk, she is still a little immature. Facing her aunt's suspicious eyes, Shui Yu smiled slightly, and the azure light flashed around her body, and the Narcissus battle armor instantly materialized. Yingyu Dolphin, Possession. With a delicate cry, Shui Yu's martial spirit possessed her body, and with the sound of the surging waves, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black bloomed. The next second, under the amplification of the Narcissus battle armor, the soul power aura originally emanating from Shui Yu, which was at the level of a 5-ring soul king, immediately soared to the level of a 7-ring soul saint. Soul saint! Shui Yunyu couldn't help but widen her eyes when she noticed the soaring soul power aura of Shui Yu. The soul rings blooming on Shui Yu were still 5 rings of yellow, purple, black, and black, but the soul power aura was not weaker than that of an ordinary 7-ring soul saint at all, and it even gave her the feeling that it was better than many soul saints who had just entered the 7th ring. What is this? After taking a deep look at the Narcissus battle armor worn by Shui Yu, Shui Yunyu quickly turned her head and asked Mu Yang. Mu Yang said directly, battle armor can increase the strength of a 5-ring soul king by 2 major levels, and the effect will be reduced if the soul power level exceeds 5 rings. Hiss! Shui Yunyu couldn't help but gasp. 5 rings turned into 7 rings, is that so impressive? Sure enough, geniuses act for a reason. Mu Yang spent a lot of time learning blacksmithing before, and he did the same thing for several years. Although she didn't agree with it, after seeing that Mu Yang didn't fall behind in soul training, she just let him do it. Unexpectedly, she underestimated the potential of the blacksmith. Well, forger, and Mu Yang really made a big move. She could see that the battle armor Shui Yu was wearing was not made of ordinary metal, but made of metal forged by Mu Yang. Although the improvement effect will be reduced after the level exceeds 5 rings, this does not change the fact that the battle armor is a super treasure for soul masters. You know, the gold content of the 7-ring soul saint is far more than that of the 5-ring soul king. As one of the elemental colleges, Tian Shui College is not a small force that can be ignored in the entire continent, but the masters in the college, except for her, the 8-ring dean, are only 4 7-ring soul saints, and not all of them are battle soul saints. In other words, if there are more than 10 5-ring soul kings wearing battle armor, they can directly challenge Tian Shui College? I never thought that a mere metal creation could be so powerful. Well, Shui Yunyu still underestimated the so-called metal creation. The real metal creation can easily smash the entire Douluo continent with one shot. After a while, Shui Yunyu recovered from the shock and looked at Shui Yu. Come, let your aunt try the quality of your battle armor. Shui Yu. Aunt, are you mistaken? What do you mean by testing the quality of the battle armor? Shouldn't it be testing my strength? End of this chapter. 109 Chapter 109 The Skyrocketing Strength Limit, Part 1. 109. A quarter of an hour later. No more fighting, I can't win at all. With no advantage and with very little soul power left in her body, Shui Yu yelled and surrendered, and put away the spirit and Narcissus armor. This soul fighting made Shui Yu, whose mentality was a little inflated, realize that she was still a little Karami. Even if she didn't use her spirit body and didn't use her 8th soul skill, Shui Yunyu was still not someone Shui Yu could defeat wearing the Narcissus armor. Not to mention that although the Narcissus armor was an upgraded version of the one-word armor, made of spirit-forged metal, it didn't have wings and didn't give Shui Yu'er the ability to fly. As a flying soul Douluo, Shui Yunyu had a very obvious advantage in the air. Seeing Shui Yu'er surrender, Shui Yunyu fell from midair. Yu'er, very good. Shui Yunyu nodded in satisfaction and praised. Hee. Hearing her aunt's praise, Shui Yu'er proudly straightened her chest. Seeing that the little girl was showing signs of arrogance again, Shui Yunyu's smile faded in her face with a serious expression. He began to knock. Of course, considering the actual combat experience, soul power consumption, and the special amplification effect of the Soul Saint's martial soul real body on the Soul Master's soul skills, it is basically impossible for Yu'er to defeat the 75th level fighting Soul Saint by 20 levels. Unless you can delay the duration of the opponent's martial soul real body until it ends and falls into a weak period. Oh! Shui Yu'er immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost, and responded weakly. In fact, Shui Yunyu did not exaggerate, but was realistic. Shui Yu'er, wearing battle armor, is indeed not worse than the 75th level Soul Saint in terms of soul power quality alone. In fact, due to the higher quality of the Yingyu Dolphin martial soul, under the amplification of the battle armor, this aspect is better than the 75th level Soul Saint with sparse martial souls. But the strength of a Soul Master cannot be judged by soul power alone. Combat experience is also a very important component. How can Shui Yu'er, a girl who is not too old, compare with the Soul Saint who has practiced for many years in terms of combat experience? Of course, the most obvious disadvantage is that the 7-ring Soul Saint has the 7th soul skill, the Soul Body. The effect of the Soul Body is not only to increase the attributes of the Soul Master. Most Soul Saints' Soul Body comes with a special effect, unlimited use of soul skills below the 7th ring. This unlimited use is not really unlimited, but refers to unlimited use except for soul power consumption. In the game terminology of Mu Yang's previous life, it means that the skills have no cooldown. As long as the soul power consumption can keep up, the 7-ring Soul Saint can use his 1st to 6th soul skills continuously. However, the soul body also has a very obvious flaw, that is, the soul body of most soul masters has side effects. After the effect duration, they will fall into a weak state for a certain period of time. The duration and degree of this weak state are related to the soul master's own strength, the quality of the martial soul, and the age of the 7th soul ring. For most 7-ring Soul Saints, they are not able to be exempted from this side effect. Therefore, Shui Yu'er, wearing the Narcissus battle armor, is not without a chance to defeat the level 75 battle Soul Saint. Shui Yu'er, who has the battle armor amplification, is stronger than the level 75 Soul Saint who has not released the Soul Avatar, but weaker than the level 75 Soul Saint who has released the Soul Avatar. However, as long as she can outlast the duration of the opponent's Soul Avatar, Shui Yu'er will still be the final winner. Well, the premise is that the opponent is not a flying Soul Saint or does not have the ability to fly, otherwise Shui Yu'er, who can't fly, can't catch up. Binger, Xiao Yang, who will come? After beating Shui Yu'er, Shui Yunyu turned to look at Mu Yang and the others. Mu Yang shook his head and said, "Aunt, forget about the single duel. Even with the battle armor amplification, Binger and I can't be your opponents, but..." "But what? Is it possible that the battle armor amplification effect does not conflict with the soul fusion skill?" Thinking of the key point, Shui Yunyu said with a shocked face. A battle armor that can increase strength by 20 levels is already considered cheating. If it is superimposed with the martial soul fusion skill, which is also a cheating ability, wow, it's amazing. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang said, "The principle of the battle armor to enhance the strength of the Soul Master is the Soul Guide Array engraved inside, which can have a huge amplification effect on the Soul Master's martial soul and soul power. And the principle of the strength enhancement of the martial soul fusion skill is the mutual complementation and sublimation between the martial souls. The amplification principles of the two are different, so of course there will be no conflict in the effects." The next moment, the ice blue light flashed on the two people, and the battle armor appeared. Immediately afterwards, the ice flame holy shadow and the ice phoenix martial soul possessed the body, and the surging soul power surged, the misty ice blue flames and the gorgeous blue light intertwined, and an ice blue light column shot up into the sky. Clang! Accompanied by the loud sound of the phoenix, the ice blue light column gradually dissipated, and the figures of Mu Yang and Shui Binger had already turned into an ice flame phoenix flying in the air, with a wingspan of 3 feet and burning with blazing ice flames. In view of the fact that the second form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow does not have the ability to fly, and Shui Yanyu is a flying soul Douluo, there is a disadvantage in ground and air. Mu Yang gave the leading power of the martial soul fusion skill to Shui Bing'er, and the martial soul fusion skill they launched was the first form, Ice Flame Phoenix. Mu Yang, it feels so powerful. Shui Bing'er's voice sounded in Mu Yang's heart. That's because the basic strength of our martial soul fusion skill before was at most the first 7 rings, and now it has been raised by at least 10 levels. With the special Ice Flame Fire of the Ice Flame Phoenix, most of the 8-ring soul Douluos on the mainland are no longer opponents of our martial soul fusion skill. Soul fusion skill, Ice Flame Phoenix. Although Shui Bing'er was in charge, as a participant, Mu Yang could also feel the strength of Ice Flame Phoenix. It was precisely because he had expected that his upper limit of strength would be greatly improved compared to before that Mu Yang could not help but feel a little inflated. Of course, because it was the first time for you to enter this level, Mu Yang had no idea how many levels of Soul Douluo the Ice Flame Phoenix could match. But what is certain is that the strength of the Ice Flame Phoenix can exceed the average level of the 8-ring Soul Douluo by a lot. 8 rings. Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from the Ice Flame Phoenix, Shui Yanyu couldn't help but smack her lips. If it was a fusion skill of other transformation types of souls, such as the Nether White Tiger of the Xingluo Empire, she would not be afraid even if her strength could reach the 8 rings. After all, she was a level 89 Soul Douluo, almost standing at the top below the titled Douluo. That is, the quality of the Ice Bird's soul was a little poor, otherwise her strength would not be weak among the few titled Douluo who have just entered the 9th ring and whose soul ring configuration is relatively poor. But Mu Yang and the others' Ice Flame Phoenix are different. She is not sure that she can absolutely block the extremely special Ice Flame Fire. Thanks to my friends Drifting Aurora, Max Z, and 2023042416455490171435529 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 20220606163632572, 202310194032221, 140507041321426, Xin Huan Menglong, Shiyu 103705, and Cao Zayahua for their recommended tickets. End of this chapter. 110 Chapter 110 The Skyrocketing Strength Limit, Middle. 110. Once you are touched by the Ice Flame Fire of the Ice Flame Phoenix, you will be frozen and burned all the time. It's not just the Ice Flame that's disgusting, the problem of martial soul suppression can't be ignored either. When facing the Ice Flame Phoenix, which was formed by Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix Martial Soul and Mu Yang's Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul, her Ice Bird Martial Soul, because it is the same Ice Attribute Flying Beast Martial Soul as the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, but its quality is far lower than that of the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, will inevitably be suppressed by the Martial Soul, and its own strength will be limited to a certain extent. Fortunately, she is at a high level, and her quality in all aspects is still above the Ice Flame Phoenix, and the effect of the Martial Soul true body is very huge. Otherwise, under the martial soul suppression, she probably won't have even the slightest chance of winning. And, be careful. Shui Bing'er's voice came from the Ice Flame Phoenix, and with the flapping of the Ice Phoenix's wings, the Ice Flame Phoenix flew high. The next second, the ice blue flames burning around the Ice Flame Phoenix rose, and as the soul power surged, dense ice blue feathers suddenly condensed, and then burst out towards Shui Yanyu. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. The Ice Flame Phoenix has no other abilities except the special Ice Flame Fire. But skills can be acquired through learning. In view of the fact that the Ice Flame Fire spewed by the Ice Flame Phoenix is powerful but has a single method, Shui Bing'er borrowed the Extreme Ice Arrow formation in the Extreme Ice Secret method and tinkered with the Ice Flame Feathers suitable for the Ice Flame Phoenix. The Ice Flame Feathers are the same as Mu Yang's Ice Flame Arrow formation. Maybe the direct attack power is not very strong, but after hitting the target, it can explode the special Ice Flame Fire that combines attack and control. From the perspective of the opponent, it is extremely disgusting. Of course, due to the sudden increase in strength after the Martial Soul Fusion skill is launched, Shui Bing'er is unable to finally control the power of the Ice Flame Phoenix. After the Ice Flame Feathers are shot out, they cannot be remotely controlled like the Ice Flame Arrow formation and the Extreme Ice Arrow formation. And Mu Yang can control the Ice Flame Arrow formation in the second form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow state, but it is not because his control ability is far superior to Shui Bing'er. It is the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow in human form. Compared with the Ice Phoenix in beast form, although its basic strength is relatively weak, it can control the Ice Flame Fire more delicately, which offsets the problem of reduced control ability caused by the sudden increase in strength under the state of martial soul fusion skills to a certain extent. 5th soul skill, Ice Protection. Facing the attacking ice flame feathers, Shui Yunyu's 5th soul ring flashed, and she directly activated the defensive soul skill. Shui Yunyu knew that when the ice flame phoenix's strength reached the 8th ring, there was no qualitative difference with her, and the special ice flame fire it condensed was enough to freeze her, a level 89 soul Douluo. If she was directly touched by the ice flame phoenix's ice flame fire, she would be frozen immediately. However, with the soul power shield condensed by the defensive soul skill, she would at least not be frozen before the defensive shield was broken. Ding 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 ding. The ice flame feathers were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they crossed a distance of 100 meters, falling on the ice shield condensed on Shui Yunyu's body like a rainstorm, with a series of collision sounds. The ice flame feathers belonged to a group attack secret technique. Shui Yunyu was not big, and the number of ice flame feathers that fell on the ice shield was not large, so they could not directly explode this 10,000-year defense soul skill. However, this was only the first half of the attack of the ice flame feathers secret technique. Although the ice flame feathers failed to penetrate the defense of the ice shield, they were all shattered, and turned into small flames of the secret technique attached to the ice shield. Instantly, accompanied by the biting cold air, the sound of freezing crackling sounded, and the ice shield was covered with a layer of frost, and the burning ice flames were also constantly burning this layer of ice shield that seemed to be crumbling. 4th soul skill, Ice Power. 1st soul skill, Ice Feathers. Without paying attention to the ice flame attached to the ice shield on the body, Shui Yunyu's 4th and 1st soul rings flashed, and as her aura soared, dozens of ice blue bird feathers shot out. Compared to the ice flame feathers shot out by the ice flame phoenix, the number of bird feathers condensed by Shui Yunyu through the 1st soul skill, Ice Feathers, is undoubtedly much less. After all, it is only the 1st soul skill, and it has only been around for about 400 years, which limits its power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ice blue bird feathers shot out with a sound of breaking through the air. The ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and avoided most of the bird feathers. Only one was hit on the left wing because it had no time to dodge. However, for the ice flame phoenix, this injury was nothing at all. As the soul power circulated, the injury left by the bird feather that was shot out quickly recovered as before. When performing martial soul fusion skills or martial soul true body fighting against others, the soul master himself can take a huge advantage. Because the martial soul fusion skills and martial soul true body are not the flesh and blood of the soul master, they are condensed by the martial soul and soul power. As long as they are not directly blown up, the non-spiritual injuries can be quickly recovered by consuming soul power. Before the soul power is exhausted, they are indestructible. However, it is precisely because both are condensed by the martial soul that once the martial soul fusion skills or martial soul true body are blown up by the opponent, the soul master himself will suffer from the backlash of the martial soul. At that time, not only will he suffer serious injuries at the soul level, but most of them will completely lose the strength to fight again. Of course, if the martial soul fusion skills or martial soul true body can be blown up, it means that the opponent's strength is definitely above himself. Even if he still has the strength to fight again after suffering the backlash of the martial soul, he cannot save the defeat. 2nd soul skill, Extreme Cold Freezing Air. After failing to hit the first one, Shui Yunyu hit again. The wings behind her fluttered, her red lips opened slightly, and a stream of ice blue cold swept out at a rapid speed. Then, Shui Yunyu used the sight barrier of the ice blue cold current to make the 6th soul ring around her body shine. As the surging soul power surged, a foot-long ice blue gorgeous feather suddenly condensed and then shot out towards the ice flame phoenix. Not good, dodge. After Shui Yunyu activated the 2nd soul skill, Extreme Cold Frozen Air, Mu Yang, who had good mental strength, once again sensed a surge of soul power fluctuations on Shui Yunyu's body, and hurriedly reminded Shui Binger. It is normal in the soul master world to hide the killing move by relying on the sight barrier formed by the previous soul skill. He knew the effects of Shui Yunyu's various soul skills. In addition to the 1st soul skill, Ice Feather, the 6th and 8th soul skills had good attack effects. The 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm, is difficult to be activated instantly, so although Mu Yang did not see it with his own eyes, it is certain that Shui Yunyu must have activated the 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather, which has a strong single target attack power, and it is not suitable to resist it head-on. End of this chapter. 111 Chapter 111 The Skyrocketing Strength Limit, Part 2. 111. Although Shui Bing'er did not notice Shui Yunyu's little trick, she believed Mu Yang's warning unconditionally. The ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and rose rapidly in the air. The next second, a beam of ice blue light suddenly burst out from the cold current. It was Shui Yunyu's sixth soul skill, the extreme ice feather. Unfortunately, Shui Bing'er, who received Mu Yang's warning, had already controlled the ice flame phoenix to dodge in advance. The extreme ice feather that turned into an ice blue light and shot at high speed only shot down a few phoenix feathers on the wingtips of the ice flame phoenix. Ant is so cunning. Avoiding the extreme ice feather, Shui Bing'er glanced at the broken phoenix feathers that turned into soul power and dissipated in the air, and couldn't help complaining to Mu Yang. Hearing Shui Bing'er use the word cunning to describe Shui Yunyu, Mu Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You are really a good niece of our aunt." Hee. Shui Bing'er smiled, and then focused her attention on the battle. Between the flapping of her wings, another wave of ice flame feathers shot out towards Shui Yunyu. Swish, swish, swish. The dense ice flame feathers poured down, and the attached ice flame fire continued to burn. The ice shield on Shui Yunyu's body, which was condensed by the fifth defensive soul skill of 10,000 years, could not hold up and was finally broken. Seventh soul skill, Ice Bird True Body. Just when the ice shield was broken and the extremely disgusting ice flame fire was about to fall on her body, Shui Yunyu's seventh soul ring flashed around her body, and she did not hesitate to activate the seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. The surging soul power surged, and the gorgeous ice blue light bloomed. In a blink of an eye, Shui Yunyu in the air turned into a giant ice bird with a body size of 4 or 5 feet long from head to tail. Seeing Shui Yunyu activate the Martial Soul True Body, the phoenix eyes of the ice flame phoenix became solemn. Whether it was Shui Bing'er, who led the Martial Soul Fusion skill, or Mu Yang, who was a pendant at this time, they knew that the warm-up was over. In the state of the Martial Soul True Body, that was the strongest posture of Shui Yunyu, the 89th level Soul Douluo. There is no doubt that the Martial Soul True Body can improve the strength of the Soul Master. The 89th level Shui Yunyu activated the Martial Soul True Body, and her strength was probably not weaker than Shilong, who had not released the Martial Soul True Body. However, after activating the Martial Soul True Body, although Shui Yunyu's strength increased significantly, due to the increase in body size, it became easier to be attached and burned by the ice flame fire of the ice flame phoenix. It's like using a gun to shoot at a moving target. When the target is magnified dozens or hundreds of times or even more, unless the target's speed is so fast that it is difficult to react, the hit rate will increase exponentially. The next moment, the phoenix flapped its wings, and the ice flame phoenix rushed down. The energy gathered at the phoenix's mouth, and the fan-shaped ice blue flame emitting a biting cold swept down. Fifth soul skill, Ice Guard. Shui Yunyu also knew that in the state of Martial Soul True Body, her huge body could not dodge the ice flame, so she did not think about dodging, but prepared to fight hard. Anyway, the shield condensed by the defensive soul skill was not broken, and the ice flame could not burn her body. In the state of Martial Soul True Body, the fifth defensive soul skill could be used without limit. As long as the soul power consumption could be supported, the extremely difficult ice flame was not unsolvable. Extremely cold freezing air. Extremely cold freezing air. Extremely cold freezing air. Relying on the soul power shield to protect her body, Shui Yunyu, who transformed into a giant ice bird, temporarily ignored the blazing ice flame attached to the shield on her body surface. The second soul ring around her body flashed continuously, and she continuously spewed out ice blue cold currents towards the ice flame phoenix, trying to restrict the ice flame phoenix's body shape. It is said that long-term defenses after avoiding several icy blue cold currents, the ice flame phoenix was careless and failed to dodge completely, and was swept by the ice blue cold current. Just when Shui Yunyu thought that the ice flame phoenix would be frozen by her control soul skills, she saw that the ice flame phoenix was not affected at all, as if the cold current that swept half of its body was just a breeze on her face. Seeing this, Shui Yunyu, who had transformed into a huge ice bird, could not help but stagnate, and a trace of confusion flashed in her huge ice blue bird eyes. But soon, Shui Yunyu reacted. Whether it was Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix Martial Soul or Mu Yang's Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, they were both high-quality ice martial souls. The Ice Flame Phoenix, which was sublimated from the two martial souls, had an extremely high resistance to ice elements, not to mention anything else. If Mu Yang and the others had not put on battle armor, the basic strength level of the Ice Flame Phoenix would not have reached the 8th ring, which was a qualitative gap compared to themselves. Her second soul skill, extremely cold freezing air, could freeze the ice flame phoenix. But in the absence of a qualitative gap between the two sides, if I want to freeze the ice flame phoenix with super high ice resistance, the second soul skill of 100 years is far from enough. Just when Shui Yunyu was stunned, the ice flame phoenix flapped its wings and flew over, and another breath of ice flame spit down, and the ice shield condensed on the surface of the ice bird's true body was broken again. Fifth soul skill, Ice Guard. The defense shield was broken, and Shui Yunyu hurriedly activated the fifth soul skill of 10,000 years again. Is your ice flame powerful? In the state of the martial soul true body, as long as your defense breaking speed is not as fast as my defense soul skill, and the soul power in my body can still hold up, then you can't hurt me. Eighth soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. The next moment, the eighth soul ring around the giant ice bird suddenly flashed, and with the majestic soul power surging, Shui Yunyu activated her most powerful soul skill. Suddenly, a terrifying cold wave mixed with dense snowflakes rose from behind the ice bird's true body, and then rushed down towards the ice flame phoenix in the air like a tsunami. Although the eighth soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm, is not an instant soul skill, the release speed is not slow. In addition, due to the huge coverage of the soul skill and the distance between the two, before Shui Binger controlled the ice flame phoenix to escape from the attack range of the Extreme Cold Storm, it was submerged by the surging terrifying cold wave. The biting cold air hit, and even the ice flame fire burning around the ice flame phoenix was slightly dimmed. But the extremely high ice resistance of the ice flame phoenix is not a decoration. Even if it was swept by the cold wave, it did not fall into a frozen state. However, compared with the control effect of the extreme cold storm, for the ice flame phoenix with extremely high ice resistance, the biggest threat of this soul skill comes from its attack effect. I saw countless palm-sized ice and snow flowers mixed in the cold wave, falling on the ice flame phoenix like a blade flying at high speed. Although the attack power of each snowflake is not very high, it can only cut the ice phoenix feathers all over the surface of the ice flame phoenix, and cannot bring serious fatal threats to the ice flame phoenix, but there are too many blade-like snowflakes. Shui Binger, who dominates the ice flame phoenix, feels like she is about to be tortured. Thanks to my friend Pencil Life for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends XINRU Daimeng, 2022072013593032, XI, 202206061636325572, Xing Huan Meng Long, Qing Feng, Su Lai, 20210301106582630634 for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 112 Chapter 112 The Skyrocketing Strength Limit, End. 112. After a long time, the cold wave stopped, the dense ice and snow flowers dissipated, and the ice flame phoenix finally withstood Shui Yunyu's 8th soul skill, the extreme cold storm. The price Shui Binger and Mu Yang paid was just a large drop in their soul power. In fact, for a single multi-stage intensive attack like the extreme cold storm, which is not too powerful, for a special energy body that is not a flesh and blood body, such as a martial soul fusion skill or a martial soul true body, from the perspective of attack alone, although there is a threat, it is not too big. After all, before the damage fails to reach the upper limit and is forcibly blown up, the martial soul fusion skill or the martial soul true body can quickly repair by consuming its own soul power, as long as the soul power consumption can keep up and the repair speed is faster than the opponent's destruction speed. After withstanding a severe cold storm, Shui Binger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike the first 6 soul skills, the extreme cold storm is Shui Yunyu's 8th soul skill, and the 8th soul skill is not in the range of unlimited use under the state of martial soul true body, and it cannot be used continuously. Otherwise, if even the 8th and even the 9th soul skills can be used without restrictions, the strength of the title Douluo will not be so obvious. You know, even a high-level title Douluo above level 95 can't say that he can easily block the strong attack type 9th soul skill of the 91st title Douluo. However, realizing that only half of the soul power in the body is left, Shui Binger can't help but feel depressed. The effect of the martial soul true body of the 7-ring soul saint lasts at least half an hour, and the soul power level of my aunt is as high as 89th level soul Douluo, so the duration will definitely be longer. It's not long since my aunt activated the martial soul true body, and my soul power is only half left in my body. It's probably difficult to hold on until my aunt falls into the weak period after the martial soul true body effect ends. Sure enough, the old ginger is still spicy. After all, the ant is the ant, and the 89 level soul Douluo is a rare master on the continent. She is not someone she can defeat now. Even if she has a battle armor and martial soul fusion skills that can be called heaven-defying, she is still a little short. It's not that the Ice Flame Phoenix is not strong enough, but that she, a 17-year-old girl, is far less intelligent and experienced in fighting than her aunt. Well, it's like the bronze and silver can only be beaten by the diamond and star. And with her own level of only 5 rings, she is controlling the 8-ring level Ice Flame Phoenix. It can be said that it is a child holding a sledgehammer. It is normal that it is difficult to exert the strength of the Ice Flame Phoenix. Binger, let me do it. At this time, Mu Yang's voice sounded in Shui Binger's heart. Can we turn the tables? Shui Binger was stunned, and then hurriedly asked. In essence, whether this fight is won or lost, it doesn't matter, but the meaning of victory or defeat is different. After all, Aunt Shui Yunyu is a level 89 soul Douluo. Except for a few soul Douluos with powerful 8 rings, her strength can be said to be at the top of the 9 rings. If the two win, it means that the 9-ring titled Douluo will not appear, and there are few soul masters on the continent who can be their opponents. This is very important good news for Shui Binger, who knows that Mu Yang has a treasure such as a 100,000-year soul bone. Uncertain. Can he defeat Shui Yunyu? To be honest, Mu Yang is not absolutely sure, but not being absolutely sure does not mean that there is no chance. Without hesitation, Shui Binger handed over the dominance of the martial soul fusion technique to Mu Yang. Wait, before Mu Yang finished speaking, the Ice Flame Phoenix flying in the sky showed a layer of gorgeous ice blue light. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Flame Phoenix with a wingspan of 3 feet turned into a human-shaped Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Mu Yang. Good guy, is my Binger so pit? You know, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow doesn't have the ability to fly. After changing its form, it is now free-falling in the sky. Fortunately, although the girl was a bit tricky, she didn't really trick Mu Yang. A surging blue light surged out, and a circle of ice blue domain power spread out with the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow as the center, covering a radius of dozens of meters. Then, as the energy surged, a lifelike, 3-foot-long ice blue dragon with ice flames burning all over its body suddenly appeared. Then, the ice blue dragon flicked its tail, swam quickly below, and caught the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow falling from the air. Mu Yang, Ice Dragon Knight, accomplished. Haha. Shui Binger's embarrassed laugh sounded in Mu Yang's heart. She was so used to flying that she forgot that the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow couldn't fly. However, Mu Yang, who had just achieved the achievement of Dragon Knight, had no time to criticize Shui Binger. Shui Yunyu, who was in the state of Icebird's true body, had her 6th soul ring light up again, and a beam of ice blue light shot out at a high speed. As a veteran in the Soul Master world, Shui Yunyu's combat experience is needless to say. She knew the shortcomings of the second form of the two's martial soul fusion skills, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow could not fly, and was ready to give Mu Yang a head start. Anyway, even if the Ice Flame Dragon was gone, the two would not really fall to their deaths. No matter if they changed back to the Ice Flame Phoenix form again, or if the two exited the martial soul fusion state, and Binger, who could fly, took Mu Yang, who could not fly, to land, this problem could be resolved. Seeing the extreme ice feathers coming at a high speed, Mu Yang tapped his feet lightly and jumped off the back of the Ice Flame Dragon. At the same time, he changed his mind and controlled the Ice Flame Dragon to avoid the extreme ice feathers and rushed towards Shui Yunyu. Mu Yang, who was free-falling again in the sky, focused his soul power on his legs, and used the immortal ascension steps. His figure was floating like a fairy, as if he was shrinking the earth into an inch, and he fell towards the top of the snow mountain below. With every step, Mu Yang would unload part of the falling force in the air. In a blink of an eye, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow landed steadily on the top of the snow mountain. It's just borrowing power in the air, who can't do it? Well, Mu Yang doesn't care whether others can do it or not. Anyway, after practicing the immortal ascension steps, he can do it himself. Another thing, the second form of the martial soul fusion skill, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's lack of flying ability does not exist for Mu Yang. To be precise, it existed at the beginning, but after obtaining the right leg bone of the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor, this shortcoming no longer exists. The 100,000-year soul bone skill, flying, gave Mu Yang the ability to fly in the air, and the flying consumption is still very low. Binger and I both have 30% of our soul power left, and we don't know if it's enough. On the top of the snowy mountain, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself as he looked at the giant ice bird fighting the ice flame dragon in the sky and felt that he still had 30% of his soul power. The soul fusion technique consumes soul power in a special way for soul masters. It cannot be provided by a single party, but it is also not shared equally by 2 or more people. Instead, those with more soul power will consume more, and those with less soul power will consume less. End of this chapter. 113 Chapter 113 Who can outlast whom? 113. When the soul masters of both parties who launched the double soul fusion technique had to exit the soul fusion technique state due to insufficient soul power, both soul masters must have exhausted their soul power. It is impossible for one soul to be exhausted while the other still has a lot of soul power left. It is precisely because of this peculiar phenomenon that low-level soul masters can participate in the soul fusion technique of high-level soul masters. Otherwise, the soul power consumption of the martial soul fusion skill is directly calculated based on the number of people. If the energy is evenly distributed, how can a weakling like Yu Xiaogang sustain the consumption of the martial soul fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon? However, it is also thanks to the fact that the energy required to form the skills, whether it is the soul ring skills, soul bone skills or self-created soul skills, is not all provided by the soul master himself, and the energy in the outside world also occupies a large part, or even the vast majority. Otherwise, with Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er only having a soul power level of 5 rings, they would not have so much soul power to fight back and forth with Shui Yanyu, a level 89 soul Douluo. At this time, in the high-altitude battlefield, after fighting with the ice flame dragon for a while, Shui Yanyu decisively gave up the idea of targeting Mu Yang after destroying the ice flame dragon. Relying on the unlimited use of soul skills below the 7th ring in the martial soul true body state, Shui Yanyu rushed down towards the ice phoenix flame shadow on the top of the snow mountain below, against the ice flame dragon breath constantly spewed out by the ice flame dragon. She herself is not a strong attacking soul Douluo. Her attacking soul skills are only the 1st soul skill, Ice Feather, the 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Wing, and the 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm, which is an attack and control skill. The Ice Feather is limited by the age of the soul skill, and its attack power is not strong. It can only be regarded as a tickle for the ice flame dragon. The Extreme Cold Storm is similar. If the ice flame dragon cannot be blown up at once, even if the countless sharp snowflakes formed by the extreme cold storm can cut it all over, it can be restored to its original state in a blink of an eye because the ice flame dragon is simply a condensation of energy. Using the extreme cold storm to deal with it is simply a useless effort and a waste of soul power. The 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Wing, is not weak in power. After all, it is a single attack soul skill. But under Mu Yang's control, the ice flame dragon is extremely flexible and faster than her, a level 89 flying soul Douluo. If it can't be hit, no matter how powerful the skill attack is, it will be useless. Therefore, if she wanted to avoid being defeated by her 2 juniors today, she had no choice but to aim at Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow and break their martial soul fusion skills. 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. The ice shield condensed on the body surface was broken and reunited. With the ice flame dragon breath spewed out by the ice flame dragon, Shui Yanyu swooped down at a high speed. The 8th soul ring flashed again, and the terrifying cold wave surged, mixed with countless sharp snowflakes and swept down towards Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. However, before the cold wave mixed with countless snowflakes came, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow tapped its feet, leaving a trail of residual images, and appeared 100 meters away as if shrinking the earth into an inch, avoiding the surging extreme cold storm. In terms of extreme speed alone, Ice Flame Shadow is not as good as the Ice Flame Phoenix, which has higher basic strength and has wings, but with the mysterious body skills, under Mu Yang's control, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's flexibility and short-range burst speed are still better than the Ice Flame Phoenix controlled by Shui Bing'er. As long as he can survive and not waste time, with the mysterious free-willed immortal steps, and the extremely high ice resistance, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, which is also not restricted by ice, is not something that Shui Yanyu's soul skills can hit. Slippery. The ultimate move missed, Shui Yanyu said unhappily. However, despite this, Shui Yanyu was not unhappy in her heart, and was even happy that Mu Yang could avoid her ultimate move. After all, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er are not outsiders, but her juniors. As elders, in Shui Yanyu's eyes, the stronger the strength of the two, the better, and the more means to deal with the enemy, the better. Ka-ka, bang! The breath of the ice flame dragon swept in again, and the strange sound came into her ears. Shui Yunyu saw that the ice shield condensed on her body was blown up again. 5th soul skill, Ice Protection. Staring at the ice flame dragon that looked like a dogskin plaster, Shui Yunyu once again activated the defensive soul skill. On the top of the snowy mountain, Shui Yuer, who had been watching the battle for a long time, couldn't help but show a strange look on her face. Under the relentless pursuit of her aunt, the ice phoenix flame shadows transformed by Mu Yang and her sister were exhausted and looked in danger. If it weren't for their mysterious body movements, they would have been beaten up by her aunt. But the reality was that her aunt didn't have the upper hand. Behind her, there was also a mighty ice flame dragon chasing her. And compared to the ice phoenix flame shadow that could always dodge in time, her own aunt, who turned into a giant ice bird, was always being beaten. Under the erosion of the ice flame dragon breath, the condensed ice shield on her body was constantly broken and condensed. I don't know who can outlast whom? Shui Yuer couldn't help but think to herself. Just as Shui Yuer thought, after Mu Yang was able to avoid Shui Yunyu's soul skill attack with his mysterious body movements, this battle of souls fell into a war of attrition, and the competition was about which side could not hold on first. Mu Yang and his companions, whose strength was raised by 3 levels due to the battle armor and martial soul fusion skills, certainly consumed a lot of soul power, but Shui Yunyu also consumed a lot of soul power. In the state of martial soul true body, she can continuously release soul skills below the 7th ring, but being able to use soul skills without limit does not mean that there is no consumption. Using the 10,000-year defense soul skills so frequently to resist the ice flame dragon breath spewed out by the ice flame dragon, and frequently using attack soul skills against the ice phoenix flame shadow, even if Shui Yunyu's soul power level is as high as 89th level soul Douluo, she can't hold on for too long. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. Shui Yunyu couldn't help but feel entangled when she realized that there was not much soul power left in her body. There was not much soul power left in her body. If this continued, she would be forced to exit the martial soul true body state in less than 5 minutes because of the exhaustion of soul power in her body. And without the martial soul true body, what could she use to resist the ice flame dragon? It is impossible to continuously condense the ice shield. As long as it touches the disgusting special ice flame of fire, that means the battle is over. Should I die with dignity, or hold on a little longer? Looking at the ice phoenix flame shadow below, which also seemed to be about to collapse, Shui Yunyu thought in a tangled way. If she gave up now, she could gain dignity. After all, apart from the fact that her soul power was running low, she had not suffered any injuries. But it didn't seem right to give up directly. She couldn't hold on any longer, and so did Mu Yang and the other two. It was even very likely that they were even more pessimistic than her. Maybe if she gritted her teeth and held on a little longer, the 2 juniors would give up on their own? But what if she was the first to collapse, wouldn't she lose her dignity? Conflicted. Thanks to my friends for the monthly tickets for No Longer Young and Frivolous and Drifting Aurora. Thanks to my friends 2022060616363572, GXI, 20231009314958, Xin Huan Meng Long, and the unique person for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 114 Chapter 114 Changes in the Blazing Team. 114. Just when Shui Yunyu was struggling whether to admit defeat and save face, she saw the ice flame dragon behind her, which had been chasing like a mad dog, suddenly stopped chasing. Then, the huge body of the ice flame dragon twisted and disintegrated, turning into ice blue energy that gradually dissipated in the air. No more fighting, Aunt, we admit defeat. Just when the ice flame dragon dissipated, Mu Yang's voice came from the ice phoenix flame shadow. Accompanied by a burst of ice blue light, the second form of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow dissipated, revealing Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er in battle armor. Mu Yang, why did you admit defeat? We should be able to hold on for another half a quarter of an hour, right? Maybe Aunt will give up before us. Shui Bing'er asked Mu Yang through voice transmission. Bing'er, we are the younger generation. Mu Yang replied after glancing at the giant ice bird in the air. Hearing this, Shui Bing'er suddenly realized, that's right, Aunt is the elder, we have to give her face. It's not that we lost to Aunt, but because Aunt is the elder, we took the initiative to give her face, that's right, that's it. Shui Yunyu, thank you. Soon, Shui Yunyu put away her martial soul body and landed in front of the two people. Not bad, Xiao Yang, Bing'er, although you two are still a little behind your aunt, your strength is pretty good. But you can't be proud and complacent. You must know that there are many strong people on the continent, and you need to practice diligently in the future. Shui Yunyu put on the demeanor of a master and pretended to be relaxed. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face was full of seriousness, and, don't worry, we will definitely practice well in the future. Shui Bing'er also nodded, and then said, Aunt, I feel that the actual combat experience is a little insufficient. How about you give us more guidance recently? Well, Bing'er, I'm going to retreat recently to break through the bottleneck, let's go. Your Aunt Chu and the others are not bad. If you two don't wear battle armor, they are definitely enough to guide you. Okay, I'm going to retreat first, you guys are busy. Said, Shui Yunyu hurried away. Give you more guidance? If I knew you two were so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't fight you. As an elder, it's my duty to win. It's embarrassing to lose. Whoever wants to teach me can do it. If you can't become a titled Douluo, I won't serve you anymore. Looking at Shui Yunyu's hurriedly leaving back, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er looked at each other. The next morning, at the gate of Tian Shui College. Mu Yang, remember to miss me. Shui Bing'er said reluctantly. Well, and it's only 3 months. By then, we will be together every day again. Mu Yang rubbed Shui Bing'er's head. Then you keep your word. I want a kiss. Said Shui Bing'er, pouting. SHH, I want a kiss. Sisters, listen, is this what our eldest sister would say? Shui Yu'er on the side said to the sisters of the Tian Shui team. Yu'er, Bing'er is our eldest sister, she can do what ordinary people can't, otherwise how can she become our eldest sister? Yes, we must open our eyes and watch carefully. Yes, but I think we can't just watch, we have to ask Bing'er how she feels later. That's right, all of us sisters are single, we must let her teach us some experience so that we sisters can also be single. The girls of the Tian Shui team teased each other. Hearing the sisters booing behind her, Shui Bing'er turned around and said with a face full of shame and anger, I think you are itching, look at me when I turn around, how do you do it? Before she finished speaking, Shui Bing'er was pulled by Mu Yang and turned around, and her previous small request was met. Oh! Seeing the two kissing as if no one was around, everyone immediately booed. However, unlike Suoyu and the other 5, Shui Yu'er couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. She wanted it too. She envied her sister so much. Shui Yu'er, let go of my sister, let me do it. Okay, I'm leaving. Bing'er, you have to take care of yourself. After a long time, they parted their lips, gently pinched the girl's blushing face, and Wei Yang admonished. Yet. Shui. Bing'er nodded. See you later. Mu Yang waved to Shui Yu'er and the girls from the Tian Shui team. Bye. More than 10 days later, in the afternoon, Mu Yang took a carriage back to Shuo Academy. After returning to his residence, he did not see anyone at home. After washing up, Mu Yang went to the Academy's fighting spirit training ground. Now that the Soul Master competition is approaching, if nothing unexpected happens, Huo Washuan and Huo Wu should be in the training ground. Soon, Mu Yang found the two in an indoor fighting spirit training ground in the academy. At this time, in the center of the training ground, a fierce fighting spirit was going on. To be precise, Yan Zhenming, the vice president of the academy, was instructing Huo Washuan, Huo Wu and the other 4 main players of the Shuo team. Level 57 Soul King, Level 58 Soul King, not bad. With his spiritual power comparable to that of an ordinary 7-ring Soul Saint, Mu Yang saw through the soul power level of his elder cousin Huo Washuan and elder cousin Huo Wu at a glance, and then nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the 42nd and 43rd level Soul Masters in the original work when they participated in the Soul Master competition, the soul power level of the two is now 15 levels higher, which is a big improvement. In addition, it is not just Huo Washuan and Huo Wu who have changed, but the remaining 4 members of the Blazing Fire team besides him have also changed a lot. Mu Yang remembered that in the original Soul Master competition, only Huo Washuan and Huo Wu were 4-ring Soul Masters in the Blazing Fire team, and the rest of the team members were only 3-ring Soul Masters. But now it is very different. As the Agile Attack Soul Masters in the team, the brothers Huoyun and Huoyu, who have the Fire Crane Martial Spirit, have now reached the soul power level of the 42nd level Soul Master. As for the brothers Huokui and Huojun, who play supporting roles in the team and have the Mars martial soul, their soul power level has also been cultivated to the 39th level of Soul Master. There are still 2.5 months before the Soul Master competition begins, and there are about 4 months of competition and rest time from the preliminaries to the finals. If nothing unexpected happens, the two should be able to break through to level 40 before the finals begin. By then, all 7 main players of the Blazing Fire team will start with 4 rings. After thinking about it, Mu Yang understood why the 4 Huoyans who did not cheat had such a change. There is no other reason, it is just because of whale glue and a sense of urgency. After taking whale glue, the third soul rings of the 4 Huoyans are all super limited. With the addition of super limit soul rings, they can obtain more soul power increase compared to the original best matched soul rings, and naturally they can cultivate to level 40 faster. End of this chapter. 115 Chapter 115 The position of captain shall be occupied by the most capable. 115 As for the sense of urgency, it is the change brought by Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. One thing must be admitted, that is, the cultivation talents of soul masters vary, and people cannot be compared. However, those who can enter Blazing Fire Academy are considered to be number 1 geniuses, and at least they are elites among soul masters of the same age. Even if they are just the last in the academy, their cultivation talents will not be too bad, not to mention that the students selected for the Blazing Fire team are among the best students in the academy. As the best in the academy, if the age difference is not big, it is fine to be pulled away by the captain by 1 level of soul power, but if they are pulled away by 2 levels of soul power, it is a bit unreasonable. Otherwise, when standing on the stage of the Soul Master competition, the captain has 5 rings and I have 3 rings. Even if others don't say anything, I will feel ashamed. Throughout the previous Soul Master competitions, there are great differences in the strength of the teams between different colleges, but if we only count the members of the same team, the gap between the strongest and the weakest has never been 2 big levels. Therefore, compared with the original work, with Huo Wushuan and the other 2 who have already advanced to the 5th ring Soul King as their role models, Huoyun and the other 4 are definitely more motivated to practice. With more motivation to practice, and the extra soul power increase brought by the super limit soul ring, it is normal to see some improvement compared to the original work. And it is worth mentioning that it is not only the Blazing Fire team that is like this, but the Tian Shui team has also undergone similar changes. In the original Soul Master competition, there were only 3 4-ring Soul Masters among the 7 people in the Tian Shui team, namely Shui Binger, the captain, Shui Wu, the deputy captain, and Yu Hero, a team member. But now, among the 4 people who were not at the 4th ring level, excluding Shui Yu who had cheated, the remaining 3 have also practiced to the 39th level Soul Master. Churuo Shui, who has just entered level 39, will probably not be able to break through level 40 before the start of the competition, but the remaining 2 who have already cultivated to the peak of level 39 should be able to advance to the 4-ring Soul Master before the start of the competition or during the competition. Even not only the Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team, but also the seed students focused on training in other advanced Soul Master academies on the mainland will have some improvements compared to the original work. After all, every serious advanced Soul Master academy is not poor, haha. Maybe there is not enough capital to arrange super limit soul rings for many outstanding students, but it is definitely no problem to focus on training 1 or 2. Even if the secret of whale glue is exposed, the already expensive price has skyrocketed several times, but it is not so expensive that even the Advanced Soul Master Academy cannot afford it. Yan Zhenming was the first to notice Mu Yang's arrival. After seeing Mu Yang, Yan Zhenming was stunned. He repelled the attack of Huo Wu and others, announced the suspension of training, and then turned to look at Mu Yang and said, "Boy, how about you come too?" "That's fine. But I'm only a food-type soul master." "Uncle Yan, can you?" Mu Yang said with a smile. Hearing the sound, the 6 members of the Blazing Fire team discovered Mu Yang standing by the training ground. "Xiao Yang, are you willing to give up your girlfriend?" Huo Wushuan said teasingly. "Brother, that's not Xiao Yang's girlfriend, it's obviously the older sister." Huo Wu also teased. Yes, they are sisters." Huo Wushuan nodded seriously. Obviously, the brother and sister are a little dissatisfied with their cousin Mu Yang, who stays in Tian Shui College all year round and may not come back 2 or 3 times a year. If it's a married cousin, it's fine, but you, Mu Yang, are a man, how can you go to Tian Shui College to be a son-in-law? Criticism, must be severely criticized, this wave of evil spirits must not be allowed to grow. Mu Yang hurriedly waved his hand to deny, my sister is a little cousin. You and I don't have that kind of relationship. Especially your brother Wushuan, be careful not to be heard by Binger, otherwise if she wants to teach you a lesson, I won't stop you. You won't stop? In my opinion, if you can stand by and watch without helping to beat me, it will be a reminder of our long-term cousin relationship. Huo Wushuan rolled his eyes at Mu Yang, he didn't forget that they had martial soul fusion skills. Ahem, no joking, training. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang walked to the center of the field. Very good, now the 7 members of the team are here, give you 3 minutes to arrange tactics. Nodding slightly, Yan Zhenming said with a smile. Xiao Yang, how do you say to fight? Huo Wushuan asked Mu Yang. You are still the captain now, you have the final say. Mu Yang waved his hand indifferently. I am still the captain now? What are you talking about? Wait a minute, you are going to take my position as the captain of the team? Huo Wushuan asked with his eyes wide open, in disbelief. Brother Wushuan, just tell me how you got the position of captain. Of course, I am the captain because I am strong. Huo Wushuan said without hesitation. Of course, if we really talk about strength, she is 1 level higher than him, and she also has special talents. Huo Wu of the Ring Fusion is stronger than him, but Huo Wu, as a sister, is giving in to her brother in this matter. Yes, the position of captain should be occupied by the capable. Let me introduce you again, Mu Yang, a level 58 food type soul king, who can create a few self-created soul skills. Nodding, Mu Yang said with a smile. Binger is the captain of the Tian Shui team, so I, Mu Yang, must also be the captain of the Shuo team, right? Ice and fire, just in line with my own ice flame fire. Level 58? As soon as Mu Yang finished speaking, Huoyun and the other 3 were all in disbelief. Especially Huoyun, he clearly remembered that when he advanced to the 3rd ring, Mu Yang advanced to the 2nd ring, and his soul power level was 10 levels higher than Mu Yang. As a result, in less than 6 years, he was a level 44 soul master, and Mu Yang was already a level 58 soul king? They were both human beings, but in the same period of time, Mu Yang actually improved his soul power by 24 levels more than him? What did he eat to cultivate so fast? It's over, it's over. At this time, Huo Wushuan's face, the words on his face were full of grievances. In the past, the strength of the Blazing Fire team was not weak, but it was not the strongest. In the preliminaries and promotion matches, the Blazing Fire team was undoubtedly one of the protagonists. But in the finals, the Blazing Fire team basically became a supporting role and rarely won the championship. It was not easy for the Blazing Fire team to rise this time, and the hope of winning the championship was great. As a result, I, the captain of the team, had to step down and let others take over. I was so sad. Don't worry, brother Wushuan, when I sit on the captain's throne, I will make you the deputy captain. Mu Yang patted Huo Wushuan's shoulder generously and comforted him. Deputy captain. Huo Wushuan raised his eyebrows. It seems that it is not impossible. At this time, Huo Wu, a little expert in finishing off the opponent, delivered a fatal blow. No, I am the deputy captain of the team, and no one can take it away. Huo Wushuan, ... It hurts, sister. The previous chapter was changed. When the original Soul Master competition started, only Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu were 4 ring. In addition, the 4th soul skill, the green light that appears after taking the Jade Guardian Ginseng, was changed to Crystal Brilliance. End of this chapter. 116 Chapter 116 Protecting Teammates in Front of You. 116. Looking at his cousin helplessly, Mu Yang handed over a sympathetic look, and then took out a few red jade soul-restoring ginsengs from the Soul Guide storage necklace and distributed them to the Blazing Fire team to restore their previous training consumption. After a red jade soul-restoring ginseng was eaten, except for Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, Huo Yun Huo Yu, whose consumption was not too great, immediately recovered almost all of their energy. Even Huo Chui and Huo Jun, whose levels were not yet 4 rings, immediately replenished their soul power. The auxiliary ability of food-type soul masters is different from the auxiliary abilities of auxiliary soul masters, and there are some differences. Depending on the target's strength level, the auxiliary soul master's consumption of auxiliary soul skills will be different. The lower the target's strength level, the less soul power consumption will be. Even when the target level exceeds the self, except for a few special martial souls, the auxiliary soul skills will be discounted or even completely ineffective. However, the consumption of soul food produced by food soul masters is fixed, which results in the actual effect of non-fixed soul food being greatly improved when it is eaten by low-level soul masters. For example, Mu Yang's red jade soul returning ginseng is limited to the soul skill year. For soul masters of the same level, the effect is somewhat unsatisfactory, but if it is given to low-level soul masters to eat, it is possible to directly restore most of the soul power or even 100% of the soul power. Then, under the leadership of Huo Wushuan, who is about to step down and let the wise take over, the 7 people discussed tactics. Well, there is actually nothing to discuss. Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu are the main attackers, and Huo Yun and Huo Yu, who are of the agile attack system, assist. Mu Yang is a food-type soul master who is more than enough to protect himself but not enough to attack, while Huo Chui and Huo Jun, who are not at the 4th ring level, assist Huo Yun and Huo Yu, and cooperate with Huo Wu when necessary. Although Huo Yun and Huo Yu are not at the 4th ring level, there is a huge gap with Huo Wu, who is a soul king of level 58, but these 2 brothers are slightly special auxiliary soul masters. The auxiliary effect of their soul skills is not a percentage enhancing attribute. Even if the level is a little lower, they can still have a certain auxiliary effect on Huo Wu. Otherwise, the Blazing Fire Academy would not let 2 assistants of not too high level occupy 2 of the 7 main members of the Blazing Fire team. Soon, 3 minutes passed, and Yan Zhenming, who served as both the training opponent and the referee, announced the start of the training. 3rd soul skill, Red Flame Dragon Transformation. 2nd soul skill, Shadow of Bathing in Fire. At the moment of the opening, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu released their amplification soul skills, and their auras suddenly soared. At the same time, the fire wings behind Huoyun and Huoyu condensed and flew into the air. 1st soul skill, Sparks like Rain. Immediately afterwards, the 1st soul ring around Huokui and Huojun shone, sparks flew everywhere, and the fire elements in the surrounding environment turned into countless tiny red light spots and gathered rapidly. As the red light spots condensed, the sparks grew rapidly, and after condensing into shape, they quickly sank into the bodies of Huoyun and Huoyu. With the injection of each spark, the aura emitted by Huoyun and Huoyu would become more powerful. The 2 brothers did not buff Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. The gap between the 3 rings and the 5 rings was too big, and the auxiliary effect could be said to be almost non-existent. Moreover, Huo Wu did not use her special ability at this time, so it was not the right time to buff. Since the 6 teammates moved, Mu Yang naturally did not just stand by and watch. The essence of all things in the world, Jade. The essence of all things in the world, Jade. The Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial spirit materialized, and Mu Yang recited the soul spell quickly. The 4th and 5th soul rings around him flashed, accompanied by the green and blue lights. 2 green ginsengs and 2 blue ginsengs suddenly condensed and were thrown to Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. He was a special buff that allowed unlimited use of soul skills below the 7th ring when he did not have a martial soul avatar, but it was not a problem to activate the same soul skill twice in a row. In the final analysis, the soul master has the so-called soul skill use interval time because the soul master cannot bear the burden of using soul skills at a high frequency. They are all soul masters, so why can a titled Douluo use the 1st soul skill but not the 9th soul skill? It is because titled Douluo has a strong tolerance in this regard and can bear the burden of using low-year soul skills in succession. This burden can not only be alleviated and solved by improving one's physical fitness, but also by practicing diligently to improve one's adaptability and reduce the interval between the use of soul skills, so as to achieve the effect of soul skills in succession. For example, his girlfriend Shui Bing'er can use the 1st soul skill, Frozen, and the 2nd soul skill, Ice Ring Armor in succession. After throwing 4 soul ginsengs to Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, Mu Yang, who was at the back of the team, tapped his feet lightly, turned his body, and protected Huokui and Huojun in front of the 2. Mu Yang, as a qualified reserve captain, you should protect your teammates in front of you. As for supplying soul food to the other 4 teammates, there is no need for Jade Guardian Ginseng. Yan Zhenming, the sparring partner, is a 7-ringed combat soul saint. The difference in strength between the 2 sides is too great, and the injury-free buff is useless. Even if the Jade Guardian Ginseng can work without discount and reduce 30% of physical and energy damage, the 4 people still can't withstand a single blow. On the contrary, the green Jade Thorn Ginseng is quite useful, but he just made 2 and can't make 4 more instantly, so he has to wait. As for the red jade soul restoring ginseng, the orange jade blood replenishing ginseng, and the yellow jade poison removing ginseng, the former two are not needed for the time being, and the latter is not needed. Seeing Mu Yang hiding behind their brothers, Huo Chui and Huo Jun couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Although Mu Yang is a food-type soul master, and he has not been in the academy for many years, the two brothers have heard Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu brag about their little cousin. They know that Mu Yang, a food-type soul master, is not serious. With his exquisite self-created soul skills, he is absolutely invincible at the same level and can even challenge higher levels. Such a great master actually had the nerve to hide behind us two brothers who are auxiliary spirit masters. At this time, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu took the Jade Guardian Ginseng and Green Jade Thorn Ginseng thrown by Mu Yang. The moment the two spirit ginsengs took effect, a burst of crystal light and black light immediately appeared on their bodies. Defense. Or? Looking at the spirit light that appeared after the two took the spirit ginseng, Yan Zhenming, who did not know the effects of Jade Guardian Ginseng and Green Jade Thorn Ginseng, raised his eyebrows and secretly guessed the effects of the two spirit ginsengs. However, without knowing it in advance, it is very difficult to accurately judge the specific effects of the two spirit ginsengs based on the spirit light that appeared on the two people. The black light is easy to say. It looks like it is unusually solid. It is mostly a defensive type, but that layer of water crystal brilliance, Yan Zhenming really couldn't guess what it would be. Mu Yang, this is outrageous. Fortunately, it doesn't matter if I don't know the effect, Yan Zhenming is confident that he can break it with force. No matter what the fancy things are, I am a dignified 7-ring battle soul saint, can't I deal with two 5-ring soul kings who have eaten soul power food? It doesn't exist. Thanks to my friend Heishang Minjia for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 2022060616363572, Xin Huan Meng Long, Gu Ao He Fang 820 for the recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 117 Chapter 117 Fire Dance with Extreme Explosion, Part 1. 117. First Soul Skill, Fiery Flame Arrow. The first soul ring around him shone, and the fiery flag martial soul in Yan Zhenming's hand shook. The fire element surged, and 12 red flaming arrows suddenly condensed, and then shot towards Huo Wushuan who was rushing straight into the air. Second Soul Skill, Red Flame Crystal Cover. Facing the incoming flaming arrows, Huo Wushuan did not think twice and directly activated the defensive soul skill. Bang bang bang! The flaming arrows shot out at a very fast speed. Huo Wushuan only avoided half of them in midair, and was hit by the remaining 6 flaming arrows. The red flame crystal cover condensed on his body surface trembled. But it was just a violent tremor, and it did not break directly. Yan Zhenming knew that he was not something that these juniors could resist when he tried his best, so he did not activate any amplification soul skills. In the end, the fire arrow was only the first soul skill in 100 years, and it only hit half of the targets, so its power was limited. Humph! However, just when Huo Wushuan was able to withstand the fire arrow without any damage with his defensive soul skills, Yan Zhenming was suddenly hit by 6 mental shocks and could not help but groan. Although the upper limit of the rebound of the Jade Thorn Ginseng for physical and energy attacks was only 40%, and due to the considerable difference in the levels of both sides, the intensity of the mental shock rebounded this time was far lower than the 40% power of the fire arrow, but this was a mental attack, and Yan Zhenming was not mentally prepared to defend against mental shocks at the moment. Unprepared, Yan Zhenming, whose mental strength was much lower than his own soul power level, felt as if his head had been hit by 6 consecutive clubs. Although he was not mentally injured, he was stunned for a moment. Fourth Soul Skill, Scarlet Flame Dragon Claw. Taking this opportunity, Huo Wushuan's 4th soul ring shone, and the right arm that turned into a dragon claw after the Scarlet Flame Crystal Dragon martial soul possessed him raised up. Amidst the brilliant flames, as the ferocious right arm slapped out, a foot-long red dragon claw condensed and fell directly towards the stunned Yan Zhenming. At the same time, Huo Wu, Huo Yun and Huo Yu did not miss the opportunity. 5th Soul Skill, Phoenix Fire Meteor. A delicate cry sounded, and in an instant, the surging fire soul power surged, and 9 huge meteors burning with the fire of the phoenix condensed and flew towards Yan Zhenming at a high speed. 4th Soul Skill, Fire Crane Blazes the Prairie. Huo Yun and Huo Yu are brothers, not only with the same martial soul, but also with the same soul skills. At the moment when the 4th soul rings of the two brothers shone, flames suddenly appeared, as if a sea of fire fell from the sky. As soon as Yan Zhenming, who was hit by a club, came to his senses, he saw the flaming dragon claws, flaming meteors and sea of fire attacking him, and his face changed suddenly. Fourth soul skill, Flame Protection. Without hesitation, Yan Zhenming activated the fourth defensive soul skill. As the soul ring flashed, red light and fire emerged, and a layer of flame shield condensed on the surface of his body. Boom boom boom. The next moment, dragon claws, meteors, and sea of fire fell one after another, and the training ground was full of light and fire. In a series of violent roars, Yan Zhenming's figure was swallowed by the flames. Although Yan Zhenming seemed to be in danger, Huo Wu knew that the four of them could not do anything to him with their attacks alone. After all, the gap between the 4-ring soul ancestor and the 5-ring soul king and the 7-ring soul saint is not ordinary, not to mention that Yan Zhenming has activated the 4th defensive soul skill for more than 4,000 years. Come! Immediately, Huo Wu shouted without turning her head back, raised her hands, and 2 balls of golden red phoenix fire began to rise in her palms, rising more than 1 meter high. After receiving the signal, Huo Wushuan flapped the dragon wings behind him and flew to the air in front of Huo Wu. Huoyun and Huoyu guarded the 2 wings, ready to counterattack at any time. Huo Chui and Huo Jun, who were protected by Mu Yang in front of him, were blazing with fire, and the 3rd soul ring around them was shining. Groups of condensed sparks were injected into Huo Wu's body. Suddenly, the golden red flames on Huo Wu's palms became brighter and brighter. With the assistance of the 2 and the continuous injection of her own soul power, in the blink of an eye, the originally golden red phoenix fire turned into a brilliant golden color. And the blazing phoenix fire was completely restrained at the moment it turned into a brilliant golden color, as if it was no longer a flame. Melting rings. Huo Wu Yao Yang dash. A clear and proud voice sounded, and the 5 soul rings around Huo Wu all shone, and the surging soul power emerged. The golden flames burning on her palms condensed into a dazzling golden light ball, as if it was a golden sun shining brightly. The next moment, this dazzling golden sun turned into a stream of light and blasted towards Yan Zhenming, who was swallowed by the sea of fire. Damn! Seeing this scene, Mu Yang couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Although this golden fireball like a small sun did not emit any terrifying momentum, Mu Yang could sense the majestic energy contained in it. In terms of power alone, it is probably not inferior to the 6th powerful attack soul skill launched by an ordinary 7-ring battle soul saint. Thanks to the mysterious practice with her skills, powerful martial soul, and super limited soul ring configuration, Huo Wu, who has a soul power level of up to 58th level soul king, is no worse than an ordinary soul emperor who has just entered the 6th ring. At this moment, relying on her innate ability, ring fusion, Huo Wu releases all the soul power that can be released when releasing soul skills from her 1st and 2nd soul rings of 100 years, the 3rd soul ring of 7,000 years, and the 5th soul ring of 20,000 years, all at once through the 4th soul skill of 10,000 years, Huo Wu Yao Yang. In addition to the super limited 3rd soul skill integrated with Huo Chui and Huo Jun, at this moment, the power of Huo Wu Yao Yang is definitely not comparable to the 6th strong attack soul skill of the 6-ring soul emperor. Wait a minute, Uncle Yan will not be beaten to death, right? Suddenly, Mu Yang couldn't help but think of this key point. You know, most soul masters are fragile. Even if they are defensive soul masters, they can't stop the soul skills of the same level combat soul masters without activating defensive soul skills, not to mention that Yan Zhenming is a powerful attack weapon soul master on the mage side, and his physique is not even comparable to that of the same level agile attack beast soul masters. The power of this fire dance shining sun is definitely at the level of the 7th ring. If Yan Zhenming is caught off guard, he will not be directly reimbursed, but at least he will be seriously injured. However, Yan Zhenming is also a master after all, and it is not so easy to be taken down. Just when this idea emerged in Mu Yang's mind, he saw a violent soul power fluctuation suddenly transmitted from the sea of fire that had not yet completely dissipated. The next moment, a red humanoid phantom holding a red flag, 7 or 8 meters high, suddenly condensed. The 7th soul skill, the true body of blazing flames. Yan Zhenming, who was surrounded by the sea of fire, was blocked from sight, but he was keenly aware of the terrifying soul power fluctuations when the fire dance ring was fused and the fire dance shining sun was activated. He immediately released his martial soul without saying a word. Thanks to the monthly ticket of friend 1609171745111063. Thanks to the recommendation tickets of friends 1829252, I haven't thought of a name yet, 202206061636325572, Lubian Reed Grass, GXI, Xin Huanmeng Long, 2022030822273990. I want to go home. End of this chapter. 118 Chapter 118 Fire Dance with Extreme Explosion, Part 2. 118. Yan Zhenming himself is a strong attack weapon soul saint, and his only defensive soul skill is the fourth soul skill, Flame Body Protection. But the flame shield formed by the flame body protection was almost broken by the joint attack launched by Hua Wushuan and the other four people. It could not withstand this move at all, so it decisively launched the martial soul true body. Except for food-type soul masters, regardless of whether they are defense-type soul masters, the martial soul true body of soul masters can be regarded as an alternative defensive soul skill, and the defense power is quite good. The attack power is less than the 8-ring level, and it is basically impossible to blow up the martial soul true body of the 7-ring soul saint in one move. And if the martial soul true body is not broken, the soul master will not be hurt unless he suffers a mental attack. At the moment when the flame true body rose in the sea of fire, the dazzling golden sun fell. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the huge training ground was set off in a golden color. The hot air waves spread in all directions, and everyone couldn't help but retreat more than 10 meters. Haha! Before the flames completely dissipated, a hearty laugh came from the sea of fire. Although he was beaten a little embarrassed, and even the big move of the martial soul body was forced out, Yan Zhenming did not mean to be angry, but was extremely happy. For no other reason, it was because the young people in front of him were all his juniors and his students, and even Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu were the ones he watched grow up. As a teacher, in addition to being able to rank among the strong soul masters in the mainland, what Yan Zhenming most hopes to see is undoubtedly that the students will surpass the teacher. Soon, the flames dissipated, and Wei Yang saw Yan Zhenming, who was in the state of the flame body, standing in a hot magma pit. The ground of the training ground around Yan Zhenming's feet had melted into a piece of magma under the extreme explosion of Hua Wu Ye Yang. Not bad, very strong. I declare that you have won this fighting spirit training. Glancing down at the many fine cracks that appeared on Li Yan's body, Yan Zhenming nodded with satisfaction. Even his martial soul body could not block this move of Fire Dance Shining Sun without any damage. If the 7-ring soul saint did not come out, it would probably not be able to block it. And where would the 7-ring soul saint come from in the Soul Master competition? The champion of this Soul Master competition is definitely won by Shuo Academy. Awesome! Hua Wushuan gave a thumbs up to Hua Wu, who looked a little pale. That's right. Suddenly, Hua Wu raised her head proudly as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Big cousin is so high. Walking in front of Hua Wu, Mu Yang praised her like a little fan, and then handed over the red jade soul restoring ginseng that he had just made. The power of this Fire Dance Shining Sun is indeed strong, but it is also a great burden for Hua Wu, which can be seen from her slightly pale face at this moment. After all, this is equivalent to releasing her 5 soul skills at the same time, and she must restrain them from losing control. The difficulty can be imagined. If Hua Wu had not practiced the Taiyin refining spirit and had a good level of mental power, otherwise, after the explosion of the Fire Dance Shining Sun under the fusion ring, she would most likely have completely withered. Giving Mu Yang a blank look, Hua Wu took the red jade soul returning ginseng handed to her and swallowed it. Xiao Yang, one of your 2 soul power ginsengs has an effect of being attacked after being attacked. Can it form a mental shock? Putting away the martial soul body, Yan Zhenming walked up to Mu Yang and asked. Almost, my 5th soul skill, the effect of the jade thorn ginseng is to rebound 40% of the physical and energy attacks it receives, and attack the opponent in the form of mental shock. Another kind of soul power ginseng is made by the 4th soul skill, called the Jade Guardian Ginseng, which is immune to 30% of physical and energy attacks. However, when facing a master, the specific anti-injury and immunity ratio will be reduced. Mu Yang explained. Hearing this, Yan Zhenming raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded secretly. 30% immunity and 40% rebound ratio do not seem to be very high, but you have to know that this is a soul food made by a food-type soul master. And the effect of the food soul skill can enjoy the effect enhancement of the food-type soul master's martial soul body. Even if the 7th soul ring is added according to the best ratio year, the martial soul body of the food-type soul saint can improve all soul skills by 30% effect. The effect of the Jade Guardian Ginseng is to be immune to 39% of physical and energy attacks, with a damage-free ratio of nearly 40%, while the effect of the green jade thorn ginseng is to rebound with a mental impact strength equal to 52% of the physical and energy attacks received. With these two kinds of soul power ginseng in hand, you can form a crushing advantage over opponents with similar strength, and even cross-level challenges are not impossible. After all, Mu Yang is born with full soul power, plus twin martial souls, and the 9 rings titled Douluo is only a bottom line in the future. When his soul power food faces opponents of any level, the effect will not be discounted. Situation: as long as the opponent is not a spiritual soul master, after taking the Jade Guardian Ginseng, he will be protected from 39% of the damage and only receive 61% of the original attack, while the opponent will have to bear 52% of the spiritual attack of the same intensity, and the difference in the attack ratio between the two sides is only 9%. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual power of non-spiritual soul masters, including the 9 ring titled Douluo, is weaker than their own soul power level, and the difference will be much higher than 9%. If two strong attack soul masters of similar strength fight against each other, if one side has these two soul power ginsengs, even if he just stands there and takes the beating without fighting back, the first one to collapse will it's the other party. And the 39% and 52% damage-free and rebound ratios are only for the 7th soul ring with the best matching year. If Mu Yang's 7th soul ring is over the limit, the amplification effect of the martial soul body will probably be stronger, and the damage-free and rebound ratios of these two soul power ginsengs will be higher. Huo Wu consumes a lot of energy, so it is not suitable for training and fighting. In addition, it is getting late. It is already evening, and the training of the Blazing Fire team is over today. After leaving the training ground, everyone went to the college cafeteria together. Halfway, Mu Yang asked Huo Wushuan, "Brother Wushuan, where are my aunt and uncle now?" "They are both busy practicing in seclusion. It seems that they have encountered a bottleneck. Even the affairs of the college have been handed over to several vice presidents. They should be in the lava mimicry training ground in the back mountain. Do you have something to do with them?" Huo Wushuan asked. "Yes, but it is not urgent. I can find them myself when the time comes." Mu Yang waved his hand and said something. The purpose of looking for the two of them was naturally to pass on the Dharma. My aunt Muzio was also practicing in seclusion. It was probably similar to what he had thought before. Her soul power level was stuck at the bottleneck of the peak level 89. It is not easy to break through the 90th quasi-titled Douluo. Even if my aunt's cultivation talent becomes no worse than that of an ordinary innate full soul power after taking the immortal herbs, it is still uncertain when she can break through. But if the first soul core can be condensed, breaking through the 90th level will be a piece of cake. End of this chapter. 119 Chapter 119 The Fall of Title. 119. It is also very necessary to pass on the secret method of soul core to Huo Lai. Huo Lai was a 9-ring title Douluo who advanced 5 or 6 years ago, and as soon as he advanced, with the help of the immortal herbs, his soul power level reached the 92nd level title Douluo. Although the level is over 90, it can be said that there is a bottleneck at each level, but after taking the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, even if it is not yet fully mature, Huo Lai's cultivation talent will not be much worse than that of ordinary innate full soul power. In addition, the cultivation is the lava meditation method, a top-grade soul power cultivation method. It should not be a problem to increase the soul power by 2 levels in 5 or 6 years. After all, the difficulty of breaking through below level 95 is not too great for geniuses. If Huo Lai has now cultivated to the peak of level 94, then after condensing the soul core, he can break through to the 95th level title Douluo. Level reached the strength of a titled Douluo at level 95 is far beyond that of titled Douluos below level 95. With the advantage of the soul core, the gap between the two will not be smaller than that between a level 89 soul Douluo and a level 91 titled Douluo. As for after level 95? Perhaps Huo Lai can break through to level 96 within 10 years after being promoted to a level 95 titled Douluo, but for level 97 or above, it will take at least 20 to 30 years, and it may not be possible to break through in this lifetime. For example, the several elders of the Spirit Hall, which one was not the top genius on the continent at the time. Now they are still stuck at the bottleneck for decades and cannot make any progress. After dinner in the college cafeteria, Mu Yang went to the lava mimicry training field in the belly of the mountain behind the main campus of the college and handed the soul core secret method to Huo Lai and the others. The origin of the secret method? Huo Lai, the brain-filling monster, figured it out in his brain at the first time, and there was no need to explain it at all, and he gave it to Mu Yang an I understand look. At night, in the Star Luo Empire, a remote village was filled with the smell of blood. Elder Dagon, all the blood-worshipping cults have been put to death. A cardinal from Wuhan Palace said respectfully to the majestic middle-aged man in golden armor. Have the casualty statistics been completed? What is the result of the battle? Dagan, the majestic elder of Wuhan Palace, asked. The cardinal replied, thanks to the elder's action, there were not many casualties in this attack on the cult. A total of 1 soul emperor and 3 soul kings were killed, 1 cardinal lost his arm, 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings. The disabled and the rest can be healed. The blood-worshipping cult's 8th level thieves leader Blood Demon, 4 7th level elders, and 12 6th level protectors were all killed. In addition, more than 200 cultists below the 6th level were killed, except for a few who were not yet alive. Except for the believers below the 6th ring in their home base, the blood-worshipping cult has been destroyed. Yes, after returning to Wuhan City, this elder will ask the Pope for merit for you. Dagan Douluo nodded. It is our duty to fight against evil cults, and we dare not take credit for it. The cardinal said sternly. Haha, although it is your duty to fight against evil soul masters, you must be rewarded for your merits and punished for your mistakes. This is the principle of my spirit hall. This is what you deserve. There is no need to be modest. Dagan Douluo waved his hand carelessly. If there is no reward for meritorious service, then who will make meritorious service in the future? Who will come to fight against the evil soul master? Who will come to uphold justice on the mainland? At this moment, a dull feeling of depression emerged from the hearts of everyone present in Wuhan Hall. Who? Dagan Douluo, who had the keenest sense, let out a loud roar and turned his head to stare in the direction of the village entrance. Fighting the evil soul master, you are considered a righteous person. It's a pity that you entered the wrong door. A rich voice sounded, terrifying soul power pressure appeared, and a burly figure wearing a black robe slowly walked from the entrance of the village. Under this terrifying soul power pressure, everyone present in Wuhan Hall, including the most powerful Dagan Douluo, felt a huge mountain pressing on their backs, and every time the black-robed figure took a step, everyone was I feel like the mountains behind me add even more weight. The barbarian bull from the earth is possessed. Who are you? Tell me your name. Earthy yellow light of soul power emerged, and the earth barbarian bull's martial soul possessed him. 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black bloomed all over his body. His muscles swelled in a big circle, and his head grew. Dagan Douluo, who had a pair of jet black horns, shouted at the visitor with a solemn expression. Hat, level 92. The burly black-robed figure chuckled, and the same 9 soul rings bloomed. But unlike Dagan Douluo of Wuhan Palace, the 9th soul ring blooming from the black-robed figure is bright red, and the bright red soul ring means that the age of the soul ring is as high as 100,000 years. When the bright red 9th soul ring of 100,000 years appeared, a pitch-black sledgehammer emerged from the hand of the black-robed figure. In an instant, the already terrifying soul power pressure increased again. Bang 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 bang. Under the terrifying pressure of soul power, several members of the spirit hall who were relatively close to each other and whose level was only the 5th level were crushed to pieces, and bright red blood spattered all over the ground. But at this moment, Dagan Douluo had no time to care about the life and death of his subordinates. Looking at the almost impossible 100,000-year-old spirit ring blooming on the black-robed figure and the dark sledgehammer spirit in his hand, he couldn't help but cry. He said tremblingly, Haoshan Hammer, the 9th soul ring of 100,000 years, are you Tang Hao? Who is Tang Hao? That was the famous Haoshan Douluo, the terrifying being who killed the Pope in front of his own spirit hall back then. In a daze, Dagan Douluo seemed to see a pile of mud. It was none other than himself. It's good to recognize it. Even if you go to hell, you won't die in peace. The 7th soul skill, the incarnation of Haoshan. With a loud shout, the 7th soul ring around Tang Hao's body shone brightly. As the terrifying soul power surged, the huge Haoshan body suddenly appeared. 3 minutes later, the remote village returned to silence under the night, and the smell of blood in the air became a little stronger again. Dispersing Haoshan's body, he raised his hand and made a move. A left arm soul bone glowing with earthy color and exuding a breath as thick as the earth flew into his hand from a large pit not far in front of him, shrouded under the hood of a black robe. A smile appeared on Tang Hao's face. The left arm bone is 60,000 years old, and there are 11 soul saints in front and back, 4-soul Douluo, and a title. I finally have it. With this left arm soul bone, I think Xiao San can also advance to the 4th ring. Xiao San, I am so disappointed in my father. Looking at the left arm soul bone glowing with earthy yellow in his hand, Tang Hao thought to himself. Recalling the plan in his heart, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of unbearability, but it was immediately replaced by determination, and his lips moved slightly. Everything is for Mistress, Yin, you will definitely forgive me, right? Putting away the left arm soul bone, Tang Hao's figure disappeared into the night. What Pope Bibi Dong, who is far away in Wuhan City, does not know yet is that in just a few days, Tang Hao, the most wanted criminal in Wuhan Palace, has moved to various places and captured 11 7-ring soul saints and 4 soul saints in Wuhan Palace. The head of the 8-hand soul Douluo, and also hammered to death an elder of the Elder Hall. Thank you friends for your monthly pass to let the past disappear like smoke and go up the mountain to fight in the brain. Thank you for your recommendation votes from friends 2022060616363252, 20230511390388, Xin Huan Menglong, 2023-062-4338, my brother is so annoyed, every flower and tree blooming, the past dispersed like smoke in the wind, time 36, Nana no Jo, and Anu Rana. End of this chapter. 120 Chapter 120 Chapter Free Meal. 120. 3 days later, Tiandu City. In a VIP room at the Tiandu auction house, Tang Hao, wearing a black robe and a hood, stood quietly with his hands behind his back, thinking about his plan. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. After coming back to his senses and sensing who was outside the door, Tang Hao said lightly. Soon, the door of the VIP room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a jade box and a plump figure and an old man with a good aura walked in. Do you have what I want? Tang Hao asked the middle-aged man after glancing at the old man who exuded the aura of the 8th ring level soul power. Your Majesty, this left leg soul bone comes from the dark spirit demon snake soul beast. Although it is only more than 20,000 years old, the accompanying hidden soul bone skill can restrain or even change its own breath. Most importantly, this hidden soul bone skill is somewhat special. In addition to consuming a certain amount of soul power when changing the breath, it does not consume soul power to maintain the changed breath at ordinary times, and it is enough to make most title Douluo unable to see through it. As he said, Xue Fengnian, the manager of the Tiandu auction house, who was in a sturdy figure, handed over the jade box in his hand with a respectful look. A week ago, a man in a black robe came to the Tiandu auction house. After showing his excellent soul power cultivation and specifying that he wanted to see the person in charge of the auction house, his staff brought him to see him. Xue Fengnian thought he was just an ordinary casual cultivator, but he never thought that he was a rare title Douluo in the world. Although this His Majesty had not shown him his martial spirit and spirit rings, his aura was much stronger than that of the 8-ring level imperial guest sitting in the auction house, and even stronger than the chief guest he had seen, by Phosphorus Douluo Dugubo. He was definitely a titled Douluo. When the titled Douluo came, Xue Fengnian, who was a branch of the Xue family, was so polite that he wanted to win over a titled Douluo for the empire. When the black-robed His Majesty asked to order a spirit bone with the effect of changing aura, Xue Fengnian immediately reported to Emperor Xue Ye and transferred the left leg bone of the dark spirit demon snake from the royal treasury, waiting for the black-robed His Majesty to come again. After waiting for a week, the black-robed His Majesty finally came. Take over the jade box, take a look at the left leg spirit bone with a faint black light inside, nod slightly, put it into the storage soul guide. After getting the things, Tang Hao glanced at the respectful Xue Fengnian in front of him and the 8-ring level old man standing beside him, and he was ready to leave directly. Yes, he was going to leave directly. If time went back 10 or 20 years, when Tang Hao was still the young master of Haoshan sect, he would definitely not do such a shameless thing as eating a free meal, and he couldn't afford to lose this person. But now is different from the past. Tang Hao doesn't have any gold soul coins in his pocket. Moreover, soul bones are expensive. No matter which part of the soul bone is 20,000 years old, the price is hundreds of millions of gold soul coins. Tang Hao can't afford it. Since he can't afford it, and he wants it, he can only eat a free meal. Anyway, the strength of the Tiandu Empire is not very good, and there is nothing they can do to him. Moreover, he did not show his face and martial spirit. The Tiandu Empire didn't know that it was Tang Hao who ate a free meal. This was a secret loss for Tiandu. Of course, the owner behind the Tiandu Grand Auction House is the Tiandu royal family. If it was the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao would not only have to eat a free meal, but also rob a lot of treasures from the auction house before leaving. However, just when Tang Hao was about to eat a free meal relying on his own powerful cultivation strength, Xue Fengnian spoke again, "May I ask your title?" His Majesty said that this soul bone is given to your Majesty, and the Empire is willing to make friends with your Majesty. For ordinary people, soul bones are precious things, but for Emperor Shuye who controls the Tiandu Empire, a soul bone is really nothing, not to mention that this is just a left leg soul bone that is more than 20,000 years old. If you can sell a favor to a titled Douluo, then this deal is worth it. Even if you can win the favor of the other party and let him join the Empire, it will be a big profit. As for giving soul bones, but the other party is an ungrateful person? NMMP, ungrateful people are ungrateful people, it's just a soul bone of low age, the Heaven Do Empire can afford it. Hearing this, Tang Hao, who was covered by the black robe hood, couldn't help blushing. Emperor Shuye gave it so freely that he felt a little embarrassed when he was about to eat a free meal. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao said, "This seat, Haoshan. I, Tang Hao, will remember this friendship." Then, without waiting for Xue Fengnian to respond, Tang Hao disappeared in the VIP room. The Heaven Do Empire has two great enemies, one is the Xingluo Empire and the other is the Spirit Hall. However, with the increasingly powerful Spirit Hall in recent decades, the Xingluo Empire, which was originally the #1 enemy, has retreated to second place, and the ambitious Spirit Hall has become the #1 enemy of the Heaven Do Empire. He has an irreconcilable feud with the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall is powerful. In the future, he will need the help of other forces to take revenge. The Heaven Do Empire is a potential ally. In addition, Emperor Shuye is also giving him face this time, so it is not a bad idea to leave a name. Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. In the VIP room, Xue Fengnian widened his eyes, his face full of shock, and then he showed an irrepressible joy on his face. The Empire cannot win over this Haoshan Douluo. After all, Tang Hao is not a casual person. He has a former world's #1 sect behind him. It is impossible for him to join Tiandu. But if it was Tang Hao, then whether the Empire could successfully win him over was actually not that important. Because apart from the Xingluo Empire and the Spirit Hall, the Tiandu Empire had no other enemies, or in other words, no enemies that the Empire could take seriously. If the Spirit Hall did not fall, then the Xingluo Empire would not be considered an enemy of the Empire. This was the consensus of the two empires, so as to avoid the Spirit Hall, whose Spirit Master strength was still above the two empires, from taking advantage. As for the Spirit Hall, Haoshan Douluo, who had a grudge against the Spirit Hall for killing his wife and the humiliation of his sect being forced to close the mountain, should definitely not be too proactive. In this way, even if the Empire failed to win over Tang Hao would still be the Empire's hardcore ally, at least in dealing with the Spirit Hall. It's a loss. Suddenly, Xue Fengnian slapped his thigh fiercely, with a trace of regret on his face. It was originally a hardcore ally, so in this way, wouldn't the spirit bone given by the Empire for free be a waste? After all, even without this soul bone, Tang Hao would still kill the Spirit Hall if he had the chance. Obviously, Xue Fengnian didn't know that no matter what happened today, the Heavenly Do Empire would definitely lose this soul bone. Heavenly Do didn't give it to him? Humph, I, Tang Hao, will just eat a free meal. No, this was all done by the black robe Douluo, and it has nothing to do with my famous Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. End of this chapter. 121 Chapter 121 Dad is here to send warmth. 121. Late at night, in Heavenly Do City, the former Blue Tyrant Academy, now Shrek Academy. In the dormitory, Tang San was sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently practicing Xiantian Gong. Alas, the Soul Master competition is about to begin. I am only a level 38 Soul Master. Not to mention before the competition, I may not be able to cultivate to the 4th ring even at the beginning of the final. After a long time, the daily training came to an end. Feeling the soul power in his body, Tang San opened his eyes and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Dean Erlong said that in previous Soul Master competitions, if there was no 5-ring Soul King in the team, or a 4-ring Soul Sect with strength comparable to the 5 rings, it would basically be impossible to win the championship. If he could cultivate to the 4th ring Soul Sect, with the mysterious Tang Sect's unique skills, Tang San felt that he would not be without the ability to fight against the 5-ring Soul King. But if the level is not up to the 4th ring, Tang San will not have this confidence. Unless the Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit is exposed, the 3-ring level blue silver grass is definitely not enough. Fortunately, although the champion team has no hope, it should not be a problem to qualify in the TN2 division qualifiers and then enter the promotion and finals. After all, the 5 Elemental Academy teams in the past basically only had 2 or 3 4-ring Soul Masters plus a few Soul Masters. Especially when facing the Elephant Armor Academy team, which was mostly composed of defensive Soul Masters, the chances of the Shrek team's victory were not small. Take back his scattered thoughts and Tang San was about to turn off the lights and go to bed. Suddenly, a deep voice came into Tang San's ears, "Xiao San, come to the woods behind the academy." Woods? Such a familiar voice. No, it's Dad. Although he hadn't heard this voice for 7 or 8 years, Tang San would never forget it for the rest of his life, because it was his father's voice. Sure enough, my dad is a great master. Excited, Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that it was his father's voice transmission to him, and thought to himself. He was a careful person. From all the clues in the past, Tang San could detect the extraordinariness of his father Tang Hao. First of all, if his father was just an ordinary village blacksmith, how could he master the mysterious chaotic cloak hammer method? At the beginning, Tang San also thought that the chaotic cloak hammer method he learned from his father was just a hammer method for forging iron, but as time went on, he felt that the chaotic cloak hammer method was not simple. If applied in battle, the chaotic cloak hammer method is definitely a powerful self-created unique skill. And with his level 38 soul power, he still can't hit the highest level of the chaotic cloak hammer method, 9 nines return to 1, which shows that this hammer method is not simple. Secondly, the martial soul is inherited from parents. The blue-silver grass martial soul inherited from his mother is nothing, it's very ordinary, but his clear sky hammer martial soul is of extraordinary quality. How could his father with the clear sky hammer martial soul be an ordinary person? Of course, the most important thing is that after an accidental conflict, the grandfather of classmate Tai Long, the patriarch of the power clan, Tai Tan, a great master of the 8-ring soul Douluo level, actually respectfully called his father the master and called himself the young master. Being able to have an 8-ring soul Douluo as a servant, it can be seen that his father is not only not an ordinary person, but also a rare strong man in the world. A little blacksmith in the Holy Soul village? It's definitely just a disguise. Dad Tang Hao, who has disappeared for many years, is coming to find his own son. Is he here to show his warmth? Yes, it's very likely. Thinking like this, Tang San hurriedly got up and went to the woods behind the academy. After coming to the woods behind the academy and turning around, Tang San did not see the figure he had missed for many years. Dad, where are you? Not seeing his father Tang Hao, Tang San shouted loudly. The next moment, a whistling sound came from above his head, and Tang San saw a jade box falling from the sky and floating in front of him. Then, his father's voice came into his ears again, "The yellow one is for yourself, and the black one is for Xiao Wu." As soon as the voice fell, the jade box floating in front of him fell to the ground, and Tang San quickly grabbed it into his hands. Dad? Dad? After shouting several times and hearing no response, Tang San realized that his father Tang Hao had left without saying goodbye again. Missing, sad, difficult, all kinds of emotions emerged in Tang San's heart. After a long time, Tang San calmed down and opened the jade box in his hand. Instantly, yellow and black light shone on his face. Tang San saw that the jade box contained a left arm soul bone with a yellowish halo and a left leg soul bone with a faint black light. Soul bone. Looking at the 2 soul bones, Tang San couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. Studenting under Yu Xiaogang, Tang San has a lot of knowledge in his belly. He is not the little white who just awakened the martial spirit in the past. He knows the preciousness of soul bones. And looking at the soul power fluctuations emitted by these 2 soul bones, it is obviously not as simple as ordinary 1000-year soul bones. The age is definitely more than 10,000 years, and the value is high. Sure enough, this is Tang Hao's father seeing that the Soul Master competition is approaching, and he and Xiao Wu are only level 38 and 39 Soul Masters, not even 4 rings, and it is difficult to get good results in the Soul Master competition, so he came to send warmth. Tang San, thank you, Tang Hao Dad, praise Tang Hao Dad. Praising his father in his heart, temporarily putting aside his thoughts, Tang San walked back to the dormitory with joy. With these 2 soul bones, he and Xiao Wu will definitely be able to advance to the 4th ring Soul Master before the Soul Master competition. Add to that Dai Mubai, who has already cultivated to the 4th environment realm and can also launch the martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Zuking, Nether White Tiger, and Ning Rong, who is only 3 rings but can assist the 4-ring Soul Master. This year's Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy team is definitely a dark horse. Looking at Tang San's departing back, Tang Hao, standing on the treetops in the distance, looked inexplicable. Xiao San, Dad is doing this for your own good. Don't blame me in the future. Everything is to destroy the Spirit Hall. Thinking back to the plan in his mind, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. What is Tang Hao's plan? Naturally, it is to plan the soul ring and soul bone of a certain 100,000-year-old soul beast for his son. In Tang Hao's opinion, Xiao Wu will most likely not participate in the Soul Master competition. After all, the Shrek team is not strong enough, and only Dai Mubai has cultivated to the 4th ring Soul sect, so he cannot achieve good results in the Soul Master competition. In addition, there are many spectators of the Soul Master competition, including 8-ring Soul Douluo and even 9-ring titled Douluo, who will definitely be seen through the identity of the Soul Beast incarnation. For safety reasons, Xiao Wu will most likely find various excuses to refuse to participate. But how can you not participate? If you, a rabbit, don't participate, how can I, Tang Hao, arrange 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone for my son? For this reason, Tang Hao specially asked for the dark spirit demon snake soul bone that can change the breath from the Tiandu auction house. Xiao Wu, who can change her own breath with the soul bone skill and thinks that her identity will not be seen through, will naturally not refuse to participate in the Soul Master competition. Thanks to my friends 2018092510515812 and Thuyan Manhuatang for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Maling, 202206061636325572, and Xing Huan Menglong for their recommendations. End of this chapter. 122 Chapter 122 Tang Hao's Plan. 122. Although it is difficult for ordinary titled Douluo to see through the effect of the Dark Spirit Snake's hidden soul bone skill, there will be more than ordinary titled Douluo watching the game at that time. Besides, Ning Fengzi of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will definitely go to watch the game. And Ning Fengzi must bring one of the sword bone Douluo with him when he goes out. These 2 guardian elders of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect are not ordinary titled Douluo. They are very powerful and can probably see through Xiao Wu's disguise. Without knowing that Xiao Wu has been targeted by him in advance, Ning Fengzi, who is unwilling to miss the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, is very likely to let Chen Xin or Gurong directly capture her. As for his son Tang San and Xiao Wu, they are like siblings, so he will never sit by and watch Xiao Wu being captured. At that time, they will surely perform a scene called Deep Brother-Sister Love, but in fact, they will die for love. At the critical moment, he rescued the 2 and turned the danger into safety. With this foreshadowing, it is basically a matter of course for Xiao Wu to fall in love with his eldest son wholeheartedly. Afterwards, let Xiao Wu leave and return to the forest. After this desperate moment, his son Tang San will definitely work hard, pay full attention to cultivation, and work harder to become a strong man. When the time is ripe in the future, let Tang San, who can attach spirit rings, go to the forest to find Xiao Wu, and let the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect go to the forest to search for Xiao Wu. In the desperate situation, Xiao Wu will sacrifice herself for love like Ayan did in the past and help Tang San. This is very likely to happen. With his secret protection, Tang San's safety will definitely not be a problem. With 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, he is destined to have a promising future. The hatred can serve as a motivation for him to practice harder in the future. In Tang Hao's view, this is the way to heaven for his son Tang San. Of course, this was just Tang Hao's initial idea. Later, he changed his mind and thought that this idea was a bit inappropriate. It's not that Tang Hao thinks it's not good to plan Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, but the target is wrong. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect also doesn't get along with the Spirit Hall. It is a potential ally for him and the Haoshan sect to avenge the Spirit Hall in the future. It's a bit inappropriate to pull it to the opposite side. This bad thing has to be done by the evil Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall killed Xiao Wu, and he told Tang San the whole story. Tang Hao believed that the old hatred had not been avenged and a new hatred had been added. his son's motivation for practice would definitely be maxed out. He is extremely talented, has twin martial spirits, and is motivated by hatred. It is just around the corner for Tang San to become a peerless strongman. As for Xiao Wu's identity, will Chen Xin or Gu Rong see through it during the preliminaries? It doesn't matter if she is seen through. If he comes forward, Ning Fengzi will definitely pretend not to see it. You know, the strong are not scary, but the strong who have few scruples are scary. Once Ning Fengzi does not choose to compromise, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect can't withstand his revenge. When it comes to the finals, if the finals of this Soul Master competition are held in Wuhan City, it is inevitable that Xiao Wu will be seen through by the masters of Wuhan Hall. And the finals are not held in Wuhan City? Even if the finals are not held in Wuhan City, Wuhan Hall will send elders from the Elder Hall to accompany them. Even if the elders of Wuhan Hall who go there are not strong enough and fail to see through Xiao Wu's identity, it is easy to operate. At that time, an unknown insider who does not want to be named will secretly inform on her. In short, Wuhan Hall is the bad guy. As for Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, his son Tang San is also going to get them. Of course, Tang Hao is going to let Tang San add a 100,000-year spirit ring before level 80 to further enhance his potential, otherwise there is no need to plan so hard. 3 days later, Blazing Academy. In the room on the first floor that was transformed into a forging room, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction at the 2 sets of freshly baked, scorching red battle armor on the forging table in front of him. These 2 sets of battle armor are also upgraded versions of the spirit-forged one-word battle armor, which Mu Yang made for his eldest cousin Huo Wushuan and eldest cousin Huo Wu. Since the martial spirit attributes of the 2 are both fire, the materials used to make the battle armor are the same, and they all use the rare fire-attributed metal of Yin-Yang iron. Huo Wushuan's battle armor is called Red Dragon, with dragon patterns all over the surface, and a red flame crystal dragon martial spirit pattern on the front of the chest armor. Huo Wu's battle armor is called Phoenix Fire. The surface is covered with flame patterns, and there is also a human figure pattern on the front of the chest armor. Except for the different materials and colors, it looks very similar to Mu Yang's Ice Flame battle armor. Brother, is your armor soul guide finished? At this time, Huo Wu asked beside him. Glancing at Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, who were full of inquiry, Mu Yang nodded and said, "It's done. But I want to clarify that this thing is called battle armor. Brother, this battle armor feels like it has life. In addition to defense, what special uses does it have?" Looking at the red dragon battle armor on the forging table that seemed to be connected to his life, Huo Wushuan asked curiously. These 2 sets of battle armor can increase the strength of the 5-ring Soul King by about 20 levels. In other words, after you 2 put on the battle armor, your strength will not be weaker than the 7-ring Soul Saint. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, Mu Yang said proudly. What? 7-ring Soul Saint? The brother and sister's eyes widened as they advanced, their faces full of disbelief. The gap between the 5-ring Soul King and the 7-ring Soul Saint is not ordinary. Just a mere piece of armor soul guide can make up for the huge gap between the 2? You know, even if it is a martial soul fusion skill, it is rare for a 5-ring Soul King to be on par with a 7-ring Soul Saint, unless it is 2 high-level Soul Kings against a Soul Saint who has just entered the 7th ring. Mu Yang waved his hand, you 2 will know if you try it on. Hearing this, the 2 put on the battle armor with doubt. Fuck, brother, it's amazing. After a while, Huo Wu, who felt her own skyrocketing strength, came back to her senses from the shock and strangled Mu Yang's neck, saying excitedly. Get out of the way. Stop strangling my neck. Mu Yang pushed Huo Wu's arm away dissatisfiedly. With his battle armor on, Huo Wushuan, who was inflated with excitement, shouted, I declare that from now on, I, Huo Wushuan, am the 4th best master of Blazing Fire Academy. Dad Huo Lai is a 9-ring titled Douluo, and Mom Mu Ziyu and Vice Dean Qi Chenjun are both 8-ring soul Douluo, so he can't beat them. As for the other 3 Vice Deans, they are all 7-ring soul saints. With the power of battle armor, martial soul, soul rings and various secret methods, Huo Wushuan is definitely the best of the 7-ring soul saints. There is nothing wrong with Blazing Fire Academy ranking 4th. No, this is just a joke. I am better than you. You are at most 5th. Mu Yang said seriously. Huo Wu, who is good at finishing off the enemy, also said, No, he is only 6th at most, I am better than him. Huo Wushuan, End of this chapter. 123 Chapter 123 Destined to be Alone. 123. Alas, Feng Xiaotian is a pity. Suddenly, Huo Wuxuan glanced at Huo Wu and shook his head with regret. Feng Xiaotian? Why is he a pity? Mu Yang immediately became interested when he heard the name of this big liquor. War Wolf. Tisk, there are a lot of stories here. Xiao Yang, in the past year or so, many interesting things have happened in our college. Huo Wuxuan said with a smile. Really? Tell me. At this moment, Mu Yang couldn't help but ignite the fire of gossip in his heart. Perhaps he had a goal to strive for. Feng Xiaotian had already cultivated to the level of a 5-ring Soul King a year ago and came to our academy to pursue Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu had already cultivated to the level of a Soul King at that time, and her level was higher than Feng Xiaotian. She beat him up without saying a word. This guy was also very thick-skinned and had no intention of giving up. In addition, Shenfeng Academy was not too far from our Shuo Academy, so he often came to our academy, under the pretext of exchange. Later, Xiao Wu was annoyed by his harassment and said bluntly that she would only consider dating a boy who could beat her. Originally, Feng Xiaotian could not beat Xiao Wu. Now Xiao Wu has a battle armor again. Tisk, there is no hope at all. Although Huo Wuxuan had a bad first impression of Feng Xiaotian because he mocked his own academy for having no one, he found that Feng Xiaotian was a good person after getting to know him. He has strong talent, not bad strength, and the key is super licking. There is no need to worry about him being bad to his sister. Huo Wuxuan doesn't mind Feng Xiaotian becoming his brother-in-law. After all, if Mu Yang hadn't given him the immortal herbs, the cultivation talents of his brother and sister would not be as good as Feng Xiaotian. It's a pity that the flowers have intentions, but the water is ruthless. His sister is not as good as him. His sister was not interested in Feng Xiaotian's pursuit at all. While Huo Wuxuan felt sorry for Feng Xiaotian, he was also very envious of his sister. Compared with his sister, although Huo Wuxuan was a little bit inferior, he was not that bad. Why did a beautiful girl with outstanding talent cry and shout to pursue him? If a beautiful girl of the same age with full innate soul power took the initiative to pursue him, Huo Wuxuan estimated that he would have become a father by now. Tisk, he can't even beat me, and he has the nerve to pursue me. Huo Wu curled her lips. In Huo Wu's opinion, when girls choose boyfriends, they require boys to be stronger than themselves, even if they are only a little stronger. This requirement is not excessive. Mu Yang, other girls are not excessive, but you are. Hearing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Sister, if you say so, then you will probably be alone in the future. My cousin Huo Wu has taken immortal herbs. Looking at the Soul Master world of the mainland, it seems that no other boy of the same age can beat her. If you add the strength increase brought by the battle armor, it is even more impossible. In this way, if my cousin's criterion for choosing a partner is to defeat her, then she will definitely be alone in the future. What's wrong with being single? There are many strong people in the mainland, but most of them are single. It can be seen that the influence of men and women on cultivation. If I can't find a peer who is stronger than me in the future, then I will be single. Huo Wu tilted her head back, looking proud of being single. Mu Yang rolled his eyes, go and say this to your aunt, she will beat you to death. Want to be single for life? You're dreaming. This is not only because her daughter's singleness is not in line with her mother Mu Zihu's outlook on life, but also to prevent the Phoenix Fire Shadow Martial Soul from being lost. The Phoenix Fire Shadow Martial Soul evolved from the top-level Martial Soul, Fire Shadow Transformation, which can be regarded as the best fire-related martial soul on the continent. If such a powerful martial soul is not passed down, it will not only be a loss for the Huo family, but also a loss for the Blazing Fire Academy and even the Soul Master world. Huo Wu curled her lips and said nothing, but she disliked Feng Xiaotian even more in her heart. And the reason why Feng Xiaotian was involved was not for any other reason, it was purely because her mother Mu Zihu said good things about Feng Xiaotian in her ear. She was annoyed when she heard that Xiaotian had good talent and good character, and could have a boyfriend. By the way, our sister Huo Wu has someone chasing her, how about you, brother Wuxuan? Mu Yang asked Huo Wuxuan with a curious look on his face. Cousin Huo Wuxuan is not ugly. He is not handsome, but at least he is handsome. In addition, he is talented and strong. Logically, he should not lack a girlfriend. But as far as Mu Yang knows, his cousin has never had a girlfriend. Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. Huo Washuan said proudly. Mu Yang, Okay, you two brothers and sisters are the same, right? It's okay. Let's see how your aunt and uncle deal with you in the future. Okay, as long as you are happy. Let's talk about business. The battle armor is extraordinary. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you two should try not to use it, so as not to be caught by others and do hard labor day and night. If it is really exposed, you should also use the excuse of excavating ancient ruins to prevaricate. Mu Yang said with a serious face. When it comes to business, Huo Washuan and the others nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, we know the importance of it. The battle armor is so powerful, and the two are not novices, so they naturally understand what this thing means. Once this matter is leaked, it is possible that a peerless strongman will come to kidnap people the next day. Especially the Spirit Hall, they must not know about it. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall will send a top strongman to kidnap Mu Yang back. As long as there is enough time, I am afraid that the strength of thousands of 5-ring soul masters under its command can be increased to the 7-ring level. With so many 7-ring combat power, coupled with top strongmen and a large number of soul master corps under its command, the Spirit Hall is afraid that it can sweep the entire continent. Even if all other forces on the continent are tied together, they may not be opponents. 2 days later, on a barren mountain 100 miles away from Blazing Fire Academy, the energy of heaven and earth gathered and entered the body of a figure standing in the air. A quarter of an hour later, a terrifying soul power aura rose, causing the weak lives within a radius of dozens of miles to tremble and flee in panic. After a long time, the powerful aura was completely restrained, and a smile appeared on Huo Lai's face standing in the air. The soul core secret method is really useful. Looking inward at himself, looking at the red soul core that was rotating steadily in the lower dantian of the abdomen, feeling the unprecedented powerful power contained in his body, Huo Lai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, after condensing the lava soul core, he entered the peak of level 94 soon, and the soul power that was facing the bottleneck for less than 3 months immediately announced the breakthrough, and was promoted to level 95 titled Douluo on the spot. Although level 95 titled Douluo is not considered the top power in the world, it is rare in the soul master world of the mainland. And the benefits he gained from condensing the lava soul core this time are not just breaking through the bottleneck and being promoted to level 95 titled Douluo, which is rare in the world. Thanks to my friends Shijun36 and Gui Olive for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 20230511390388, Zioxiang Feng, Jishi, 2022060616325572, Mai Wenhua, and Xingwen Menglong for their recommended tickets. End of this chapter. 124 Chapter 124 Breakthrough. 124. The most obvious thing is that after condensing the soul core, with the tempering of the soul core, the quality of the soul power in the body is further improved. Although due to the short time and the soul core has just been condensed, the improvement is not too huge. But Huo Lai believed that it would not be long before, even if his level was only 95th level title Douluo, his soul power quality would not necessarily be worse than that of 97th level title Douluo, and at the very least, it would not be comparable to that of 96th level title Douluo. After all, with the lava meditation method in hand, his soul power quality was already higher than that of soul masters of the same level, and now that he had taken a step further due to the soul core, it was definitely enough to make up for the gap between 1 or 2 levels. In addition to the soul power quality, Huo Lai could also perceive that his soul power recovery speed had undergone earth-shaking changes. The soul core in the lower dantian in the abdomen constantly absorbed the external heaven and earth energy. In addition to being transformed into nutrients and power for purifying his own soul power, it could also be used to restore his own soul power, and this absorption efficiency was far higher than that of recovery through meditation. In this way, in the future, when fighting with strong people of equal strength, he might not be able to achieve unlimited soul power, but if he ravaged the weak, without frequently releasing big moves, the soul power recovery speed would be greater than the consumption speed. To some extent, he would have unlimited soul power. Before, facing an elite army of 100,000 people from Tiandu or Xingluo Empire, although he was not afraid, he did not dare to charge directly into the battle. He could only rely on his strong strength to fight on the edge, like peeling an onion, nibbling away step by step. Otherwise, once the soul power is exhausted, he will definitely be drowned in the human wave tactics. Because the elite army of 100,000 people from Tiandu or Xingluo Empire, the bottom soldiers are ordinary people without soul power cultivation, but the middle and senior officers and generals of the army are definitely soul masters, and the commander of an army is at least a soul Douluo with soul power level entering the 8th ring. Relying on the human wave tactics to drain the soul power of the strong, and then the senior generals will make up for it. This is the most effective way for the elite army of the two empires to deal with the soul masters. But now it is different. With the soul core in his body, the soul power in his body automatically recovers quickly. If there is no strong man of the same level to restrain him, theoretically he can kill an elite army of 100,000 people in one breath. In other words, he does not have the ability to attack in a large area. If he replaces his own lava Tyrannosaurus martial soul with Douluo's green phosphorus Snake King, it is not impossible for one person to resist a million troops. In addition, Huo Lai has a hunch that since the soul core can constantly absorb the vitality of the outside world, then theoretically, his own cultivation speed will also be significantly improved compared to the past, at least he can complete the accumulation of soul power faster. Of course, the effect of the soul core is huge, but the difficulty of condensing the soul core is also not small. Even though he was a level 94 titled Douluo before, it still took him more than a week to successfully condense the soul core secret method. And this is because he practiced Taiyin refining God and Lava secret method. The lava attribute version of the ice flame secret method, not only has strong mental power, but also has a good level of soul power control. Otherwise, if it were replaced by other titled Douluo of the same level, it would be basically impossible to get it within a few months. Resisting the idea of finding a strong man to verify his strength, Huo Lai flew to the top of the mountain below. Brother Lai, congratulations on your promotion. Dean Huo, congratulations. At this time, two figures came forward to congratulate, they were Mu Ziyu and Shui Yanyu. There was no other reason why Shui Yanyu was present, it was because she successfully condensed the extreme ice soul core a few days ago, broke through the bottleneck, and was promoted to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo. After being promoted to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo, Shui Yanyu should have gone to the Xingda Great Forest or the far north as soon as possible to hunt high-year ice-attributed flying soul beasts to advance to the 9-ring title Douluo. But to hunt souls, you have to find a master or a teammate who will not drag you down, otherwise it is easy to go wrong. After all, whether it is the Xingda Great Forest or the far north, it is not a good place. In addition, Shui Yanyu is going to add the 90,000 year 9th soul ring to advance to the 9-ring title Douluo, so she came to the Blazing Fire Academy and prepared to ask Huo Lai, who is a title Douluo, to help. When Huo Lai advanced to title Douluo, she and Feng Zhen of Shenfeng Academy would help with soul hunting, precisely because the relationship between the three elemental academies of Shiwo, Tianshui and Shenfeng was good, and helping soul hunting was an old tradition of the three elemental academies. With the help of Huo Lai, a titled Douluo, the safety of soul hunting would undoubtedly be higher. Haha, this is called double happiness. Dean Shui, you can break through, which means much more than my breakthrough this time. Huo Lai politely replied to Shui Yanyu, then turned to look at Mu Ziyu. Ziyu, when can you successfully condense the soul core? He condensed the lava soul core and broke through to the 95th level of titled Douluo, but Mu Ziyu was still a little short of it, and had not yet condensed the first soul core, and was still a level 89 soul Douluo. Soon, I will definitely do it in the next few days. It can be done. Mu Ziyu said confidently. After the total amount of soul power reaches a certain level, the stronger the mental power is compared to the soul power, the higher the level of soul power control, the lower the difficulty of condensing the soul core, and vice versa. With Sun Refining God in hand, she has a huge advantage in condensing soul cores, and the first soul core is not difficult for her. With previous attempts, she will definitely be able to successfully condense a soul core in 2 or 3 days at the shortest, and a week at the longest, and then become the second contemporary titled Douluo of Blazing Academy. 2 days later, Mu Ziyu successfully condensed the Extreme Flame Soul Core, breaking through the bottleneck of soul power level and promoted to 90 level quasi-titled Douluo. In the dean's office, 5 college executives gathered together with smiles on their faces. There is no way, Blazing Academy will usher in the second contemporary titled Douluo, which is a grand occasion that has never appeared since the founding of Blazing Academy. Everyone, Ziyu has broken through this time, and the time for the return of the Soul Hunter is uncertain. There are still 2 months before the Soul Master competition. Old Chi, you have a high level of cultivation. If Ziyu and I cannot return in time, the Michuang Blazing team will participate in the competition. After congratulating him, Huo Lai said to the Vice Dean Qi Chenjun. Okay, Zia's Soul Hunter advancement is important. Nodding, Qi Chenjun agreed. Compared with the Soul Master competition, it is undoubtedly more important for Blazing Academy to welcome the second titled Douluo of the contemporary era. What's more, his soul power cultivation has already reached the level of 8-ring soul Douluo. Even if the two people who went to hunt souls failed to return in time, if he led the team to participate in the competition, it would not be a loss for Blazing Academy. After a pause, Qi Chenjun added, you two should come back as soon as possible, otherwise my old arms and legs may not be able to protect those three little guys. The three little guys naturally refer to Mu Yang, Huo Wushuan, and Huo Wu. The three are 5-ring soul kings at a young age, and they are not new to the game. Even the lowest level Huo Wushuan is level 57, showing too much talent, which is simply incredible. If it weren't for Huo Lai, the titled Douluo, to intimidate the villains, it is possible that someone would resort to some shady means that are not worthy of being shown on the stage. Well, I know that Ziyu and I will rush back as soon as possible. And if nothing unexpected happens, 2 months is enough. Nodding, Huo Lai said with a serious face. Huo Lai was naturally aware of the darkness of the various forces on the continent. Even if the academy took a neutral stance, there would be people who were jealous and had evil intentions. Huo Lai had already made up his mind about this. It was difficult to find a 90,000-year soul beast that matched his own martial spirit, and the two people who needed to advance had one martial spirit of ice and one of fire, so they would most likely have to travel between the Star Do Great Forest and the far north. But in 2 months, even if Mu Ziyu and Shui Yunyu could not both achieve the 9-ring titled Douluo, it should be no problem for one of them to advance. No matter who advances first, they will return to lead the team to participate in the competition. With the strength of the 9-ring titled Douluo, it will be enough to deter the villains. End of this chapter. 125 Chapter 125 The strongest blazing fire team in history. 125. 2 months later, at the gate of Blazing Fire Academy. Looking at the 10 energetic young men in front of him, Mu Ziyu nodded with satisfaction. Are you confident? Mu Ziyu asked loudly with a smile on her face. We will win. Mu Yang and the 10 people spoke in unison, full of confidence. Very good, let's go. With a wave of her hand, Mu Ziyu led the 10 people to the 3 large carriages parked at the gate of the academy. This Blazing Fire team is definitely the strongest since the founding of Blazing Fire Academy. Not only Mu Yang and his team, but Mu Ziyu also has strong confidence in the Blazing Fire team's victory. This is not self-confidence, but the strength of the Blazing Fire team is indeed strong enough. Captain Mu Yang, Martial Soul, Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng, Second Martial Soul, Ice Flame Holy Shadow, Soul Ring, Yellow Purple Purple Black Black, Yellow Purple Black Black Black, 58 level Food Type Soul King. Vice Captain Huo Wu, Martial Soul, Phoenix Fire Shadow, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Black, Level 58 Control, Strong Attack. Soul King. Huo Wushuan, Martial Soul, Red Flame Crystal Dragon, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Black, Level 58 Strong Attack War Soul King. Huo Yun, Martial Soul, Fire Crane, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 43 Agility Attack War Soul Sect. Huo Yu, Martial Soul, Fire Crane, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 43 Level Agility Attack Battle Soul Sect. Huaku, Martial Soul, Mars, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 42 Auxiliary Battle Soul Sect. Huojun, Martial Soul, Mars, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 42 Auxiliary Battle Soul Sect. Substitute Huoli, Martial Soul, Fire Leopard, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 42 Strong Attack Battle Soul Sect. Substitute Huoyu, Martial Soul, Flame Demon Rhino, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 38 Defense Soul Master. Substitute Huilin, Martial Soul, Flame Lily Orchid, Soul Ring, Yellow, Purple, Level 35 Healing Soul Master. After 2 months of training, except for Mu Yang and Huo Wu who had just reached level 58 Soul King, the rest of the Blazing Fire team had more or less improved. Huo Wushuan, Huo Yun and Huo Yu each improved their soul power by 1 level, while Huo Chui and Huo Jun at level 39 were promoted to 4-ring Soul Masters, and because their 4th Soul Rings were also over the limit, their levels reached level 42 Soul Masters. So far, all 7 main players of the Blazing Fire team have reached level 40 or above. In addition to the 7 main players of the team, there are 3 substitute players participating in the competition. Substitutes are indispensable, and their roles are 2. One is to let the substitutes play, which can hide the strength of the main players. Second, if the main players are not suitable for playing due to various unexpected circumstances, the substitutes can be replaced by the main players to avoid the situation of fighting with fewer people due to lack of manpower in team battles. It should be said that there is a 4-ring Soul Master among the substitutes. The Blazing Fire Academy is quite arrogant. In the past, only the Wuhan Academy, which is affiliated with the Wuhan Hall, could always be so arrogant to let the 4-ring Soul Master be the substitute. Even the royal academies of the 2 empires of Tiandu and Xingluo dare not guarantee that they can gather 7 4-ring level students in every Soul Master competition, let alone let the 4-ring level students be the substitutes. Among the 3 substitutes, the one that Mu Yang is most concerned about is not Huo Lai, who has the same name as his uncle, but Huo Lin, who is a healing Soul Master. Although the proportion of healing Soul Masters in the Soul Master group on the mainland is relatively low, second only to Food Soul Masters, it is actually not too rare. But a healing spirit of fire attribute is really rare. It is precisely because fire attribute healing spirit masters are very rare, and there is only one healing spirit master in the entire academy, that Huo Lin was able to become a member of the Blazing Fire team. Otherwise, if we only look at the level, there are many students in the academy who have reached or even exceeded the level of 35 Soul Master. Of course, the healing spirit of Huo Lin can become a member of the Blazing Fire team, which is also related to Mu Yang's intention to hide his shortcomings. In the Soul Master competition, Mu Yang must not reveal 2 points. The first one is needless to say, it is the second spirit, Ice Flame Holy Shadow. And the other one is naturally the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor. In the original work, when the Soul Master competition ended, Tang Hao was able to save Tang San and Xiao Wu in time, which shows that Tang Hao has been secretly paying attention to the Soul Master competition. If he used the healing soul bone skill of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone in the competition, wildfire cannot be extinguished, spring breeze blows and it grows again, he might be recognized by Tang Hao, and then he would be finished. Although his uncle Huo Lai's strength is not bad, he can definitely compete with the 96th level titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall Qianjun and Jiangmo, and even win the battle. But Mu Yang doesn't think Huo Lai can stop Tang Hao, who is furious. However, compared with Mu Ziu, the changes of the Blazing Fire team in the past 2 months seem insignificant. That's right, Mu Ziu, who is leading the Blazing Fire team to Tiandu City to participate in the competition, is already a rare titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world. As early as 1 month ago, Mu Ziu hunted a 90,000-year-old flaming fire lion in the Xingda Great Forest and officially advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo, title, Blazing Fire. After completing the advancement, Mu Ziu rushed back to the Blazing Fire Academy first. As for Huo Lai, he went to the far north with Shui Yanyu to hunt souls. Perhaps there are also 90,000-year-old ice-attributed flying soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest, but the number is absolutely extremely rare, and most of them cannot be found. Shui Yanyu has to go to the far north, which is covered with ice and snow all year round, to advance the title of soul hunting. Although the icy and snowy environment of the far north is not conducive to the performance of Huo Lai, a soul master with both fire and earth attributes, with the combat power that is comparable to the 96 level title Douluo, even if the strength will be limited to a certain extent, it is enough to crush ordinary 90,000-year-old soul beasts. That is to say, he did not encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the Xingda Great Forest. Otherwise Huo Lai would really be ready to try the rumored 100,000-year-old Beast King quality. Xiao Wu after transformation, don't come over. Shivering. Titan Giant Ape Arming, foolish human, you should be glad that you didn't meet me. Sky Blue Bull Python Daming, soul power level 95, with the strength of level 96. Weak chicken. Shiwo Academy is not too far from Tiandu City. On the evening of the 3rd day, the people in the carriage arrived at Tiandu City. Before entering the Tiandu Hotel, a hurried footstep sounded, and everyone saw a blue-haired girl trotting out of the hotel to greet them. Seeing this, Mu Yang opened his arms and embraced the girl. Early before this, Mu Yang knew that the Tian Shui Academy team had arrived in Tiandu City. It was not that Mu Yang had invented a communication soul guide, but that on the middle fingers of their right hands, both of them wore an exquisite ring made of the spirit-forged mithril after the other's blood sacrifice. After the metal blood sacrifice, there is a special connection between the person who recognizes the master and the blood sacrifice metal. If the distance is too far, you can only vaguely perceive the approximate direction of the blood sacrifice metal, but if the distance is relatively close, it is no different from a navigation without a specific route but with an accurate destination. It was because she sensed Mu Yang's arrival through the blood sacrifice mithril ring that Shui Binger hurried down to greet him. End of this chapter. 126 Chapter 126 The martial soul fusion technique that can never be perfectly controlled. 126. Mu Yang, I miss you so much. The two hugged each other tightly, and Shui Binger said with longing. Binger, it is said that one day of absence is like 3 autumns. We haven't seen each other for decades, 3 autumns and 9 months, and I miss you so much. Mu Yang nodded and said, stroking the girl's long ice blue hair. You're so talkative. Shui Binger said coquettishly. Mu Yang had a sly smile on his face. You're so talkative? Binger, look at my lips, they are so dry, how about we? Before Mu Yang finished speaking, the girl took the initiative to give him a hot kiss. Dry lips? Then moisturize them. Tisk, young people nowadays. Mu Ziyu shook her head and sighed secretly. After a while, they were seen kissing each other in front of the hotel entrance without paying attention to anyone. Huo Wushuan was so shocked by the show that his scalp was numb. He couldn't help but speak. Xiao Yang, Binger, even if you two want to show your affection, there's no need to block the gate, right? Hearing this, Mu Yang didn't care. At this moment, the opinion of his single cousin was not important, and the opinions of others had nothing to do with him, so he could just ignore it. But Shui Binger was different. After all, she was a girl, and her face was not as thick as Mu Yang's. She pushed Mu Yang away with a red face. The door of the hotel is so wide, and we don't seem to be blocking the way. Mu Yang, whose lips were not moistened, said to Huo Wushuan a little unhappy. Tiandu Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in Tiandu City and even on the mainland. The door is very spacious, and he doesn't think he is hindering others from entering and leaving. I just want you to pay attention to the impact. Huo Wushuan rolled his eyes. Immediately, Mu Yang gave him a contemptuous look and said, what impact does this have? In my opinion, a certain single dog is jealous. Jealous that I have a girlfriend as beautiful, gentle, and kind as Binger. Huo Wushuan, What's the matter? Is being single a hindrance to you? Do I eat your rice? Mu Yang continued, Brother Wushuan, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Stop. Shut up, don't say anything. Huo Wushuan covered Mu Yang's mouth. Generally speaking, as long as someone says I'm not saying anything bad about you, it means that he is going to start preaching. Anyway, nothing good can come out of Mu Yang's mouth, so Huo Wushuan will not listen if he can. Auntie, Sister Huo Wu. Shui Binger came forward and greeted Mu Ziyu and Huo Wu. Mu Yang's family is her family, and she will call them whatever Mu Yang calls them. Binger, do you see me and Mom now? I thought you only saw Mu Yang and didn't see us. Huo Wu said jokingly. Sister Huo Wu, please don't laugh at me. Shui Binger said a little embarrassedly. Seeing this, Mu Ziyu smiled and said, we are all family, Binger, you don't have to be embarrassed. Let's go in and talk. After opening the room and completing the check-in procedures, the Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team, which arrived earlier, had another get-together. In the private room that could accommodate more than 20 people, Mu Yang pulled Shui Binger to sit down, and on his left sat his sister-in-law Shui Yuer, who had a look of admiration in her eyes. At this time, the food and drinks had not yet been served, and everyone was chatting. Looking at the people of the Tian Shui team, Huo Wu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Huo Wu also practiced Tei in refining spirit, and her mental power was not weak. She saw all the soul power levels of the people of the Tian Shui team. 2 5-ring soul kings, 5 4-ring soul lords, and 3 3-ring soul masters. Just looking at the team lineup, it is inferior to their own Blazing Fire Academy, but in fact, the Tian Shui team the strength is not necessarily weaker than that of the Blazing Fire team. Because Huo Wu knows that Shui Binger not only has a martial soul fusion skill with Mu Yang, but also has a martial soul fusion skill with Shui Wu in the team. The power of the martial soul fusion skill of Shui Bing'er at level 59 and Shui Wu at level 44 is definitely at the level of the 7th ring. Although it is just the beginning of the 7th ring, it will definitely sweep other teams in the Soul Master competition with participants under the age of 25. Huo Wu can foresee that if nothing unexpected happens, the final championship battle of this Soul Master competition will be between her own Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team. Huo Wu saw the strength of the Tian Shui team, and Mu Yang could naturally see it. When he left Tian Shui College, the 7 main players of the Tian Shui team, among them, Shen Liuyu, Gu Qingbo and Chu Ruo Shui, are still level 39 Soul Masters. The first 2 are fine, as they have cultivated to level 39 for quite some time, and it is not surprising that they can advance to the 4th ring now. But the latter was just at level 39 at that time. In less than 3 months, she not only completed the accumulation of soul power required for promotion, but also broke through the bottleneck of Fengju. You know, in terms of cultivation talent alone, Chu Ruo Shui is definitely not as good as Dai Mubai in the original book, who did not take immortal herbs. Even Dai Mubai was stuck at the bottleneck of level 39. Why doesn't this young lady need it? But after thinking about it, Mu Yang understood, and secretly thought that this young lady's family is also powerful. XXXX. The soul power surged in a short period of time, and it was able to break through the bottleneck. This was probably due to the refining of soul bones. The captain and vice-captain were both 5 ring, and the teammates were all 4 ring, while he only had 3 rings. In order not to drag down his teammates, it was normal to spend a lot of money at home. The fact was just as Mu Yang thought. A month ago, Chu Ruo Shui, who had been unable to advance to the 4-ring Soul Master before the start of the game, or even before the finals, directly increased his soul power to level 40 after refining a soul bone that was over 10,000 years old, making all 7 main members of the Tian Shui team reach 4 rings or above. Bing'er, how is your martial soul fusion technique with Swo going? Mu Yang asked Shui Bing'er. There are many kinds of martial soul fusion skills. Ice and snow drifting is a direct attack martial soul fusion skill, and it can be divided into 2 attack modes. The first mode is Blizzard, which controls a large number of snowflakes like blades to attack the opponent continuously. The second mode is that Shui Bing'er injects the original power of her own Ice Phoenix martial soul and condenses the Ice Phoenix to attack the opponent. It's still the same. Shui Bing'er shook her head regretfully. Shui Bing'er can control the Ice Flame Phoenix relatively perfectly, but she can't control the ice and snow drifting. In fact, this is not entirely due to Shui Bing'er's lack of control ability. The main reason is the Ice Phoenix formed by the drifting ice and snow has the characteristic of being able to absorb ice and snow energy and continuously increase its power. In pursuit of perfect control, the Ice Phoenix formed by the drifting ice and snow cannot absorb too much ice and snow energy, otherwise it will be out of control if it absorbs too much ice and snow energy. But why do Soul Masters activate martial soul fusion skills? It is nothing more than encountering an opponent that cannot be defeated by its own strength. Therefore, the power of the martial soul fusion skill is naturally the stronger the better. So, a contradiction appeared. Strong power equals out of control, and being able to control equals limited power. It can be said that the martial soul fusion skill of the drifting ice and snow has become a martial soul fusion skill that Shui Bing'er can never perfectly control. End of this chapter. 127 Chapter 127 The world is not yet determined, you and I are both dark horses, come on. 127. 2 days later, the opening ceremony of the Tiandu Empire Division of the Elite Competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy was held at the Tiandu City Grand Fighting Soul Arena. The Soul Master competition is held every 5 years, attracting not only the attention of Soul Masters, but also the royal family, nobles, and civilians. Every citizen of Tiandu City regards this competition as the grandest festival. As the main competition venue of the Tiandu Empire and its 5 subordinate kingdoms and principalities, the Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena has stopped all soul fighting competitions a month ago and carried out internal renovations, merging all the sub-areas in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena with the main Soul Fighting Center to form an extremely large competition venue. In addition to the VIP area retained on the north side of the entire competition venue, the renovated Grand Soul Fighting Arena can also accommodate 80,000 spectators at the same time. In the next period of time, the preliminaries of the Tiandu competition area will be held here. In the early morning, before the sun rose from the east, the renovated Tiandu Grand Soul Fighting Arena had already welcomed a large audience. The audience came so early, of course, not to enter the venue early, but to be able to see the participating young soul masters up close on the first day of the opening ceremony. Among them, there are not only young girls in love, but also wealthy women who can spend millions of dollars. Being able to become a soul master is already beyond most ordinary people, and being able to represent the Advanced Soul Master Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition means that one will at least be an elite in the Soul Master world in the future. If the former can marry an excellent Soul Master, it will definitely be a good thing to gain both fame and fortune. As for the latter, I have so much money in my pocket, so why can't I try something new? Even if it's just a fleeting romance, it doesn't matter, at least I've tasted it. Well, it's just like a rich coal boss who likes to have fun with celebrities. Of course, in addition to the young girls and rich women with impure intentions, there are also nobles and soul master families. For recruiting soul masters, especially those with great potential, this is something they never get tired of. Among them, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, one of the 3 major sects on the continent, is the most popular. From today on, I, Huo Wu, will be famous throughout the continent. At the entrance of Tiandu Hotel, Huo Wu, who was dressed in a golden red short skirt and looked a little hot, said with anticipation, looking at the crowded crowd on the street. Well said. Xiao Wu, you are the fire, I am the wind helps the fire, you and I will join hands and we will be prosperous. As soon as Huo Wu finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian, the big licking wolf, immediately took over the conversation with a smile. Like the Shuo and Tian Shui teams, the Kamikaze team also lives in the Tiandu Hotel. Hearing this, Huo Wu's expectation faded, and she looked at Feng Xiaotian calmly, saying, Feng Xiaotian, I've said before, what I'm pursuing is the peak of the soul path. It's not impossible for you to pursue me, but please don't be too cautious. After saying this, Huo Wu turned her head away and stopped looking at Feng Xiaotian. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoshan's smile froze and turned into a bitter face. Feng Xiaotian couldn't figure it out. His strength was not bad. After the prodigal son turned back, he never neglected his soul power training in these years. The 24-year-old 55-level fighting soul king did not lower the average level of innate full soul power. But who would have thought that Huo Wu, who was once only a genius, but definitely not a top genius in the soul master world, has been practicing soul power at an outrageous speed in recent years. I still remember that when we first met, Huo Wu's soul power level was not up to the 3rd ring, and he was a 36-level soul master. Now although he had cultivated to the 55th level of Soul King, which was a big improvement, Huo Wu's progress was even greater, and the difference in strength between the two was not just a few levels of soul power. After advancing to the 5th ring, Feng Xiaotian couldn't wait to go to Blazing Fire Academy to find Huo Wu, but was beaten by Huo Wu who had already advanced to the 5th ring. She has a higher soul power level than himself, a higher soul ring configuration than himself, a stronger martial soul than himself, and even her own soul skills are more exquisite than the 36 consecutive cuts of the Wind Wolf that he had tinkered with. How could he win? Well, in addition to practicing seriously, Feng Xiaotian did not completely give up his own soul skills, but he was no longer obsessed with them as before. But with his own wisdom, Feng Xiaotian still improved the original 18 consecutive cuts of the Wind Wolf to 36 consecutive cuts. At this time, Huo Washuan stepped forward and patted Feng Xiaotian on the shoulder, comforting him, the world is not yet determined, you and I are both dark horses, come on. Family members know their own business. Although their parents are both titled Douluo, and they and their sister Huo Wu have also shown talents beyond ordinary innate full soul power, Huo Washuan understands that in terms of initial cultivation talent, except for their younger cousin Mu Yang, none of the 4 of them can compare to Feng Xiaotian, who has innate full soul power. In addition to his own hard work in cultivation, he can achieve his current achievements thanks to his original service. The immortal herbs used. It is worth mentioning that although Feng Xiaotian failed to pursue Huo Wu, he had a good relationship with Huo Washuan. After all, if you are not absolutely sure about pursuing someone's sister, you have to flatter her well, otherwise Huo Washuan will say this boy has sneaky eyes and doesn't look like a good person, and the matter will be completely ruined. Huo Washuan was also happy to make friends with Feng Xiaotian, a genius from the Divine Wind Academy. Under the circumstance of the man has feelings and the woman has intentions, the two of them became good friends. Binger, is it so difficult to pursue a girl? Glancing at Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian, Mu Yang asked Shui Binger in a low voice. Although he and Shui Binger were able to get together so quickly at the beginning, it was mainly because his Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul and Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix Martial Soul could form a Martial Soul fusion technique, but in Mu Yang's opinion, even if there was no Martial Soul fusion technique, when he was a little older, the two would be together naturally. After all, they wrote to each other back then. Even if there wasn't much ambiguity, they must have had a great affection for each other. It seems to be very simple, right? You said it back then, and I agreed. Shui Bing'er asked uncertainly. Mu Yang, Although Shui Bing'er's words seemed a bit outrageous, almost like a free gift, it seemed to be true. After all, with the martial soul fusion skill as the basis, as long as the boy is not too bad, 99% of the girls will directly agree, not to mention that before this, the two of them already had a good impression of each other. Of course, the fact that they have the martial soul fusion skill is a special case, which is very different from Feng Xiaotian chasing Huo Wu. And Feng Xiaoshan's failure to catch up with Huo Wu now, Mu Yang estimated that it was related to the fact that this guy did not leave a good first impression on his cousin. The first impression was not good, or even very bad. In addition, Huo Wu was proud, and Feng Xiaoshan's strength was not as good as hers. The difficulty of catching her was not hell level, but at least difficult. Thank you to my friends 202103011065282159228, I haven't thought of a name yet, 2023042416455490171435229, Tianming Guang, 20220717225511644, Xiao for their monthly tickets. Thank you to my friends 20230424164554901714352, Mi Sister, Handmade Beef Balls, Mr. Lu, Li Ziuosuk, Mai Wenhua, 20220606163632572, GXI, 20220606163632572, Jushan Juri Guangjun, Xinyan Bumei Yan Buxin, Li Ziuosuk, Xiongja 215, Xing Huan Menglong, 2023-070-3965, 20210301106528215928 for their recommendation tickets. Thank you Huang Yekiasha for the 100 points reward. End of this chapter. 128 Chapter 128 If you can't be the first, then become a part of the first. 128. At this time, Mu Yang saw his aunt Mu Ziu, Feng Zhen, and Chu Shuping coming over. Mu Ziu walked in front, Feng Zhen and Chu Shuping were half a step behind, and were located behind Mu Ziu. It is not difficult to see from the positions of the three that Mu Ziu is the most respected among the three. However, it is also true that his aunt Mu Ziu is a nine-ring titled Douluo, and the other two, although one is the dean of the Shenfeng Academy and the other is the vice-dean of Tian Shui Academy, representing the Shenfeng Academy and Tian Shui Academy respectively, have high status, but they are undoubtedly inferior to the titled Douluo with the honorific title of His Majesty. Even if they are acquaintances, the rules and etiquette should not be abolished, especially when representing the Academy. I just don't know when the Element Academy will be established. Looking at Feng Zhen and Chu Shuping who seemed to have become his younger brothers, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. As early as the beginning of the awakening of the spirit, Mu Yang had the idea of merging the future Blazing Academy with Tian Shui and Shenfeng Academy and reorganizing it into the Element Academy. As for the remaining Thunder Academy and Elephant Armor Academy in the Five Element Academy, as long as the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are not defeated, then these two academies cannot be taken. After the academy is reorganized, Mu Yang will definitely take out some abridged versions of the unique skills as the foundation of the academy, for the Academy's senior management and outstanding students who can serve as the foundation of the Academy in the future. If the Thunder Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy, which have backers behind them, are also merged, then the secret skills he took out are equivalent to giving them directly to the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. He will not do such a loss-making business. However, it doesn't matter if the Thunder Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy are gone. It's enough to have Blazing, Tian Shui and Shenfeng merged. Soul Master Academy is very different from Soul Master Family and Sect. The difficulty of merging multiple different academies is much less than that of merging multiple different Soul Master Family or Sect. The inheritance of the Dean of the Soul Master Academy is not from father to son or mother to daughter, but from the capable one. For example, if Huo Wushuan or Huo Wu are not talented and have limited achievements in the future, then even if Huo Lai and Mu Ziu are titled Douluo, the Dean of the Blazing Fire Academy will not be Huo Wushuan or Huo Wu in the future. After all, the Dean of the Academy represents the face of the Academy. There may be deficiencies in other aspects, but the strength must not be weak. In this regard, the bottom line of the strength of most deans of high-level Soul Master Academies is the 7-ring Soul Saint, while in the Element Academy and the Royal Academy, this bottom line is raised to the 8-ring Soul Douluo. Without the soul power cultivation of level 80 or above, even the King of Heaven cannot be the Dean of the Element Academy. At most, he is a deputy. The position of the Dean is occupied by the capable one, and as the Dean of the Academy, apart from having a high status in the Spirit Master world, it can't get much substantial benefits. In this way, without much personal interests, Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen will not have much resistance to the merger and reorganization of the 3 academies. And judging from the current situation, it is very easy for Shuo to merge Tian Shui. Not to mention the relationship between him and Shui Binger, after knowing that he has twin spirits, Shui Yanyu will not oppose the merger of the academies. Why are there so many forces on the mainland willing to be dogs for the Spirit Hall? Even the Xiangjia sect and the Shenglong sect, which are one of the 7 major sects on the mainland, are no exception. For no other reason, it is because the Spirit Hall is strong. Not only does it have many titled Douluo elders, but it also has the Sky Invincible Qian Daoliu, the strongest man on the mainland, who can protect them when they are in crisis. And from another perspective, if you become a lackey of the Spirit Hall, you don't have to worry about being attacked by the Spirit Hall, the overlord of the Spirit Master world. The correct method of cultivating twin martial souls has actually been proposed by scholars a long time ago. The reason why most of the soul masters don't know it is because it has not been clearly confirmed and is temporarily in the theoretical stage, so it has not been known to the world. But judging from his unreasonable configuration of yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings, whether it is Huo Lai, Muziu or Shui Yanyu, all 3 of them firmly believe that the cultivation method of twin martial souls is not only in theory, but can be realized. After all, to put it bluntly, the reason why the twin martial soul master exploded and died is that he could not bear the burden brought by the double soul rings. The first soul ring is about 400 years old, the second soul ring is 1000 years old, the third soul ring is 10,000 years old, the fourth soul ring is about 27,000 years old, and the fifth soul ring is close to 50,000 years old. The 5 soul rings have a total age of more than 87,000 years, which is far more than twice the age of the 5 soul rings of the ordinary 5-ring soul king. If you can bear such an exaggerated ratio of soul rings, what can a mere double soul ring with the best ratio count for? As long as your body can bear it, with the second martial soul, you have 9 times of adding high-year soul rings, which means you have 9 opportunities to break through the bottleneck with the help of the majestic soul ring energy. The 99th level of Peerless Douluo is not a difficult task for a talented twin martial soul master. You just need to complete the accumulation of soul power and add high soul rings when you face a bottleneck. With such a golden thigh, how can Shui Yanyu and Tian Shui College not hold it? As for the Divine Wind College, giving Feng Zhen a chance to achieve a titled Douluo should be almost stable, right? Glancing at Feng Zhen, Mu Yang thought to himself. To be the dean of the Divine Wind College, Feng Zhen is undoubtedly a genius soul master, otherwise he would not be able to cultivate to the 8-ring soul Douluo realm. For Feng Zhen, it should not be difficult to cultivate to the peak of level 89. The difficult part is how to break through the bottleneck of the peak of level 89. And this bottleneck can be completely bypassed by condensing the soul core. If Feng Zhen can become a titled Douluo, including Shui Yanyu who has not returned from hunting souls, the new Element Academy will have 4 titled Douluos. 4 Douluos in one school. Just looking at the number of titled Douluos, it is second only to the Spirit Hall, the overlord of the Soul Master world. I think other senior officials of the Divine Wind Academy will not refuse the opportunity to become the second force in the Soul Master world of the mainland. After all, the merger and reorganization is not to make the Divine Wind Academy a vassal of the Blazing Fire Academy, but to become a part of the reorganized new academy, and the latter is more acceptable than the former. If you can't beat it, join it. Since you can't be the first, why not become a part of the first? The merger of the 3 element academies, even if he is excluded, there is still a chance to become the first Soul Master Academy on the mainland in the future. Of course, the difficulty of the merger and reorganization of the 3 colleges into a new college is not just to get the other 2 colleges to accept it. How to build a simulated training field after the reorganization is also one of the difficulties. End of this chapter. 129 Chapter 129 There is fire, ice, water, and wind. 129. The teachers and students of Shuo College need a simulated training field with fire attributes. The teachers and students of Tian Shui College need simulated training fields with water and ice attributes, and the teachers and students of Shenfeng College need a simulated training field with wind attributes. Since it is one college, there is absolutely no reason to separate the three places. Is there a natural treasure land on the continent that meets all four of these, with fire, water, ice, and wind? If it is just there is fire, water, and ice, then Mu Yang can think of a treasure land. It is nothing else but the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The yang spring of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is hot, the yin spring is extremely cold, and both the yin and yang springs are liquid water, which meets the requirements of having fire, water, and ice. However, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located in the center of the sunset forest. That place can serve as a place for the three types of strong men to practice in seclusion, but it is not suitable for building a Soul Master Academy, and the yin-yang eye of ice and fire also lacks the element of wind. If the mimicry training field does not take advantage of the natural terrain, but is simply built by humans, and it is not a large-scale mimicry training field limited to a few people, then the cost of later maintenance will be huge. From scratch, a large-scale mimicry training field built purely by humans, perhaps only the two empires, the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and the Haoshan Sect in its heyday can afford to build it. The rest, including the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, do not have the financial resources. Even if there are large-scale mimicry training grounds, they are all slightly modified with the help of the original natural advantages. For example, the lava mimicry training ground of the Blazing Academy was transformed from a dead volcano that was not completely extinguished. Once built, there is no need to spend money on maintenance in the future. Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of a key point. As long as the altitude of the mountain is high enough, the top will be covered with ice and snow. In addition, according to the geographical environment in the Tiandu Empire, the further north you go, the lower the temperature. In the northern part of the empire, there should not be too many mountains covered with ice and snow all year round. Find a dead volcano with a dead volcano covered with ice and snow all year round, then the ice and fire elements will be complete. If the dead volcano is on the coast, or a large artificial lake is dug at the foot of the mountain to connect to the underground water veins, the water element can also be obtained. As for the wind element, the Kenyan terrain and high-altitude areas have strong winds. An artificial passage with large ends and small middle can be dug near the top of the extinct volcano to form a giant wind hole. A meditation practice room can be built along the wind hole. In this way, it seems that the fire, ice, water, and wind are satisfied. Well, I have to talk to Huolai about this idea in the future. The streets leading to the Great Fighting Soul Arena were crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, and 30 participating students from the 3 academy teams lined up in 3 rows. On the left were the boys of the Blazing Fire team, and on the right were the boys of the Kamikaze team, protecting the Tian Shui team, which was full of girls, and the girls of their own team in the middle. The Tiandu Hotel was not far from the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Not long after walking forward, Mu Yang, as the captain, who was walking in front of the team, saw the tall and magnificent Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena from a distance. It should be said that the technology of Douluo continent is a bit magical, at least in terms of architecture, there is indeed black technology. The Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena is more than 180 meters high and covers a huge area. Even if it is placed in the modern society of Mu Yang's previous life, it is definitely a big project. With the current era background of Douluo continent, such a tall soul fighting arena cannot be built without some black technology, not to mention that there is a large area without pillars in the huge main soul fighting arena. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Mu Yang saw a relatively alternative participating team in front. The teams participating in the Soul Master competition have special uniforms. The uniforms of the Blazing Fire team are golden red, representing the fire element. The uniforms of the Tian Shui Academy are mainly blue, representing the water element and the ice element. The uniforms of the Divine Wind Academy are mainly cyan, representing the wind element. And the team in front is wearing a shit green uniform between yellow and green, which inevitably reminds people of something indescribable. What's even more bizarre is that behind each member of this participating team, there are 6 bright characters embroidered with red silk thread, sincerely recruiting title sponsors. There is a line of small words under these 6 big words: please consult Mr. Flanders, the president of Shrek Academy, for advertising fees. Yes, This strange team is the Shrek team that won the final championship of this Soul Master competition in the original book. Perhaps his little butterfly wings are not very strong, and he did not bring too much influence to the characters he had never met. The Shrek 7 devils in the original book are still gathered together. However, compared with the same period in the original book, the overall strength of the Shrek 7 devils is undoubtedly much worse. Dai Mubai, who has the highest soul power level, has cultivated to the 43rd level of Soul Sect. Tang San and Xiaowu are 42nd level Soul Sect, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Oscar are 35th level Soul Master, and Ma Hongjun is 34th level Soul Master. It seems that Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing have eaten a lot of whale glue. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself. I vaguely remember that in the original work, the Shrek 7 devils who participated in the Soul Master competition, except for Dai Mubai who cultivated to level 44 and Xiaowu who did not enter the 4th ring, the other 5 people added the 4th soul ring shortly before the start of the competition, and the soul power level was 41st level Soul Master. Xiaowu is a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, which is a special case. It is normal that her cultivation pace can keep up with Tang San who has not yet started to cheat. Without taking the strange chrysanthemum, Dai Mubai can cultivate to level 43. It can be seen that Dai Mubai has either worked hard in the past few years, or his 3rd and 4th soul rings have exceeded the limit. The 2 soul rings have brought him more soul power than the original work. However, Dai Mubai was born in the Douluo royal family, and the time when the secret of whale glue was exposed seemed to be before Dai Mubai ran to Shrek to be a coward in the original work, so it is normal that he had eaten whale glue. And even if he missed this time point, the runaway Dai Shao is also a rich man, and he can still afford it by looking into his pockets. As for Tang San, the ice and fire immortal grass does not directly improve his soul power. Compared with the original work, his cultivation progress in the short term is not necessarily much different. Now his soul power level has surpassed the original work. Perhaps it was the inexplicable ambush incident in the blacksmith shop that year that made Tang San yearn for strength more and become more diligent in cultivation than in the original work? Well, this may be part of the reason, but I think there is also the factor of whale glue. Ning Rongrong has gone to Shrek. Unless she does not release her martial soul and soul bone, Tang San and Tang Hao will definitely know the secret of whale glue. There is no need to say much about the importance of a strong physique to a twin martial soul master. Tang Hao will definitely arrange it for Tang San. No money in your pocket? This is not a problem for the dignified Haoshan Douluo. He can just go to a city with the Haoshan hammer and find a local martial soul hall to do something. The world is so big. In addition to the martial soul city, where can Haoshan Douluo go? End of this chapter. 130 Chapter 130 The Xiaowu might be fake. 130. The 4th soul ring is definitely over the limit, and the 3rd soul ring may be over the limit. In addition, Tang San had experienced assassination in his early years. It is not surprising that his soul power level has surpassed the same period in the original novel without taking the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot. In addition, Tang San has been practicing the purple extreme demon eye since he was a child, and his mental power is far superior to ordinary soul masters of the same level. Even without the autumn water dew, perhaps his 4th soul can still bring some surprises to the audience. Of course, even if the surprise is still there, it is not enough to shock the audience like in the original novel. After all, Tang San is not the only contestant who has a 10,000 year 4th soul ring. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, although their soul power levels are 5 levels lower than those in the original novel, you should know that in the original novel, after taking the Kilo Tulip and the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, their soul power levels were directly increased by 6 and 7 levels respectively. Not to mention that after taking the Immortal Herbs, the Hidden Immortal Herbs and the improved cultivation talent can speed up the soul power cultivation of the two. That is to say, excluding the factor of Immortal Herbs, the soul power level of the two in the original book is definitely much worse than the current level. Such a change is naturally due to whale glue. There is no need to say much about the eldest lady Ning Rongrong. Even if Zhu Zuqing is suppressed and excluded by her sister Zhu Zuyun, she is still the second lady of the Nether Spirit Cat family. The resources she should have are indispensable. Otherwise, if the younger ones cannot even obtain the cultivation resources they should have under the suppression of the older ones, the competition mechanism for the throne of the Douluo Empire will not work. And if nothing unexpected happens, except for the first soul ring, the second and third soul rings of the two should be over-limited. Especially Ning Rongrong, that is, her level is not up to the fourth ring, otherwise she can probably get the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. It was just a head soul bone. With the love Ning Fengzi and Jian Gutu had for her, they might not have the best stuff, but it was not difficult to get an ordinary 10,000-year head soul bone. As for Oscar and Ma Heng-jun, the remaining Shrek 7 devils, Ma Heng-jun might have a chance to attach a super-limited 3rd soul ring, but Oscar, it was basically impossible. Before Flanders led the Shrek people to join Lu Erlong, Shrek Academy even cheated the students' registration fees. Once registered, no refunds were given, which showed how tight the funds were. Not to mention that Flanders was not well informed. Even if he was well informed and knew the role of whale glue for soul masters, he would not have the money to arrange for Oscar. What's more, Oscar was just a student of Shrek Academy, not the biological son of Flanders, the stingy man. You said Dai Mubai was rich? Dai Mubai was not a great philanthropist, and Dai Mubai, who was born in an aristocratic family, looked down on Ma Heng-jun and Oscar in the early days. It's okay that the two were born as commoners. What Dai Mubai, a nobleman, despised the most was the evil fire that Ma Heng-jun often needed to vent, and Oscar's soul curse that sounded very obscene. Just plastic brothers. No, in Dai Mubai's opinion, Ma Heng-jun and Oscar were not even his plastic brothers, at most they were just plastic brothers. It would be a miracle if he could give them whale glue for free. And Ma Heng-jun had the opportunity to get a super limit soul ring, because Ma Heng-jun advanced to the 3rd ring much later than Oscar. According to the trajectory of the original work, Shrek Academy had already resurrected in Lan Ba Academy at that time. Lan Ba Academy was not as poor as Shrek. It could even build a mimic training field. It was naturally not a problem to train a few talented students with super limit soul rings. Without the acacia heartbroken red to cover up its breath, this rabbit actually dared to come to the Soul Master competition? Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of a key point. As a transformed soul beast, who gave Xiaowu the courage to participate in the Soul Master competition? It's impossible that this rabbit is so stupid that no titled Douluo will pay attention to the Soul Master competition? And let alone titled Douluo, as long as the soul power level reaches above level 80, it is very likely that she can see through her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. In the original novel, Douluo met her, but failed to see through her? This is purely because Douluo is blind. Of course, soul masters above level 80 can see through the identity of a transformed soul beast, not by the naked eye, but by mental power. But for no reason, Soul Douluo or titled Douluo will not use mental power to spy on other soul masters at will. To see through the identity of a transformed soul beast, you must first sense that the aura emitted by the other party is different from that of a normal soul master, and then detect it through mental power. In other words, Douluo in the original novel was not really blind. At that time, he was probably only concerned with pretending to be cool in front of the Shrek group of weak chickens, so he neglected the problem of Xiaowu's aura being wrong. No, this rabbit is stupid, but Tang Hao is definitely not stupid. Could it be that Tang Hao has planned everything and is ready to let his son be like him, with his wife offering sacrifices to the heavens and boundless soul power? Mu Yang speculated secretly. After thinking about it, a golden light flashed in Mu Yang's eyes, and he looked at Xiaowu with a scorpion tail braid in front of him. Immortal herb, waiting for the autumn water dew, eating it can practice the fire eye golden pupil, and see through all kinds of strange things. Although this fire eye golden pupil is a monkey version of the monkey version, it can indeed see through the transformed soul beast without special means, unless the opponent's soul power cultivation has entered the mature stage. The next moment, Mu Yang couldn't help but let out a slight doubt. Under his fire eye golden pupil, Xiaowu did not have any abnormality, and was still a human soul master. Damn it, this Xiaowu is probably fake. Xiao Yang, what's wrong? Hearing the slight doubt, Mu Ziu, who was walking in front of Mu Yang, turned around and asked. Aunt, the girl with a scorpion tail braid in front of her has a strange aura. Did you feel it? Mu Yang said in a voice transmission. After receiving the voice transmission, Mu Ziu looked at Xiaowu in front of her. After a moment, Mu Ziu shook her head and said, I didn't see anything wrong. That may be my perception is wrong. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said indifferently. Sure enough, this stupid rabbit is not too stupid. He was well prepared to participate in the Soul Master competition. Of course, Xiaowu's method of restraining her aura must have an upper limit. Ordinary title Douluo can't see through it, but when facing the top powerhouses on the continent, it is mostly ineffective. At least it can't be hidden from the demigod powerhouses such as Douluo, who are only half a step away from becoming a god at the 100th level, unless Xiao Wu's method of restraining her aura involves the god. However, even Muziu, who had reminded herself and whose spiritual power far exceeded that of titled Douluo of the same level, could not see through Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed soul beast. If they did not know it in advance, titled Douluo below level 95 would definitely not be able to see through it, and even those above level 95 might not be able to see through it. If that's the case, the Soul Master competition might be less exciting? End of this chapter. 131 Chapter 131 Weakening the opponent is equal to improving yourself. 131. You should know that the original finals venue of this Soul Master competition in the original book was not in Wuhan City, but was temporarily changed by Wuhan Hall. The main reason for changing the finals venue was that Bibi Dong was going to reward Hulina and the other two with soul bones, but was opposed by the Elder Hall. After that, the two sides compromised and these 3 soul bones were used as rewards for the champion team of the Soul Master competition. Bibi Dong was so confident because according to the information collected by Wuhan Hall, there was not even a 5-ring Soul King in this Soul Master competition except for the Wuhan Hall team. On the other hand, the Spirit Hall team has 3 5-ring Soul Kings, and Xiaoyu and Hulina can even use the Soul Fusion skill, Demon Charm. With such a trump card in hand, the championship is definitely secure. Place the finals in the Spirit City, and also take out 3 soul bones as the champion reward, which can undoubtedly well reflect the strength of the Spirit Hall, and it can be regarded as the last wave of publicity before the Spirit Hall launches the war of unification of the continent. But the current situation is different from the original work. Not to mention other college teams, the Blazing Fire team has 3 Soul Kings, the Tian Shui team has 2 Soul Kings, and the Kamikaze team has 1 Soul King. The Spirit Hall team is not without the possibility of being overthrown. The Spirit Hall team has the Soul Fusion skill as a trump card? Who can guarantee that the Blazing Fire team and the Tian Shui team don't have the Soul Fusion skill? Except for the Nether White Tiger, the probability of the Soul Fusion skill appearing is very low. But the probability is very low, from the perspective of the entire Soul Master world. The contestants from Blazing Fire Academy and Tian Shui Academy are not ordinary Soul Masters, but the elites of the younger generation of Soul Masters. The probability of them possessing martial Soul Fusion skills is much higher than that of ordinary Soul Masters. And the Soul Bones are very valuable, especially the head Soul Bone that is the condensed spirit of 60,000 years. If there is a certain risk, the Spirit Hall may not be willing to take it out. If 3 Soul Bones are not taken out as rewards, then there is no need for the Spirit Hall to temporarily change the venue of the finals to the Spirit City. And if the finals are not held in the Spirit City, then no matter where it is held, there will definitely not be as many strong people watching as in the original. At least as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong is unlikely to come to watch the game in person. At most, she will send elders such as Zhu and Gui to lead the team. There were fewer strong men watching the finals, and apart from Tang Hao in the dark and Chen Xian who was mostly present, there were no other heavyweight strong men coming. With this special method of restraining his own aura, Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed soul beast might not be exposed. Similarly, if the finals were not held in Wuhan City, even if Tang San exposed his clear sky hammer spirit, the people from the Spirit Hall who were present would not dare to shout and kill him. The first spirit was Blue Silver Grass, the second spirit was Clear Sky Hammer, and who Tang San's parents were. All the elders of the Spirit Hall should know. The former Pope King Sunji was hammered to death by Tang Hao. The general cause and effect of this matter must have been paid attention to by many elders of the Spirit Hall. It is impossible that they did not know. Behind Tang San stood the famous Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao. Unless his side had a large number of people, many elders were present, or there were elders who offered sacrifices to support him, the ordinary elders of the Spirit Hall would not dare to shout, otherwise they would only be giving away their heads for nothing. It's better to have fewer twists and turns. It's better to let Tang San be an ordinary innate full soul power. Mu Yang thought to himself. For most ordinary people, suffering is always suffering, and setbacks are always setbacks, which are pains that can never be forgotten in a lifetime. But geniuses are different. As long as they don't die, suffering and setbacks will often only become the driving force for geniuses to become stronger. This is even more true for Tang San, who has the template of the protagonist and has good luck. If he has been practicing in a plain and uneventful way, then Tang San's growth rate will definitely be slower than that of experiencing suffering and setbacks. Sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. In Mu Yang's view, attacking and weakening potential opponents in all directions is also equivalent to improving himself in disguise. When his fists are hard in the future, Tang San has not grown up yet. As long as he can beat Tang Hao, who is seriously injured, then Buddha Tang can get a box lunch and leave. Amid cheers, Mu Yang and his party squeezed into the Tianda Great Soul fighting arena. Don't look at the strangers Kong, who has no fame to speak of, but just by wearing the uniforms representing their own academy, the influence is no less than that of the famous stars in Mu Yang's previous life. And this is just the beginning. If you can have a wonderful performance on the field, it will not be too easy to gain fans. That is to say, there is no internet in Douluo continent, and only a few people can watch the game in person. Otherwise, after the Soul Master competition is over, the winning team will immediately become the first-line team in the whole continent. And the most important thing is that the worship based on one's own strength, unless it is done something that is infuriating to both humans and gods, such as falling into an evil Soul Master, there is basically no possibility of collapse. Even if they are defeated by a stronger person, loyal fans will comfort themselves, it's not that my brother/sister is not strong enough, but that the enemy who does not follow martial ethics is too strong. After entering the big soul fighting field, the three teams went straight to the rest area specially provided for the participating academy teams in the main arena. The rest area is very wide, with thousands of seats, divided into areas, so as to provide rest and waiting for the Soul Master Academy teams. The arrival of the three teams immediately became the focus of the scene, and the rest area, which was originally a little noisy, became quiet almost instantly. The participating players from various colleges who arrived first all cast solemn eyes. The teachers who led the teams from various colleges to participate in the competition had a look of inquiry on their faces. Since they came to participate in the Soul Master competition, they must hope that their own college can get good results. Looking back at the previous Soul Master competitions, among the 28 participating teams in the Tianda Division qualifiers, except for the Xiangjia College team, which occasionally fell behind due to its obvious shortcomings, the Thunder, Divine Wind, Blazing Fire, and Tian Shui College teams won 4 of the 5 qualifying places in the qualifiers. The Tianda Division qualifiers seem to have 5 qualifying places, but in fact it can be said that it is a 1 in 24 selection. 23 high-level Soul Master colleges, including the Tianda Royal College, deputy team, competed with Xiangjia College for the last remaining qualifying place. However, no academy can remain strong forever. Even the strongest academy in the continent, the Spirit Hall Academy, can also stumble. For example, in the championship battle of the previous Spirit Master competition, the Spirit Hall team had 2 of the only 5 ringed Spirit Kings in that Spirit Master competition, but was overturned by the Xingluo Royal Academy team, whose members were all 4 ringed, with the Spirit Fusion skill, Nether White Tiger. Of course, the White Tiger Spirit Master who launched the Nether White Tiger was not a prince of the Xingluo Empire, but a member of the side branch of the royal family Dai. As the recognized second beast spirit family in the continent, the White Tiger family has more than just one emperor and a few princes. Otherwise, if they used a decapitation tactic, the Xingluo Empire would collapse. End of this chapter. 132 Chapter 132 3 Blazing Fire Heroes, 2 Beauties of Tian Shui. 132. If the quality of the 4 elemental academy teams this time is not good, wouldn't it be at least possible to choose 2 out of 25, or even return to the original 5 out of 28? Even if it is only 25 to 2, the probability is almost doubled compared to 24 to 1. Once you qualify in the preliminaries, you can participate in the subsequent promotion games and the finals. This is of great significance to the non-element academy and the Royal Fighting Vice team. After all, among the 22 high-level Soul Master academies, there are academies that have never been shortlisted for the Soul Master competition promotion games since their establishment. Although this possibility is almost equivalent to the men's football team entering the World Cup again, even if the hope is slim, it still exists, and you can't say it is absolutely impossible. Hiss. The next moment, several gasps sounded in the quiet rest area. Obviously, several teachers from other academies with good mental power have sensed the approximate strength of the 3 teams of Shiwo, Tian Shui, and Shenfeng. I've opened my eyes. The soul power level of the main force of the team is all above level 40, and most importantly, the Kamikaze team has a 5-ring Soul King, the Tian Shui team has 2 Soul Kings, and the Blazing Fire team has 3 Soul Kings. Even if they didn't sense it very specifically and couldn't see the specific soul power level of Mu Yang and the other 6, Even if it was only a level 51 Soul King, it was not something that other teams could deal with. Unless they have a trump card like martial soul fusion skills, and these 3 elemental teams have no other trump cards except for their high level. Sure enough, the great reputation of the Element Academy is not just a boast, but it really has this strength. After a glance, Muziu took everyone to sit in the front row of the rest area. The Blazing Fire team is in the middle, and the Tian Shui and Kamikaze teams are on both sides. As for sitting in the corner, only the academy teams that are prepared to keep a low profile or are not confident will sit in the corner. Like the Element Academy team, it is a recognized seed team in the preliminaries. No matter which session, it is destined to not be low-key. After taking their seats, everyone quietly waited for the opening ceremony to begin. Of course, although today was just an opening ceremony, there was also a match. The Tiandu Royal Academy's Royal Do Deputy team randomly selected an opponent to compete in the first round of the budget round-robin system. Otherwise, if it was just an opening ceremony without any real drama, it would be a shame for the audience to buy tickets. As for registration matters, the team leaders Muziu, Feng Zhen and Chu Shuping didn't need to worry about such miscellaneous tasks. The 3 academies had already arranged for other teachers to handle it in advance, such as booking hotel rooms in advance, registering for the competition, and collecting intelligence on opponents. Wait, there are people to do it. What Muziu and the other 2 need to do is to deter the villains and prevent someone from bullying the weak outside the arena because they can't win on the field. Not long after taking his seat, Mu Yang saw the Thunder Academy team, which is also one of the 4 Element Academies, coming, led by Lei Bassian, the Dean of Thunder Academy. Hu Yanhong, Dean of Xiangjia Academy 4 Element Academy? Where is my Dean's Xiangjia Academy? Hey? Dean Huo and Dean Shui are not here. You. Seeing that the 2 Vice Deans Muziu and Chu Shuping, instead of Huo Lai and Shui Yanyu, led the team of Shuo Academy and Tian Shui Academy, Lei Bassian was originally ready to ask questions, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that the aura emanating from Muziu was not right. In Lei Bassian's impression, Muziu was just an 8-ring soul Douluo, at least that was the case during the last Soul Master competition, and as far as he knew, Muziu had just entered the 8th ring at that time. After all, before that, when the meeting at the 5 Elements Academy was held due to the whale glue issue, Muziu was still a 7-ring soul saint. But she never thought that Muziu's strength would change dramatically. Although he didn't sense it very specifically, Lei Bassian could faintly sense the flame breath from her that was enough to bring him a fatal threat. You know, Lei Bassian is a level 88 soul Douluo. Although he is not from the direct line of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, his martial soul is not bad, and his soul rings are also the best ratio. He can be said to be the best among the 8-ring soul Douluos. Apart from a few gifted soul masters of the same level, the only ones who can give him a sense of fatal threat are the 9-ring titled Douluos. Hey, Dean Mu, congratulations! Take a deep breath, suppress the shock in his heart. Lei Bassian bowed slightly, and congratulated Muziu. Although it is a little unbelievable, the weak have no qualifications to question the strong. No matter what, from now on, he and Muziu, who has achieved the title Douluo, are no longer on the same level. It would be fine if he didn't see it, but since he saw it, he must show due respect. Dean Lei is too polite. Brother Lai and Yunyu are not in the academy due to something. The 2 teams are led by me and Xu Ping. Muziu smiled and nodded, and then looked at the Thunder Academy team behind Lei Bassian. Well, it has been confirmed that there is no 5 rings. Yu Tiangxin, one of the highest level Blue Lightning twins, is only a level 45 soul sect. It seems that among the 4 Element Academies, Thunder Academy is at the bottom this time. But then again, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has the Blue Lightning twins, the former Haoshan sect also has the Haoshan twins, and even the Wuhan Hall is said to have played the name of the Golden Generation. Then, should our own Blazing Academy also have the Blazing 3 heroes? Thinking of this, Muziu glanced at Mu Yang, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wushuan without leaving a trace. Mu Yang and the other 2. Coincidentally, not only Muziu thought so, but even Chu Shuping beside her also thought about the title. Shui Binger and Shui Yu are from her own Tian Shui College are so outstanding, shouldn't they be called the Tian Shui Twin Beauties? The sisters are not only younger than the Blue Lightning Twins, but also stronger than the Blue Lightning Twins. It is only natural that they should be given a resounding title. Sister Shui Binger. 28 participating teams from the Tiandu division arrived one after another. Not long after, the staff of the competition entered the rest area and organized the teams from each college to enter the venue for the opening ceremony. The first team to enter was not the Blazing team, nor the Kamikaze team or the Tian Shui team, but the Thunder College team. There was no other reason. In the last Soul Master competition, the Thunder team's performance was second only to the Royal Fighting team. Since the Royal Fighting team, the main team, was not there, the first team to enter naturally fell above the Thunder team. Of course, the order of entry of the teams of each academy is not entirely based on the ranking of the previous session's performance. Only the first team to enter is like this. After the Thunder Academy team entered, it was the Divine Wind, Blazing Fire, Sky Water, and Elephant Armor Academy teams. These are the cards of the 5 Elements Academy in the Tiandu division of the Soul Master competition. The sixth to enter was the Royal Fighting Deputy team from the Tiandu Royal Academy, followed by the 22 high-level Soul Master Academy teams directly under the jurisdiction of the Tiandu Empire. Thanks to my friends Shijun36 and Xia Yan Yan Wei Feng Qing Fu for the monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Mai Wenhua, 202206061636325572, Xia Yan Yan Breeze, Li Ziu Ozu, Liang Yu Chu Qing, Xin Huan Meng Long, 202204041708290022, Y_, B Alpha M202206061636325572, Li Ziu Ozu, Y Mao Ben Mao, Mai Wenhua, Xin Huan Meng Long, 2024-041-2860 for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 133 Chapter 133 Qian Rongxiu's Feelings. 133. At this time, the main arena of the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena was very lively. Around the huge and open venue, there were countless shouting and cheering spectators. In front of the central venue was a rostrum with a golden background. Behind the rostrum was the renovated VIP area. The wide venue has a diameter of more than 150 meters. The Thunder Academy team and the Divine Wind Academy team, which entered the venue before the Blazing team, have already formed a formation in the center of the venue. The third team to enter is the Blazing Academy team. Blazing Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies in the Empire. There are a total of 10 students participating in the competition. Their golden and red costumes represent burning flames. Their slogan is "Victory will belong to Blazing Academy." Distinguished guests, audience friends present, let us look forward to the performance of the Blazing Academy team on the field. Under the introduction of the MC holding a soul guide microphone on the podium, Mu Yang led the Blazing team to line up behind the Shenfeng Academy team. Ignoring the MC's beeping, Mu Yang looked around. The Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena is undoubtedly one of the largest soul fighting arenas on the continent. Only the Xingluo Great Soul Fighting Arena in Xingluo City of Xingluo Empire can be compared with it. The stands that can accommodate 80,000 spectators are all decorated with silver backgrounds, and a large number of lighting soul guides are hung around them, giving people a feeling of not only luxury, but also grandeur. Turning his eyes to the VIP table, the first thing that caught Mu Yang's eyes was the 3 figures sitting in the first row of the VIP seats. In the center, a person dressed in a golden red robe, wearing a golden diamond crown, with a face like an ancient moon, although his face looked old, but his temperament extraordinary. It was the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Emperor Shuiye. The person on the right of Emperor Shuiye was a middle-aged man, wearing a white robe, with a jade-like face, a straight nose and a square mouth, and a gentle and elegant appearance, like a gentleman. Although he had never met before, Mu Yang knew that this elegant middle-aged man must be the first rich man in the continent, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi. Well, with a family-inherited martial spirit with the ability to hunt for treasures, Ning Fengzi, the mine owner, is really rich. The red-robed old man wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown on the other side was naturally one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Wuhan Hall and the master of the Tiandu Wuhan Temple, Saras. Mu Yang had a hunch that he would inevitably deal with this platinum bishop next. Don't get me wrong, it's not about making friends, but this platinum bishop most likely they will do something to target the Blazing team. But if you say that Saras is a villain, and Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi are decent, that is not entirely true. All crows are evil. The Tiandu Empire even has slaves. Emperor Shuiye may be a good emperor to many princes and nobles in the Tiandu Empire, but this good emperor is definitely not a good person. As for Ning Fengzi, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect must have some shady means that are not worthy of being on the stage, but at most they are not as many as other forces. After a casual look, Mu Yang's eyes fell on a short-haired young man sitting in the middle of the second row of the VIP seats behind Emperor Shui Yat. Shui King He, no, Jian Rongxiu. At the first moment, Mu Yang recognized the Empire's top spy from the Spirit Hall. Of course, whether he is a spy or not has nothing to do with him. Anyway, the Tiandu royal family is named Shui, not Mu, and Mu Yang has no intention of telling on others. Moreover, using the Tiandu throne to hold Jian Rongxiu back, so that she can return home later to inherit the family business and become the god of angels, is a good thing for Mu Yang. Before the end of the original novel, 3 people became gods. Although Jian Rongxiu was the first to become a god, in Mu Yang's opinion, her threat is the lowest. Bibi Dong is a lunatic. When she is not a member of the Spirit Hall, she has shown too strong a talent. Maybe Bibi Dong will regard you as a threat and prepare to eliminate you in advance without saying a word. Buddha Tang is selfish. He wants to become a god even if he is not my Tang San's relatives and friends? Well, it's not absolutely impossible. Just kneel down and be my Tang family's dog. Jian Rongxiu, who is in love with a low IQ, is a bit normal. This is Feng Aotian who is full of self-confidence. As long as she can be judged, she is willing to recruit and win over Tang San, who has a deep hatred for the Spirit Hall, let alone other people. Weaken Tang San, delay Jian Rongxiu. If Bibi Dong can be dealt with, and the god test can be found in the future, then Mu Yang can be said to be worry-free. Perhaps she noticed Mu Yang's scrutinizing eyes, and Jian Rongxiu, who temporarily ended the low conversation with the 3 teaching committee members of Tongtiando Royal Academy, also turned her eyes to Mu Yang. Looking at each other, Mu Yang smiled and then shifted his sight to avoid attracting too much attention. Jian Rongxiu is a complicated person, and behind her stands the behemoth Spirit Hall. If it is not necessary, he should hide a little. Unfortunately, what Mu Yang didn't know was that he had already entered Jian Rongxiu's sight. Since she accidentally discovered Mu Yang's extraordinary potential in the Xingde Great Forest, Jian Rongxiu has been secretly sending people to pay attention to him in the past few years. Knowing that his soul power cultivation speed is extremely abnormal, far beyond the ordinary innate full soul power, Jian Rongxiu has long been interested in him. At the age of 12, he achieved the 5-ring Soul King. Even I am ashamed of myself. Is the fairy great herb really so magical? Looking at Mu Yang who had shifted his sight, and recalling the information collected by his subordinates at the time, Jian Rongxiu sighed in her heart. At first, Jian Rongxiu only thought that Mu Yang had good talent and had refined high-quality soul bones, which enabled him to cultivate to the 4th environment at a young age. But later, Jian Rongxiu didn't think so. Perhaps Mu Yang was young and had a high soul power level, which was indeed due to the factor of refining high-quality soul bones, but this was definitely not all, and it was not even the biggest factor. Because with the in-depth investigation of Mu Yang, her intelligence personnel found that it was not only Mu Yang who had an outrageous cultivation speed, but also his cousin Hua Washuan, cousin Hua Wu, girlfriend Shui Binger, and his future sister-in-law Shui Yuer. And among them, Hua Washuan and Hua Wu, like Mu Yang who changed from red hair to blue hair, had their martial spirits transformed and evolved, which was very different from when they first awakened. The source of this information was simple, including but not limited to high-level spiritual masters questioning students from the 2 academies through hypnotic soul skills, etc. After all, we are all classmates, and the martial soul and soul power level of the school's famous figures are not a secret at all. You only need to take a look after the martial soul is attached or manifested to know. There are very few cases of martial soul transformation and evolution, and it usually only happens when the soul master whose martial soul quality is not at the top level advances to the 9-ring titled Douluo. If it was just Mu Yang, Jian Rongxiu would think it was a coincidence, but the martial souls of all 3 people have undergone transformation and evolution, so it can't be explained by coincidence. End of this chapter. 134 Chapter 134 5 Tiger Generals, the opening of the competition. 134. Combined with the unusual training speed of Mu Yang and the other 5, Jian Rongxiu concluded that there was a major secret that she didn't know. Even Huo Lai of Blazing Fire Academy was able to advance to the titled Douluo, which was probably related to this secret. Although Huo Lai's advancement to the title was not widely publicized, when he led the team to participate in the last Soul Master competition, Huo Lai's achievement of the title Douluo was no longer a secret among the 3 forces of the Heaven Do Empire, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, and the Spirit Hall. Low-level soul masters cannot see it, but without special means to restrain or hide their own aura, Soul Douluos with slightly keener perception can detect whether Huo Lai has advanced to the title Douluo, not to mention that in the last Soul Master competition, Ning Fengzi still brought one of the Swordbone Douluos to the scene. Then the question is, what kind of treasure in the world can make the soul of a Soul Master undergo transformation and evolution, and also increase the speed of soul power cultivation, or even directly increase the soul power level? Out of curiosity, Qian Rongxiu sent people to inquire and investigate. After some inquiries, Shi Long, who was in charge of this matter, got the result from his colleague Zhu Douluo Yu Guan, so Qian Rongxiu knew the legend of the fairy-grade medicinal herbs. If you can be used by me, the golden generation. Het. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu looked at Mu Yang with a look like a hungry wolf looking at a lamb. Everything is afraid of comparison. Qian Rongxiu admitted that Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan, who were called the Golden Generation, were rare geniuses in the mainland Soul Master world, but compared with Mu Yun and the other 5 who had extremely abnormal cultivation speed, the Golden Generation was not good enough. Xiaoyu and Yan were unlucky. Not long after they advanced to the 4th Ring Soul Sect, the Wuhan Hall knew the secret of Whale Glue, and they failed to catch up with the super limit 4th Soul Ring and advanced to the 5th Ring Soul King at the age of 21. Hulina was lucky and caught up with the trip. She added the super limit 4th Soul Ring. In addition, her talent was stronger than Xiaoyu and Yan, so she cultivated to the 5th Ring Soul King at the age of 19. But despite this, the 3 are still not as valuable as the 5 people from Wiang who have advanced to the 5 Ring Soul King at the youngest age of 12 and the oldest at 18. And most importantly, the relationship between the 5 people from Wiang is that of relatives and boyfriends and girlfriends, and they can be regarded as one in terms of their positions. In Qian Rongxiu's view, as long as Wiang can be recruited, the remaining 4 will be like buying 1 and getting 4 free. It goes without saying that the one who will be in power in the Blazing Fire Academy in the future will definitely be one of Wiang, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, and for Tian Shui Academy, it will definitely be one of the sisters Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er. In this way, not only is it buying 1 and getting 4 free, but it also successfully wins over 2 elemental academies and a Tyrannosaurus Douluo in disguise. Well, in addition to this, it can also give Bibi Dong some eye drops. The damn Golden Generation is far inferior to the future 5 Tiger Generals under this young master. In other words, Mu Yang already had a girlfriend, and Shui Bing'er was also extraordinary, so it was not easy for her to take someone else's love away. Otherwise, it was not impossible to consider it. Like most ordinary people, Qian Rongxiu was also a beauty-conscious person. However, what Qian Rongxiu did not know for the time being was that if this matter was accomplished, her gains would be more than what she imagined. Other things aside, in addition to Huo Lai, there would be at least 2 more title Douluo, and as time went by, this gain would become even greater. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, all 28 participating teams from the Tiandu division entered the venue. The last team to enter is the team from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, formerly known as Lanba Academy, was renamed Shrek a year ago. Look, their strange costumes are so distinctive, and there are a total of 11 students participating in the competition. Their registration slogan is Champions Without Opponents. It is a very thoughtful slogan, and I hope they can perform well. Listening to the words of the MC on the stage, the audience in the stands were already laughing, and the sound of booing was one after another. I don't know if someone secretly instructed me to do this. When the Shrek Academy team entered the venue, the MC's introduction, coupled with his slightly exaggerated expression, revealed a strong sense of disparagement. Shui Xing, it's not me, I didn't, don't slander me. After all the participating academies entered the venue, the MC continued in a loud voice, next, please invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire to announce the opening of this competition. Amidst the applause, Emperor Shui Ye slowly stood up, raised his right hand, and waved to the audience and the participating soul masters below. Soon, the applause stopped, and the huge square became silent. Then, Emperor Shui Ye's solemn and loud voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker Soul Guide. I, Emperor Shui Ye of the Tiandu Empire, on behalf of the Tiandu Empire and the organizer of this competition, announce that the Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is now open. Here, I hope that all Soul Masters participating in this competition can give full play to their strengths and achieve good results. You are all the pride of the Tiandu Empire. Show your brilliance for the glory of the Empire. Victory will surely belong to the Tiandu Empire. After Emperor Shui Ye, the second heavyweight guest Ning Feng gave a speech. After another round of beeping, the Platinum Bishop of the Wuhan Hall, Saras, drew lots to determine the two opponents in the first round of the preliminaries. Of course, today is the main show and the opening ceremony. There is only one game afterwards, in which the vice team of Tiandu Royal Academy will play against the drawn opponent. The remaining 14 games of the first round will be held tomorrow morning. In the first round of the preliminaries, Kanghui Academy will play against Zixing Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Oakland Academy will play against Huayan Guanghui Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Shuo Academy will play against Huangjin Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tiandu Royal Academy will play against Shrek Academy. After the drawing of lots, Salas looked around the audience and said calmly, "I swear on the honor of the Spirit Hall that the drawing of lots is absolutely true. At the same time, I hereby announce that all the participating students of the Spirit Master Academy present who can enter the finals will be allowed to join the Spirit Hall directly as an exception." As soon as these words came out, the Soul Masters in the field were in an uproar. In the internal sequence of the Spirit Hall is the highest place in the Spirit Hall after the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall. There is only one in the capitals of the two empires in the whole continent. The Pope's Hall is a place exclusively for the Pope, and the Douluo Hall is a symbolic existence, so the status of the Spirit Hall is actually the highest executive body in the Spirit Hall. For a Soul Master, being able to directly enter the Spirit Hall is a shortcut to improve strength. The generous treatment, various training measures, and the honor of the Spirit Hall are all very attractive to Soul Masters who are talented but not too outstanding. End of this chapter. 135 Chapter 135 The plan to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. 135. As soon as Saras finished speaking, Emperor Shuiyi's face visibly darkened. Fortunately, he noticed that among the Five Elements Academy team and the Royal Do Vice team standing in the center of the venue, only the Elephant Armor Academy team, which was backed by the Elephant Armor sect, showed signs of intention, while the rest of the people did not show any intention, especially when Mu Yang, Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Feng Xiaotian all showed no intention of moving. Emperor Shuiyi's face eased a little. Then, Emperor Shuiyi glanced at Saras indifferently, turned around and waved to the MC. As early as when the teachers of the three academies went to register Mu Yang and others for the competition, they reported the martial spirits and soul power levels of the participants of the three teams. The Tiandu Empire is the organizer of the Soul Master competition. In this Soul Master competition, Shuo, Tian Shui, and Emperor Shuiyi had already received the news that so many talented Soul Masters had emerged from the Divine Wind Academy. Although the level reported by Mu Yang and others was only 5 Ring Soul Kings, and the specific soul power level was not registered, and Mu Yang's age was exaggerated by a few years, this was enough. With 6 5-ring Soul Kings, and 5 of them under the age of 20, it can be predicted that there will be 6 more 9-ring titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire in the future. In the eyes of Emperor Shuiyi, even if the other participating students were recruited by the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple, as long as these 6 were not recruited, it would not be a big deal. After all, when the quality gap is too large, it cannot be made up by quantity alone. After receiving the Emperor's signal, the MC hurriedly said in a loud voice, "The first round of the first qualifying match will be held next, between Tiandu Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. All participating academies leave the field, and the 2 academies that will compete later are requested to prepare." Half an hour later, the competition will officially begin. On the stands specially prepared for the contestants, 30 people from Shuo, Tian Shui, and Kamikaze teams gathered together. Mu Yang and Shui Binger are a couple, and both are captains. Wherever the captain is, the rest of the team will naturally follow. As for Kamikaze team, well, wherever Huo Wu goes, Feng Xiaotian will lead Kamikaze team there. Members of Kamikaze team, the boss is taking us to be licking dogs. Huo Wushuan asked Mu Yang, "Xiao Yang, who do you think will win the first game?" Glancing at him, Mu Yang said, "Member Huo Wushuan, during the Soul Master competition, please call me Captain or Brother Yang." Huo Wushuan, hard, his fist hardened, and then became soft again. His cousin gave him too much, and he really couldn't beat him. "Haha, brother, we are cousins, just a little joke, don't mind." Mu Yang smiled and patted Huo Wushuan on the shoulder, then said to everyone, "Well, if you want to earn some pocket money, you can bet on Shrek to win." Just like the World Cup in the previous life, the Soul Master competition also has a handicap. He can see the strength of both sides, but it does not mean that every Soul Master can see it. What's more, there are tens of thousands of spectators on the scene, most of whom are ordinary people without soul power cultivation. They are not capable of seeing through the strength of both teams. And the Royal Do Deputy team comes from the famous Tiandu Royal Academy. Is that something Shrek Academy can cheat? There should not be too many spectators who bet mindlessly just based on the reputation of the academy. The next moment, Huoyun spoke up and asked, "Is it true?" "Captain, don't fool me, I'm a poor man. Guaranteed win. Shrek has 3 4-ring soul lords, and the Royal Do Deputy team has none. Unless it is a fake game, Shrek will not be able to win. Will win for sure," Mu Yang said with a confident look. "Let's go and earn some pocket money." Huo Wushuan waved his hand and walked towards the opening position first. Seeing this, except for Mu Yang and Shui Binger, everyone followed. There are not too many people who like this cute little golden thing, even the girls of the Tian Shui team are no exception. "Huo Yu, brother, hurry up and let's go to the lottery." "Huo Yun, Qian, please give me 20,000 gold soul coins." Hearing the conversation between the two brothers, Mu Yang couldn't help but look speechless. Qian gave me 20,000 gold soul coins. Is this also called a poor person? It can only be said that soul masters are a profession that pays great attention to inheritance. Those who can enter the Element Academy, excluding genetic mutations, martial soul mutations, are basically from soul master families. At most, the family strength is different, and the family background is generally not too bad. "Mu Yang, aren't you going?" Shui Binger asked. Mu Yang shook his head, "I can't make big money, and I don't care about small money, forget it. Mu Yang, it's just a thing outside of my body, I don't care about it. There is no internet in Douluo continent. The only people who can bet on the Soul Master competition are the audience at most, and the size of the handicap is limited. It is basically impossible to make a big bet on the big soul fighting arena, and he doesn't lack this little money. In fact, in Douluo continent, where strength is respected, the fastest way to make money is not gambling or doing business, but talking about fists. As long as your fist is big enough, you can collect protection fees from the 2 empires and the top 3 sects. It's like the 2 empires and the major kingdoms and principalities pay the money, but the Soul Hall issues the Soul Master subsidies on their behalf. That's not because the 2 empires are kind, but because the Soul Hall used its fists to force the 2 empires to pay. Otherwise, even if the 2 empires have a conscience, why do they let the Soul Hall do this? You know, there are many Soul Masters on the mainland who subconsciously think that the Soul Master subsidy has nothing to do with the 2 empires, and it is paid by the Spirit Hall itself. Registration gives money, and Soul Masters who receive subsidies naturally like the Spirit Hall. After a long time of freeloading, their good impression deepens. In addition, the Spirit Hall is the overlord of the Soul Master world. In the case of no background, it is natural to join the Spirit Hall. It should be said that the Spirit Hall's move is amazing. It is simply cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. It directly cuts off the combat power of most of the grassroots soul masters of the 2 empires, and also brushes a large wave of good impressions, so that 7 out of 10 talented soul masters emerging from the civilian group have become members of the Spirit Hall. Half an hour later, under the illumination of the soul guide lights, the Royal Fighting Vice team and the Shrek team appeared. At this time, the venue has changed. In the short half an hour before, the arena that had been prepared long ago was built. The competition arena is 10 meters high, round, and 30 meters in diameter. Although it is not too wide, it is enough for the 2 teams to perform. Of course, it is only one competition arena now. When the preliminaries really start tomorrow, there will be 5 arenas here at the same time. The 28 teams will have 27 rounds of preliminaries. Each team needs to face 27 opponents. Winning a game will get 1 point, and losing will not get any points. End of this chapter. 136 Chapter 136 Bet. 136. After the 27 rounds of preliminaries are over, the top 5 teams will get the qualification to enter the promotion match. And the promotion match will not eliminate any team, but only rank the strength of the teams of each college to avoid the strong teams from meeting in advance in the subsequent finals, resulting in the teams that should have achieved better results being ranked at the bottom and failing to show their own strength. However, this nearly 1-month preliminaries is also a big test for most teams. This is especially true for teams with weaker strength and who have to go through a tough battle in every game. As soon as they came on the court, the Shrek team and the Royal Do team started to fight. There was no other reason. The Shrek team's weird outfits were looked down upon by the Royal Do team members who came from corrupt noble families. Especially Ma Hongjun's undisguised lecherous eyes made the female members of the Royal Do team despise him. They looked down on the other side, and the other side also had a sour evil ghost, so naturally some people in the Royal Do team mocked them. And because the Shrek team had been expelled from the Tiandu Royal Academy, they had no good feelings towards the Royal Do team, and they were also deeply influenced by Flanders' classic quote, "A soul master who dares not to cause trouble is not a good soul master." Once they were mocked, they naturally launched a strong counterattack, especially Xiaowu, who was not afraid of trouble. At this time, the referee came on the stage and saw the two teams fighting on the stage, and the words were more and more unpleasant. He couldn't help but twitch his lips and said, "Both sides salute, non-participants leave the stage." Hearing this, the verbal battle came to an end. The two teams reluctantly bowed to each other and saluted. The extra players left the stage, leaving only the 7 people who participated in the first game of the preliminaries. Perhaps because they were ready to defeat the deputy team of Huangdu quickly and clean up the shame, the Shrek team showed its strongest strength. In addition to Oscar from the food department, 6 of the Shrek 7 devils in the original book came on the stage, plus a level 38 Tailong. VIP seats. Master Ning, I see Rongrong is also on the field. Do you think Shrek Academy is good? Glancing at Ning Rongrong on the stage, Emperor Shuiye said to Ning Fengji asked. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is a staunch ally of the Heaven Do Empire, and Ning Rongrong is the eldest daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and is also deeply loved by Ning Fengzi and Swordbone Douluo. Emperor Shuiye naturally recognizes Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengzi shook his head, Rongrong and the others are good, but if it is the next Soul Master competition, there may be a great chance. It's not that the Shrek team members are not talented enough, but Tang San and others are a little young. Including his daughter Ning Rongrong, the Shrek 7 people who came from Soto City together, the oldest Daimyo Bai is only 17, and the youngest is only 14 years old. At least they can participate in another Soul Master competition. Moreover, 3 of the 7 people have full innate soul power, and even Zhu Zuqing, who has the worst talent, has an innate level 7 soul power. In terms of talent alone, the champion team of the previous Soul Master competition will never reach this lineup. It's a pity that age is a disadvantage. Moreover, this Soul Master competition is extraordinary. Not to mention the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, even the strength of the Blazing Academy and Tian Shui Academy teams is the highest ever in the history of the 2 academies. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look at Mu Yang and others in the contestant stands in the distance. If the Tiandu Empire can win the championship this time, then the winning team is most likely the Blazing team. The team has 7 main players, 3 high-level 5-ring Soul Kings, and 4 4-ring Soul Lords. On paper alone, their strength has far exceeded the average level of previous champion teams. Haha, they are all young people with a bright future. It seems that not only this time, but even the next Soul Master competition, the championship honor will belong to the Empire. Emperor Shuiye said with a smile. This Tiandu has the Blazing team, and the next one 5 years later has the Shrek team. In the eyes of Emperor Shuiye, the Tiandu Empire, which has failed to win the championship for 3 consecutive times, will most likely win the Soul Master competition twice in a row. Your Majesty, I beg you to differ. The strength of our Spirit Hall's golden generation is not weak. As soon as Emperor Shuiye finished speaking, Saras next to him refuted. It's better to lose the battle than the battle. Although the Blazing Fire team is not weak, the Spirit Hall team is also very strong. Isn't it just 3 Soul Ring Kings? It's like no one has any. And Hulina and Xiaoyu have the martial soul fusion skill in hand. It's still unknown who will win. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi retracted his gaze and said, this sect master has determined that the champion of this competition will belong to Tiando. Sir Saras, how about we make a bet? I wonder what sect master Ning wants to bet. Saras asked. This sect master will not force anyone. If I win, you can reward the champion team with 1 million gold soul coins in the name of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. On the contrary, if you win, this sect master will also reward the Wuhan Hall team with 1 million gold soul coins in your name. Ning Fengzi said with a smile. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is a big family. Ning Fengzi lacks nothing except geniuses and masters. The reason why he wants to bet with Saras is just to disgust Saras. The Wuhan Hall is the undisputed overlord of the Soul Master world. While there are many Soul Masters under its command, the financial pressure is also very huge. After all, the Wuhan Hall is not like the two empires, which have sufficient national tax revenue as support. In this way, the Wuhan Hall, with its narrow income channels, will inevitably erode the interests that originally belonged to various forces. Otherwise, even the wages cannot be paid. Who will work for you? The 7 treasures glazed tile sex industries are all over the Tiandu Empire. With the increasing power of the Spirit Hall in recent years, under the leadership of Salus, the master of the Tiandu Spirit Hall, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect has been eroded by a lot of interests. Therefore, Ning Fengzi doesn't like Salus no matter how he looks at him. It's because the Spirit Hall is powerful and not easy to mess with, otherwise Ning Fengzi would have sent Swordbone Douluo to secretly kill Salus, whom he doesn't like. Just as Sect Master Ning said. After a moment of silence, Salus agreed. Although Salus is not as arrogant as Ning Fengzi, he can still take out 1 million gold soul coins. If he wins, he can not only make Ning Fengzi lose face, but also make friends with the Golden Generation. You know, the 3 people of the Golden Generation are talented, and they will definitely become 9-ring titled Douluo in the future and rank in the Elder Hall. Hulina is also the direct disciple of the Pope. If nothing unexpected happens, after a few years, when Hulina becomes stronger, she will most likely be canonized as the Saintess, and can be said to be the next Pope of the Spirit Hall. It is definitely worthwhile to make friends with the future Pope and the 2 elders. If they lose, at most they will lose some face, and they may even be able to win the championship of this session. Pa! Will the Golden Generation lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hisaras will definitely win. End of this chapter. 137 Chapter 137 Unusual Blue-Silver Grass. 137. Both teams release their spirits, and the game will officially start in half a minute. On the competition stage, the referee gave an order, and the 14 members of the Shrek team and the Royal Fighting Team surged with soul power, possessed by beast souls, and materialized with weapon souls. In an instant, many yellow and purple soul rings bloomed, and among the 14 people whose highest soul power level was only 4 rings, there was also a black 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000-year soul ring. Suddenly, the 7 members of the Royal Fighting Vice team were dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief on their faces. The Shrek team that they looked down upon actually had 3 4-ring soul masters, and one of them even had a 10,000-year 4th soul ring. At the same time, several people in the audience were shocked. The audience was also in an uproar. Although most of them were just ordinary people without any spiritual power, those who were willing to pay a high price to buy tickets to watch the opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition were all rich people. Even if they were not Spirit Masters, they had heard that the best ratio of spirit rings for 4-ring Spirit Masters was yellow and purple. This black 10,000-year spirit ring was something that many 5-ring level big shots might not have. Huian Li, It's a 10,000-year spirit ring. Looking at the 4th 10,000-year spirit ring blooming on Tang San's body on the stage, Mu Yang in the stands secretly thought that it was indeed the case. Tang San had practiced the purple extreme demon eye for many years. Even though he lacked the immortal herb Wangchuan Kaya Shulu that enhanced his spiritual power compared to the original work, when he practiced to the 40th level of Quasi Soul Sect, his spiritual power would definitely not be weaker than that of an ordinary 50th level Spirit Master, and he was able to withstand the soul shock formed by the residual thoughts of the spirit beast in the 10,000-year spirit ring. Adding the whale glue that can improve physical fitness, it is not impossible for Tang San to have a 4th 10,000-year spirit ring. Besides, it was not only the 4th soul ring that exceeded the age limit. Tang San's 3rd soul ring was not the best 1,500 years. Judging from its color, it was estimated to be over 4,000 years old. In addition, Mu Yang could see clearly that among the 14 people in the 2 teams on the competition stage, only one of the older 38-level soul masters in the Royal Do Deputy team had a normal configuration of soul rings. The other 13 people had soul rings that exceeded the age limit. Some had only 1, while others had 2 soul rings that exceeded the age limit. Among them, in addition to the qualitative change in the age of Tang San's 4th soul ring, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking's 2nd soul rings also underwent qualitative changes. Like Mu Yang, they were directly purple 1,000-year soul rings. Well, the person in the Royal Do Deputy team who did not have an over-limit soul ring was unlucky. He had just advanced to the 3-ring soul master, and then Blazing Fire Academy sold information about whale glue to various major forces. In addition, his cultivation talent was a bit poor. In the past 5.5 years, he did not cultivate to level 40, so he did not have an over-limit soul ring. Otherwise, the students of Tiandu Royal Academy, who are all from noble families, can't afford whale glue. 10,000-year spirit ring? Interesting. Looking at Tang San with 4 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black blooming on the field, Huo Wu in the stands raised her eyebrows and said with a little surprise. Huo Wu herself has a 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years, and knows how strong the physical fitness and mental power of a spirit master need to be in order to attach a 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years. With whale glue, a treasure that can improve the physical fitness of spirit masters, attaching a 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years is not difficult in terms of physical fitness, but it is not so easy to meet the standard in terms of mental power. 10,000-year 4th spirit ring, this Tang San either refined the precious head spirit bone, or has the same mental power training method as her. In other words, Tang San's soul power level is a bit low, only 42nd level soul master, and his martial soul is a useless martial soul like blue silver grass, which will definitely be vulnerable to the phoenix flame condensed by her phoenix fire shadow martial soul, otherwise he will definitely be one of the opponents worthy of her careful treatment. But then again, can a useless martial soul like blue silver grass be cultivated to the level of a 4-ring soul master? This is probably not a fake blue silver grass. Xiao Yang, you know a lot. How did the person from Shrek Academy cultivate blue silver grass to the 4th environment realm? Huo Wushuan asked Mu Yang the doubts in Huo Wu's heart. Hearing the voice, everyone around turned their heads to look at Mu Yang. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang said, "This person looks young, and he can cultivate to the 4th environment realm. His talent is enough to be called the best in the world." A soul master with a strong martial soul does not necessarily have a high-level innate soul power, just like the direct members of the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, not every one of them can grow into a strong man. It can only be guaranteed that under normal circumstances, the lower limit will not be too low. But a soul master with a weak martial soul must not have a high innate soul power, not to mention the blue silver grass, which is known as a useless martial soul. In other words, either his blue silver grass martial soul is fundamentally different from ordinary blue silver grass, or he has a second martial soul. But the premise of the twin martial souls is that the quality of the two martial souls is there is not much difference, and a blue silver grass martial soul plus a second martial soul that is not much different from blue silver grass is not enough to awaken a high-level innate soul power. That is to say, even if there is no twin martial soul, his blue silver grass martial soul must be extraordinary. Of course, it is not ruled out that he was just an ordinary blue silver grass soul master at first, and later obtained a special opportunity, which created such an incredible thing. However, even if the special opportunity makes the cultivation talent undergo a qualitative change, his originally ordinary blue silver grass martial soul will become no longer ordinary because of the improvement of cultivation talent. The so-called special opportunity naturally refers to things such as plugins and fairy herbs that can change fate against the sky. After Mu Yang's voice fell, everyone's eyes showed a confused look. "Well, although I don't understand it, what you said sounds very reasonable. But Mu Yang is not wrong. Being able to cultivate to the 4-ring soul ancestor realm with the blue-silver grass martial soul has created a historical high for countless blue-silver grass soul masters on the continent. This blue-silver grass is definitely not ordinary." Fortunately, the fighting spirit arena was in a mess, and Tang San, who had already started fighting on the stage, could not hear Mu Yang's reasoning, otherwise Tang San, whose true identity was exposed, would definitely label Mu Yang as a scoundrel. Of course, Mu Yang's reasoning is also in line with the evidence. Even if they have not read the original work, truly knowledgeable scholars can also deduce it. As for the original work, Yu Xiaogang determined that Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit was not very good, and his innate full soul power was the talent is simply brought by the second martial soul, Clear Sky Hammer, that is just a certain master's lack of knowledge. After all, his judgment first overturned the correct theory that the two martial souls of a twin martial soul master must have the same quality. But it seems that Yu Xiaogang cannot be blamed for his poor eyesight. After all, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul did behave similarly to ordinary blue-silver grass before awakening the Emperor's bloodline. If it were not for the original Tang San's best soul ring ratio, and even the addition of a super-limit soul ring from the third soul ring, plus his mastery of various Tang sect secrets and hidden weapons, Tang San would have been destined to be a weakling among his peers before awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. End of this chapter. 138 Chapter 138 Zaroth, I'm going to make trouble. 138. It is not just Mu Yang and others who are paying attention to Tang San and the Shrek team. The Snowy Knight Emperor, Ning Fengzi, and Saras, who are sitting in the first row of the VIP seats, also set their eyes on Tang San. The three of them know that although the Shrek team is not the strongest team in the Tienda division of this Soul Master competition, it cannot be denied that their cultivation talent is poor. The reason for this is entirely due to their age. Among the 7 people on the field, except Tai Long, the other 6 can all participate in the Soul Master competition again. If they are given another 5 years of cultivation time, the Shrek team with 3 Soul Sects and 4 Soul Masters can at least become a semi-champion team with 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Sects, and great potential in the future. Tang San and his team are Rongrong's classmates, maybe they can be recruited into the sect? Ning Fengzi thought to himself. Unlike the original novel, due to a slight change in the trajectory, the Titan of the Power Clan saw Tang San's clear sky hammer spirit and knew that Tang San was the son of his master Tang Hao. But Ning Fengzi didn't know about this, and Tang San had never shown his clear sky hammer spirit in front of Ning Rongrong, so he only thought that Tang San was a special blue-silver grass spirit master. Although Tang San's teacher Yu Xiaogang came from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Xiaogang was just a waste of cultivation who was expelled from the family. Tang San, who was not from a big force, could not be considered a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Therefore, in Ning Fengzi's view, if Tang San has the idea of joining a force in the future, with such a classmate relationship, then his own 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will still have a great advantage. One of the purposes of his great master Ning taking time out of his busy schedule to watch the Soul Master competition is not to be able to pick some outstanding Soul Masters in the competition, respect them, recruit them into the sect, and contribute to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect in the future? In other words, Tang San didn't mean that, otherwise Ning Fengzi wouldn't be reluctant to part with his own little cotton-padded jacket. Under the condition that there is no restriction on martial soul, the innate full soul power will definitely become a titled Douluo, so what if the blue-silver grass is a useless martial soul? You should know that martial soul is not static. With the improvement of Soul Master's soul power and the addition of soul rings, the Soul Master's martial soul has been in a state of gradual improvement. When it is cultivated into a 9-ring titled Douluo, even if the original martial soul is weak, it will transform into a top-quality martial soul. Even if it is only the bottom level among the top martial souls, it is still a top martial soul. It's like the bloodline level of a 100,000 year soul beast will definitely not be lower than the top level, and they can all master the power of the domain. A titled Douluo of the control department, even though his martial soul quality is low at the beginning, and his level after transformation is relatively low, his actual combat power is a little worse than that of titled Douluo of the same level and department, but he is still a titled Douluo of the 9 rings. Except for a few geniuses who can challenge across levels, he is definitely not a match for an ordinary 8-ring soul Douluo. With such talent and potential, he is definitely worthy of being Ning Fengzi's son-in-law. And not only Tang San, except for Tai Long, including Oscar, the food-type soul master who did not play, the 6 Shrek people he favored are all talented. Even if not everyone has the qualifications for the title, they can basically cultivate to the 8-ring soul Douluo in the future. And the 8-ring soul Douluo, who is placed in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, is enough to be ranked as the elder. There are only a dozen at most, which is worth him, the leader of a sect, to win over. Well, that wretched little fat guy has a spirit disease and will most likely die in the future, but for the sake of his little cotton-padded jacket and Tang San and the others, he will be counted as one of them. Anyway, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect doesn't need this mouth. Of course, Ning Fengzi also knew that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing among the 6 people could not be won over, because one of them was a prince of the Xingluo Empire and the other was a future prince's wife of the Xingluo Empire, and it was impossible for them to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengzi was eager to make a move, thinking about how to recruit people, while Emperor Shuya looked indifferent. Since Ning Rongrong, the daughter of his ally Ning Fengzi, was enrolled in Shrek Academy, it was basically impossible for the Shrek people to join the Spirit Hall. With this relationship, if they choose to join a big force in the future, they will most likely tend to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. As long as they don't join the Spirit Hall, it is not too important for Emperor Shuya whether the Shrek people choose to stay in school after graduation or join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect or the Tiandu Empire. As long as they can achieve certain results in the Soul Master competition, the Imperial Finance Department will more or less provide a certain amount of teaching funds to the high-level Soul Master Academy that has achieved good results. If the Tiandu Empire asks for something in the future, it is actually difficult for these high-level Soul Master Academy to refuse. After all, the teachers and students of the academy are from the Tiandu Empire. In terms of their stance, they seem to be neutral, but in fact they are biased towards the Tiandu Empire. Do Empire, the motherland. Of course, this bias exists when facing an opponent who has no absolute strength, but if the opponent is too strong and I am powerless, this bias does not exist. I can't work hard for you for a little favor, right? And the imperial financial allocation is a mutually beneficial thing. As a talent training base, the Advanced Soul Master Academy is not a unilateral advantage. And the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Heaven Do Empire are ironclad allies. As long as the enemy, the Spirit Hall, does not fall, or the strength of the Spirit Hall is weakened to the point where both sides can deal with it alone, then the alliance between the two sides is unbreakable. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has more strong men, which is almost equivalent to the number of strong men in the Heaven Do Empire. At most, it is not so convenient to use them. If Ning Fengzi and Emperor Shuya are thinking about winning over and recruiting the Shrek people, then Saras is secretly thinking about making trouble. They are young, their spirit power level is not low, they are undoubtedly geniuses, and there is also a young lady from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Salas knows that the possibility of his own Spirit Hall winning over the Shrek people is almost zero. What's more, the predecessor of Shrek Academy is Blue Tyrant Academy, and the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, has a deep relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, which can't be hidden from the Spirit Hall. With these two relationships, Salas didn't think of recruiting the Shrek people. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is one of the potential enemies of the Spirit Hall. Not only can the Shrek people not be recruited, but they are also likely to become a thorn in the side in the future. Why not eliminate them in advance while Tang San and others are weak? Anyway, as long as they are not caught in the act, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Heaven Do Empire can't do anything to the Spirit Hall. And except for Ning Rongrong, the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, there are only a few dead geniuses. It is not worth it for the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Heaven Do Empire to fight with their own Spirit Hall for this. Am I a bad person? I am one of the 4 Platinum Bishops of the Spirit Hall. It is my duty to remove the obstacles to the Spirit Hall's future unification of the continent. Thanks to my friends Guying Kindeo, no longer young and frivolous, Jinwu Zhiguang, and Qiaonian Zhihua for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 20170826083048048052, Guying Kindeo, Zhao Qiao Yang, 202304122221000163, F Chun, 202206061633632572, Yihua Yishu Kai, Feng Lin Wai, Ying Zhiyu, no longer young and frivolous, 202206061633632572, Li Zhou, Xin Huan Menglong, Ying Zhiyu, 202206061633632572, 20230511390388 for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 139 Chapter 139 Dark Horse Talent. 139. Fourth Soul Skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Daimyo Bai shouted loudly, accompanied by the surge of soul power, the fourth soul ring flashed, and countless fist-sized golden light balls condensed and fell on the remaining 2 members of the Royal Do deputy team on the stage. Boom boom boom. The golden light balls fell, golden light flashed, and dense roars sounded, like carpet bombing, knocking the only remaining agile attack and defense soul masters of the Royal Do deputy team off the competition stage. So far, less than 2 minutes after the start, to be precise, 1.5 minutes, the Royal Do deputy team was eliminated by the all-out Shrek team. Boss Dai, well done. The winner was decided. Ma Hung-jun, who was flying in the air, fell and gave Daimyo Bai a thumbs up. That's right. A mere deputy team of Huangdu, nothing but a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Washing away the shame of being kicked out of Tiandu Royal Academy in the past, Daimyo Bai waved his hand indifferently, and said something derogatory. But it should be said that the deputy team of Huangdu is indeed bad. They are also the second team of the Imperial Royal Academy, but the strength of the deputy team of Huangdu is a level lower than the deputy team of Xingluo in his impression. Apart from anything else, even if the deputy team of Xingluo is so bad, every Soul Master competition has at least one Soul Master above level 40, or a 3-ring Soul Master who can activate the Netherworld White Tiger. Soon, the referee returned to the stage and announced the result of the game, the first round of the first game of the preliminaries, Tiandu Royal Academy vs Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy wins. Suddenly, the audience was boiling. The shocked intellectuals, fuck, Tiandu Royal Academy actually lost. The angry young man, waste. Are all the people raised by the Imperial Royal Academy useless? They can't even beat Shrek. The emotionally agitated and irritable old man, RNM, give me back. Within 2 minutes of the opening, the Shrek team defeated the Imperial Do deputy team neatly. Some people questioned, some were amazed, but more were horrified. Although the Imperial Do deputy team was just the leftovers of the Imperial Do main team that was guaranteed to enter the finals, it was from the Tiandu Royal Academy, which is known as the strongest in the Empire, and its strength would not be too weak. The overall level of previous sessions was basically second only to the 5 Elemental Academy teams. But unexpectedly, the Imperial Do deputy team directly lost at the beginning, and lost to the Shrek team almost without any chance of fighting back. What is this called? Hitting a wall at the beginning? Could it be that in this Tiandu preliminaries, the Shrek Academy team is the dark horse? Huo Wushuan smiled on the viewing platform. Yes, it's a little dark horse. Of course, Huo Wushuan was not happy about whether the Shrek team was a dark horse or not, but that Shrek defeated the Royal Fighting Vice team. He had previously bet on Shrek to win at the Grand Fighting Soul Arena, and he estimated that the amount of money he had bet on Shrek to win would be several times more. Since the reputation of Tiandu Royal Academy is far higher than that of Shrek Academy, the amount of money bet on the victory of Royal Do Vice team is much more than the amount bet on Shrek to win, and several times the odds are not impossible. The Great Fighting Soul Field only provides a handicap platform, and does not directly participate in the gambling, but only earns profits by taking a 10% commission. Of course, the principal of the bet is not included in the commission of the Great Fighting Soul Field, only the profit part will be commissioned, otherwise if even the principal is involved in the commission, then if the odds of the game are 1:1.11 or below, there will be a situation where the customer has obviously bet on it, but still loses money in the end. For example, Huoyun bet 20,000 gold soul coins on the victory of the Shrek team before. If the handicap odds are 1:5, the principal and interest will be 100,000 gold soul coins. Among the 100,000 gold soul coins, 20,000 gold soul coins belong to the principal and do not participate in the commission, and 80,000 gold soul coins belong to the profit. The Big Fighting Soul Field takes 10%, which is equivalent to taking 8,000 gold soul coins. Huoyun can finally get 92,000 gold soul coins, and make a profit of 72,000 gold soul coins. Let's go, brothers and sisters, let's get the money. I'll treat you at noon today. Huo Wushuan, who emptied his pockets and placed a heavy bet of 40,000 gold soul coins, waved his hand and walked towards the market first. If it were 2 years ago, Huo Wushuan couldn't get 40,000 gold soul coins even if he squeezed him dry. After all, he was just a young student, and he didn't have any skills. The red envelopes given by the elders during the New Year and festivals were not enough. But now is different from the past. Before Mu Yang returned to the Blazing Fire Academy, the Blazing Fire team was not idle. Similar to the Royal Fighting Team in the original book, they went to the big fighting soul fields in major cities to kick the field. One is to make money, and the other is to accumulate practical experience. Well, it is worth mentioning that among the gold soul coins earned from the entire kick-out operation, the Blazing Fire team only took a negligible amount of money, including the prize money for winning the game and the profit from their own bets. Can't bet on the game you participated in? Simple, just give the money to a third party and let the third party bet on your behalf. As for the big money? Of course it's from Blazing Fire Academy. If it weren't for the Blazing Fire team standing behind the Blazing Fire Academy, a few young people would have been hung on the flagpole the next day if they dared to go to the scene. Like the Shrek 7 Devils in Soto City in the original book, if it weren't for the protection of the 2 soul saints, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, they would have been found by someone long ago. Of course, being found by someone doesn't necessarily mean being silenced. It is more likely that they were forced to play a fake game. How much money is the prize money for the game? Engaging in shady dealings and playing a fake game are the only choice to make a lot of money. The only game ended, and the audience in the big fighting soul field began to leave. At the entrance of the great soul fighting arena, Ning Fengzi looked at the backs of the Shrek people going away, with an inexplicable expression. Ah! After a while, Ning Fengzi sighed and shook his head. Among the Shrek people, Ning Fengzi's favorites are undoubtedly Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, who have full innate soul power. Ning Fengzi can see that Oscar is a little dog of his daughter Ning Rongrong, and it is not too easy to recruit him into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. It's a pity that Oscar has enough talent and potential, but the bad thing is that he is a food-type soul master with little combat ability. According to the Ning family's ancestral precepts, all direct disciples who awaken the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower martial spirits must have partners with combat capabilities. Perhaps some disciples are dissatisfied with this rule, but Ning Fengzi knows that behind this ancestral precept is a bloody lesson. Of course, Ning Fengzi did not directly oppose it, but was ready to wait and see. If Oscar can persist, and Ning Rongrong does not object in the future, then this matter is not impossible. Food-type soul masters have little combat ability, which is only because food-type soul masters have no offensive and defensive soul skills. But who says that only soul masters with offensive and defensive soul skills can have strong strength? Boss Ning may not be good at other things, but he is a professional when it comes to Krypton Gold. Arrange a set of 10,000-year soul bones and 6 10,000-year soul skills. Even if the age of the soul bones is not too high and has not reached the level of soul bones inherited by major forces, if they can be refined by food type titled Douluo, the level advantage and soul bone skills alone are enough to crush the 90 and below combat soul masters. End of this chapter. 140 Chapter 140 The Plan of Repaying a Favor. 140. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, the latter followed the former directly. Although Tang San said he would go back and think about it, and did not directly reject his olive branch, Ning Fengzi could see from Tang San's eyes that this boy was arrogant and had never thought about joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect or other forces. Tang San and Xiao Wu had no intention in this regard. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing could not be recruited. Ma Hongjun was dominated by the evil fire and would probably be dead in the future. NMMP, this time, the leader failed to recruit. After all, even if he did not extend the olive branch, Oscar, the remaining one among the six, was willing to shine for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. As for the remaining few people in Shrek, well, in Ning Fengzi's eyes, Jiangzhu, Huang Yuan and others can only be regarded as talents, not geniuses, and they are dispensable. Suddenly, Ning Fengzi noticed that Chen Xin, who was following him, had been frowning and staring at the backs of the Shrek people as they went away. Uncle Jian, what's the situation? Ning Fengzi asked curiously. Retracting his gaze, Chen Xin shook his head and said, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that Xiao Wu's aura is a little weird, but I can't tell exactly where it is weird. Although Chen Xin noticed that Xiao Wu's breath was different, he didn't notice it clearly because his mental power was driven by his soul power level. Moreover, the examples of soul beasts that transformed were too rare. Without knowing it in advance, Chen Xin didn't think about it. Another thing is that after the soul beast transformed, its martial soul was the same as its body. It's impossible that even a mere soft bone rabbit could cultivate into a 100,000-year beast king, right? Chen Xin, impossible, absolutely impossible. After all, if even a soul beast with ordinary blood like the soft bone rabbit could cultivate into a 100,000-year beast king, then there would be a lot of 100,000-year soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest. By the way, Fengji, Musea from Blazing Fire Academy has also cultivated into a 9-ring titled Douluo. Skip the question about Xiao Wu's breath being a little different, Chen Xin said to Ning Fengzi with a serious face. Oh? Blazing Fire Academy has another titled Douluo. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look surprised. Chen Xin is a 96th level titled Douluo, one of the most powerful masters in the mainland soul master world. He may not be able to accurately judge the specific soul power level of a titled Douluo, but whether the other party is a 9-ring titled Douluo, unless there is a special way to restrain the breath, it will definitely be able to judge. What virtue has this Blazing Academy accumulated to produce 2 titled Douluos in recent years? Tisk, it seems that I need to move around more. Ning Fengzi thought to himself. The 3 upper sects can be of the same blood, so the various forces in the Tiandu can also be of the same blood. Anyway, graduates of Blazing Academy have joined the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the past. Half an hour later, in a tea house. Young master. Pushing the door open, Shilong and Sixu saluted Jian Rongxiu, who had transformed into Xue Qinghe. I have something for you to do. Take a sip of tea. Jian Rongxiu nodded slightly, and then said. Please give orders, young master. Send someone to test Mu Yang from Blazing Academy, a 6-ring. No, send a 7-ring soul saint, but remember not to hurt his life or injure him severely. Jian Rongxiu warned. Before today, Jian Rongxiu had no intention of testing Mu Yang's strength. After all, food-type soul masters rely on soul skills to make a living. As long as the soul power level is in place and the food soul skills are strong, it is enough. You can't ask for too much in other aspects. But after seeing that Mu Yun, a food-type soul master, actually became the captain of the blazing team, Jian Rongxiu keenly noticed the abnormality. You know, the position of captain of a participating team is not something that ordinary people can do. The first prerequisite is to convince the crowd. With the two fighting soul kings Hua Wushuan and Hua Wu, Mu Yang, a food-type soul master, was made the captain of the blazing team. There must be a certain meaning in it. And this should not be due to Mu Yang's superb tactical command ability. If it was just tactical command ability, then the captain should be Hua Wu, a control-type soul master, and Mu Yang would be at most a deputy captain. Therefore, Jian Rongxiu, who was already very curious about Mu Yang, planned to send someone to test whether Mu Yang, a food-type soul master, was a real food-type soul master. This young master, Mu Zia from Blazing Academy should have cultivated into a 9-ring titled Douluo. If we send someone to test, there is a high probability that they will never return. Shilong said hesitantly. Titled Douluo. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu frowned. Didn't Blazing Academy produce a titled Douluo a few years ago? Why is there another one? When did it become so easy to break through the titled Douluo realm? Wait a minute, Mu Zia was able to break through the titled Douluo realm, could it be that she also ate the legendary fairy herbs? If this guess is true, it is more reasonable. Only legendary things like immortal herbs can allow Mu Zia, who was a 7-ring soul saint at the last soul master competition, to practice from a 7-ring soul saint to a 9-ring titled Douluo in just 10 years. After thinking about it, Jian Rongxiu said, so, after the competition tomorrow, I will invite him to a banquet in the name of Xue Qinghe, and then lead him out of the city to test his full strength. No, don't use our people, don't use people from the Heaven Do Temple, spend money to find professional killers to do it. Then let the Ba Wanghua follow secretly and save him at the critical moment. You can arrange the specific action time. After it is confirmed, I will invite him to the banquet to avoid facing Mu Zia. In a flash, Jian Rongxiu changed the original plan from a simple test to a self-directed and self-acted hero saves the beauty. Ba Wanghua, Spirit, Iron-Armored Barbarian Dragon, 8-ring strong attack system fighting Spirit Douluo, a master secretly cultivated by the Spirit Hall, joined the Tiandu Empire 10 years ago, and is now a member of the Tiandu Imperial Family Guest Group, and a guard master of the Imperial Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Jian Rongxiu, Mu Yang, little brother, you see how kind we are, sending masters to secretly guard you, and saving you in times of crisis, aren't you very touched? Mu Yang, I'm touched. Yes, young master. Shilong agreed immediately. Although he is not very smart, he can see that his young master is preparing to repay the favor. Well, Shilong was right, Jian Rongxiu was planning to repay the favor. After all, Mu Yang and others came from the Element Academy, and the olive branch of Xue Qinghe, the Imperial Crown Prince, was a bit useless. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult for Mu Yang and others to be recruited by her. However, with this life-saving grace, the situation is very different. Don't you see, Douluo was once saved by Xue Xing, so he accepted the royal family olive branch extended to her became a royal guest? Instead of using her own subordinates or people from the Heavenly Do Spirit Temple, it was mainly because she was the young master of the Spirit Temple. If this identity was exposed in the future, this life-saving grace would be spoiled. End of this chapter. 141 Chapter 141 The opponent surrendered without a fight. 141. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and Mu Yang and his party came to the Great Soul Arena in high spirits. Soon after entering the Great Soul Arena, the Blazing Fire team received good news. The opponent, the Golden Academy, surrendered directly, and the first round of the preliminaries did not need to be played. The Blazing Fire Academy automatically won. However, it was normal for the Golden Academy to surrender without a fight. You know, the Golden Academy team did not even have a 4-ring Soul Master. Whether it was the main force or the substitute, they were only 3-ring Soul Masters. Not to mention that the strength of this Blazing Fire team was far superior to that of previous years. Even if it was based on the level of previous years, the Golden Academy had no chance of winning at all. Besides, it is inevitable that there will be bumps and bruises on the competition stage. If you are seriously injured and affect the subsequent competition, it will be a big loss. Anyway, the opponent is the famous Shuo Academy, so it is not too shameful to surrender directly. At this time, it is still early and the competition has not officially started. All participating teams are resting in the rest area. Looking at the list of opponents in the first round of the preliminaries in his hand, Feng Xiaotian frowned and thought. After a long time, Feng Xiaotian turned his head and asked Mu Yang beside him, Mu Yang, which teams do you think can win the first round of preliminaries? Hearing this, Mu Yang was slightly stunned, and then asked, why do you care about this? In the preliminaries, except for our 3 academies, other academies have no 5-ring level participating students. Yu Shenfeng will definitely qualify in the preliminaries. In addition to the match against Shuo and Tian Shui, if you want to say whether there are other participating teams that can make the Shenfeng team fall, then there are really some. This team is not the Shrek team that showed the Dark Horse posture, but the Kanghui Academy team. The Kanghui Academy team is not strong on paper, but Mu Yang remembered that they have a spiritual type of 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill. Although the soul skill fusion skill is not as good as the martial soul fusion skill, because there are 7 people involved, the power of the 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill is definitely not weaker than the ordinary 2-person martial soul fusion skill. In addition, it is a spiritual type. The Kamikaze team is not without the possibility of stumbling without prior preparation. But even if the Kamikaze team stumbles, including the 2 losses to Shuo and Tian Shui, it is only 3 losses at most. The 5 qualifying places in the preliminaries will definitely be one of the Kamikaze Academy. I'm not worried about qualifying for the game. Isn't it that the big fighting soul field has opened the handicap, and the brothers are a little nervous again? Feng Xiaotian said a little embarrassedly. Who wouldn't like a golden little cutie? At least everyone dislikes Feng Xiaotian and the Kamikaze team. Another thing is that after the Soul Master competition, they will graduate. After entering society, they will need to spend money on many things. Now that there is an opportunity to make money, they naturally cannot let it go. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang said, combined with the intelligence collected by the Academy, I can see which team is stronger on paper, and not only me, you should be able to see the strength of both teams on paper. But if we really fight, it is not the team with stronger paper strength that will win. There are too many factors that affect the outcome, such as combat experience, tactical formulation, whether there are trump cards such as martial soul fusion skills, whether the strength is hidden, etc., which are difficult to judge. For example, when Shuo and Tian Shui are against each other, our Shuo team has 3 5-ring Soul Kings, and Tian Shui team has 2 5-ring Soul Kings. Does our Shuo team have the advantage? But what I want to say is that no matter whether both of us have unknown trump cards, Tian Shui team can win. Feng Xiaotian was puzzled. Why? Because I, the captain, decided to lead the team to surrender. Mu Yang said without hesitation. Feng Xiaotian, dot. Shui. Binger, dot. Shuo people, dot. Then, everyone in the Shuo team gave Mu Yang a middle finger. Faced with his teammates' contempt, Mu Yang didn't care at all. It was just a preliminaries, as long as he could qualify, it didn't matter if he lost one game. Of course, he wouldn't do that in the finals. The Blazing Academy has a long history. Since its establishment, the Blazing team has won the Soul Master competition many times. This Soul Master competition finally has such a strong lineup. It would be unreasonable not to win the championship. More than half an hour later, the first round of preliminaries officially began. There are a total of 28 participating teams in the Tianda Division preliminaries. However, after the opening ceremony yesterday, the Shrek team and the Huangda Vice team had already played a game. There are a total of 13 games in the first round today. Unlike yesterday, there is no longer just one competition arena on the field, but 5. The 4 newly built arenas are located in the southeast, northwest, and northeast of the arena built yesterday, surrounding the central arena in the middle. The 5 competition arenas can hold 5 matches at the same time. Today's 13 matches and the 14 matches every day are divided into 3 groups. The match between the Blazing Team and the Golden Academy team is one of the 5 matches of the first group, but because the Golden Academy surrendered early, the match was cancelled and the Blazing Academy won automatically. Coincidentally, the second group of Kamikaze team is in the rest area. Feng Zhen, who had been gathering his strength, announced a good news when he walked into the rest area. The opponent of the Xinfeng Academy in the first round also surrendered. It's boring. The opponent surrendered and lost the opportunity to show his skills, especially the opportunity to show his skills in front of the fire dance goddess. Feng Xiaotian curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Haha, the game is still long. There are opportunities for you to show your skills later. Feng Zhen smiled and patted Feng Xiaotian on the shoulder. The opponent of the Xinfeng Academy in the first round was also a background board academy. The highest level of the team's main force was only 3-ring Soul Master. Facing the famous Xinfeng Academy, whose main force was all above level 40, surrendering was a normal thing. And the phenomenon of opponents surrendering without fighting is not only this session, nor is it limited to Xinfeng Academy and Blazing Fire Academy. In the previous Soul Master competition qualifiers, the 5 elemental academies basically did not have to play half of the games. As for surrendering in the first round, would it be too embarrassing? Maybe, but compared with the possible price, a little face is not counted. The rules of the Soul Master competition are to avoid injuring opponents as much as possible, and killing opponents is not allowed. Note that it is to avoid injuring opponents as much as possible, that is, as long as they are not killed, beating them half to death is allowed. If you meet a strong team in the first round, if you are unlucky and the opponent has a bad temper and directly sends all members to be seriously injured, then there is no need to play in the subsequent games. When you know that there is no chance of winning, and there is a possibility of disability, which will seriously affect the subsequent games, it is not a wise choice to be stubborn and surrender directly. End of this chapter. 142 Chapter 142 A big gift for you. 142. Facing a strong team, some people surrender directly, such as the opponents of Golden College and Kamikaze College in the first round. However, there are wise people in the world, but there are also stubborn people. For example, Tian Shui College's opponent in the first round, SASK College, the leader and captain of its college team, are stubborn people. Of course, it may not be entirely because they are stubborn, but the Tian Shui College team is all girls, and they are guilty of male chauvinism. It is a bit embarrassing to surrender without a fight. In addition, the girls of the Tian Shui College team are well known for their kindness and will not use heavy hands, which makes the SASK College team choose to be stubborn. After all, girls, compared with boys, will have more concerns and should not leave people with the impression that this woman is a violent maniac. The Tian Shui College team was arranged to play in the third group. As expected, the background board is still the background board. Even though the strength of the SASK College team is not the bottom among the background board college teams, and the team captain is a sensitive attack system fighting soul sect with a soul power level of 4 rings, they still have no power to fight back. Well, to be precise, they lost to the Tian Shui team before they had time to fight back. At the moment of the opening, Shui Bing'er, who was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, flashed her first soul ring, and threw out 4 icy soul skills, instantly freezing 4 people including the captain of the SASK team, leaving only 1 defensive soul master, 1 auxiliary soul master and 1 healing soul master. Looking at the 4 people who were instantly frozen beside their captain, the remaining 3 people of the SASK team looked at each other, and then raised their hands to surrender. There is no way to fight, there is no way to fight at all. The gap in strength is definitely not something that can be made up by courage alone. Seeing that the Tian Shui team killed the opponent with absolute strength, Mu Yang in the stands focused his attention on another competition arena. In this competition arena, the 2 sides are the Krat Academy, which is the background board, and the Xiangjia Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies. Xiao Yang, did you see that? The big fool from the Xiangjia Academy also has a 10,000 year 4th soul ring. Pointing to the unusually burly Hu Yanli on the competition arena, Huo Wu said to Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded and said, "It's normal for others to have a 10,000 year 4th soul ring if we have one. It's nothing more than eating more high-quality whale glue and getting a head soul bone." Seeing the 10,000 year 4th soul ring blooming on Hu Yanli, Mu Yang remembered that Hu Yanli, the big fool, also had a head soul bone. The head soul bone can improve mental power, and Hu Yanli is a defensive soul master, so his soul hunting target must be a power or defensive soul beast. Unless such soul beasts are dragon soul beasts with pure blood, since they are good at strength or defense, their mental power must be a weak point. I think as long as the head soul bone reaches thousands of years old, it should be able to allow Hu Yanli, who was level 40 at the time, to block the soul shock formed by the remnant of the beast soul in the 10,000 year soul ring. If Hu Yanli had the 10,000 year fourth soul ring in the previous soul master competition, he would have attracted everyone's attention. It's a pity that in this soul master competition, Hu Yanli's 10,000 year fourth soul ring is indeed eye-catching, but the sensational effect is not ideal. After all, Tang San of Shrek Academy had already revealed his 10,000 year fourth soul ring yesterday. And today, in addition to Hu Yanli, the two sisters Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu on the next stage also have 10,000 year fourth soul rings. And compared to the two sisters at the level of 5 ring soul kings, Hu Yanli, a level 44 soul master, is undoubtedly far behind, not to mention that there are more men than women in the audience, and the popularity of muscular guys is far less than that of young and beautiful girls. I just don't know if Buddha Tang still has the 8 spider lances. Glancing at Tang San of the Shrek Academy team in the distance of the stands, Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. Well, it's likely that he missed it. After all, Tang San's third soul ring age seems to be much higher than the original. Although the third soul skill is still spider web binding, it is definitely not the same human-faced demon spider that is hunted. Even the soul beast hunted is not the same, so the 8 spider lance, the external soul bone, is probably gone. Unless Tang Fozu's luck is really against the sky, even the 1/10 in 10,000th chance of the external soul bone can be hit. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is an 8 spider lance. Tang Fozu's 8 spider lance can evolve into the wings of the sea god. It's not that the 8 spider lance is strong, but Tang Fozu in the original book is strong. If Tang Fozu is just a little scoundrel, then let alone an 8 spider lance, even if there are a few more external soul bones, it will be useless. 3 days later. Tiandu Great Soul Fighting Arena, the first group of the 4th round of the preliminaries, the central competition arena. I declare that in the 4th round of the preliminaries, Blazing Fire Academy will play against Oakland Academy, and Blazing Fire Academy will win. Seeing that the Blazing team eliminated the Oakland team neatly, the referee stepped onto the stage and announced loudly. Tisk, no passion at all. Mu Yang, who played soy sauce the whole time and didn't use any soul skills, couldn't help but complain secretly. In the 4 rounds of preliminaries, the opponents of Shuo Academy in the 1st and 3rd rounds surrendered without a fight. Although the opponents in the 2nd and 4th rounds did not surrender, their strength was quite poor. Not only did he, the captain, not move, but even Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu did not move. Huoyun and the other 4 quickly resolved the battle. After all, teams like the Oakland team only have 1 4-ring soul master at most. After leaving the competition arena and returning to the viewing stand, Mu Yang saw Huo Lai and Shui Yunyu who had returned from hunting souls. Seeing this, Mu Yang was overjoyed. Walking up to greet Huo Lai, Mu Yang congratulated Shui Yunyu, "Congratulations, Aunt." Shui Yunyu's return from hunting souls means that the mainland soul master world has 1 more 9-ring titled Douluo, and he, Mu Yang, has 1 more strong thigh. With the extreme ice meditation method in her practice, the best soul ring ratio, and the first soul core in her body, even if Shui Yunyu's soul power level is just entering the 9th ring, her strength will definitely not be at the bottom level among the titled Douluo. Not to mention, Shilong and Sixyu brothers should not be able to take Shui Yunyu together. Haha, it's worth congratulating. Xiao Yang, I have discussed with your uncle and aunt, and after your sister Qiangfu Chunai Jua Shunsha arrives, I will give you a big gift. Shui Yunyu said with a smile. Big gift. Hearing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. He could hear that the U in Shui Yunyu's mouth should refer to himself, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yuer, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. For soul masters, it can be considered a big gift, and it is also a gift suitable for them. Could it be a top-grade soul bone? If it is a top-grade soul bone, then it is indeed a big. No, the soul bone should be only a part, it is 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. With the current strength of Huo Lai and the other 3, it seems that they can kill 100,000-year soul beast. Thanks to my friends Yeli Zhanghua, 20220302120544302, Qianyan Zihu, Ying Zihu for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 2023-080-5247, Mr. Lu, Xiao Niyuan, who can understand me, Mai Wenhua, Xin Huan Meng Long, 202206061636325572, Jinggu Shanglongne, Xinggun, Qingfeng, Salat, Qianyan Zihu, 202206061636325572 for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 143 Chapter 143, Killing with a Borrowed Knife, Part 1. 143. Shui Yunyu has just advanced to the titled Douluo. If nothing unexpected happens, her level is the same as Mu Ziu, both of them are titled Douluo at level 91. Huo Lai is a titled Douluo at level 95. If the three of them join forces, they should have the strength to hunt down 100,000-year soul beast. After all, the three of them have condensed the first soul core, and they are not practicing ordinary meditation methods. Their real strength is much higher than that of ordinary titled Douluo at the same level. Although the gap between each level is not small after level 90, the gap between each level is not too big below level 95. With soul cores and cultivation techniques in hand, the strength of Mu Ziu and Shui Yunyu at level 91 will probably not be weaker than that of titled Douluo at level 94, and it is not impossible for them to compete with titled Douluo at level 95 like Zhu Gui. The 95 level Huo Lai is even stronger than most 96 level titled Douluo who do not have a 100,000 year soul ring and have poor soul bone configuration. With this strength, as long as the three of them join forces, they will have a very high chance of winning against a 100,000 year soul beast, unless the opponent is a beast talent in the soul beast world such as the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, the Pure Blood Dragon Clan, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Well, it is limited to the 100,000 year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, not including the 100,000 year soul beasts in the far north and the ocean. After all, whether it is an ice and snow environment or an ocean environment, the strength of Huo Lai and Mu Ziu, as fire-type soul masters, will be greatly limited. Of course, this is measured based on the current strength of the three. If the strength of the three is further improved in a few years, if a lone 100,000 year soul beast is really encountered by the three, it will definitely be transformed into a 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone. If a 100,000 year soul ring does not have other top-grade soul bones to help it, and does not rely on sacrifice, level 60 is probably still a little short, but level 70 should be enough. After weighing his own physical fitness and mental strength, Mu Yang could not help but find that he was not far from being able to withstand a 100,000 year soul ring. As for where to find a 100,000 year soul beast, the first thing Mu Yang thought of was the 100,000 year soul beast in the Xingda Great Forest. Titan Giant Ape and 100,000 year old Azure Bull Python. A certain rabbit seems to be okay. Xiao Wu actually has quite a few abilities that are worthy of praise. Teleportation, Invincible Golden Body, and Void are all abilities with extraordinary effects. If she could make a soul power food with similar effects, it would be pretty good. No, the seventh soul skill is the true body of the martial soul. Excluding the addition of a soul ring that is highly compatible with one's own martial soul, which can make one's own martial soul obtain a greater improvement, the soul master does not actually have too many requirements for the soul beast race of the seventh soul ring. As long as the years are in place, it will be fine as long as the attributes are not conflicting. No, teleportation, invincible golden body, and void are all not weak. Compared with becoming the seventh soul ring of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul, perhaps Xiao Wu is more suitable to become the eighth soul ring, or the first soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul. Near noon, the fourth round of the preliminaries ended. Since the Blazing Fire team, Tian Shui team and Kamikaze team have not met each other for the time being, the three teams have maintained a perfect record. At this time, a staff member of the organizing committee notified the leaders of the three teams to draw lots to decide the opponents for tomorrow's fifth round of qualifying. Not long after, Mu Ziu, Shui Yunyu and Feng Zhen drew lots and returned. "Mom, who is our opponent tomorrow?" Huo Wu asked Mu Ziu. "It's Shrek Academy," Mu Ziu said without much concern. Although the Shrek team performed well, its strength was undoubtedly far behind that of its own Blazing Fire team, and Mu Ziu did not take it seriously. Huo Wushuan smacked his lips and said, "Tisk, it seems that this little dark horse is going to fail." Shrek Academy. Hearing that tomorrow's opponent is Shrek Academy, Mu Yang couldn't help but turn his head and look at the Shrek people in the distance of the stands. Coincidentally, when Mu Yang looked at the Shrek people, he learned that tomorrow's opponent was Tang San from Blazing Academy, and he also turned his eyes to Mu Yang. How should I ravage Tang Buddha tomorrow? Facing Tang San's gaze, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. No, I only thought about ravaging Tang Buddha. This shouldn't be the case, it's too wrong. Mu Yang secretly repented. Tang Buddha is his potential opponent in the future. It's not enough to ravage him. It's better to blow him up. In fact, it's not difficult to blow up Tang San. The difficulty lies in how to deal with Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's problem is not completely unsolvable. Mu Yang admitted that Tang Hao's strength is indeed strong. When he advanced to titled Douluo, he beat 3 titled Douluos including Kyung Sunji, who was level 95. But that was Tang Hao in his prime. Although so many years have passed, Tang Hao's soul power level is higher than before. According to the original novel, if nothing unexpected happens, Tang Hao should have already cultivated to the 95th level of titled Douluo. But in fact, Tang Hao's upper limit of strength has decreased instead of increased. Tang Hao in his prime dared to explode all 9 rings, but now Tang Hao, who is seriously injured, absolutely dare not play the game of exploding rings, otherwise once the soul ring explodes, Tang Hao will surely die. It seems that Tang Hao, who is seriously injured at level 95 and dare not explode the ring, is not defeated by the strength of his 3 big players. Since his 3 big players can beat Tang Hao, why don't they explode Tang Fozu in the arena tomorrow and completely eliminate this second generation sea god in the original novel? Although killing the opponent in the competition seriously violates the rules of the Soul Master competition and will be disqualified, it doesn't matter. It's just a Soul Master competition. If you don't want to participate, you won't participate. If you can kill Tang Fozu and eliminate the future enemy, even if the champion reward of the Soul Master competition is a 100,000 year soul bone, Mu Yang doesn't care. As for bearing the corresponding losses, he didn't believe that Flanders had the guts to come and pick a fight with Blazing Academy. Just like what Ning Rongrong said in the original novel, it's just a little soul saint, if it comes to fists, Flanders can't beat him wearing the Ice Flame battle armor. No, it can't be so direct and rough. After all, if Tang Hao really wants to kill me, my small body can't withstand his hammer, so I have to borrow a knife to kill him. And Tang Fozu's backers are not just Tang Hao. While thinking, Mu Yang thought of these 2 concerns and gave up the plan to accidentally kill Tang San on the competition stage tomorrow. The strength of his 3 thighs is not weaker than that of the seriously injured Tang Hao, and even theoretically better, but there is no guarantee that they can protect him 100%. After all, once he kills Tang San on the field, and Tang Hao happens to be watching secretly, he will definitely kill him first to avenge his son. At that time, Huo Lai and the other 2 were caught off guard and might not be able to react, unless Mu Yang had communicated with them in advance. But he couldn't tell Huo Lai and the other 2 in advance that I would beat Shrek Academy's Tang San in the arena tomorrow, and Tang Hao would make a move at that time, so you must stop Tang Hao, right? End of this chapter. 144 Chapter 144, Killing with a Borrowed Knife, Part 2. 144. In addition, Mu Yang did not forget that although the Haoshan sect was forced to close the mountain and hide from the world by the Spirit Hall, it was not the first sect in the world in the past, and its strength should not be underestimated. Even if Huo Lai and the other 3 could stop Tang Hao at that time, if Tang Hao went to the Haoshan sect afterwards, let alone other people, I think Tang Xiao would definitely be willing to avenge Tang San. After all, Tang San is not only Tang Xiao's nephew, but also the son of the goddess Tang Xiao has a crush on. By then, brothers the 2 men came with sledgehammers, and his 3 big brothers could not stop them. Therefore, it is okay to kill Tang San, but this cannot be done by him, he has to find a big enemy. Thinking of this, Mu Yang could not help but look at Saras who was leaving the VIP seat. Having the future sea god buried with him, it is also worthy of Saras, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall and the Master of the Heaven Do Holy Temple, right? Salas, should I still say I am deeply honored? As for how Saras, the big enemy, killed Tang San? Although Tang San's mental power is not weak, he has not eaten the autumn water dew, and his mental power is definitely not as good as him. In the arena, he secretly gave Tang San a set of illusion mysticism, using the soul-stealing secret technique to control his mind, and using the real illusion that can annihilate the soul as a backup. After the game, let Tang San, whose mind was controlled, squat at the door of the Great Do Soul Arena, transform into a dragon-slaying warrior, and suddenly assassinates Aras, the evil dragon. If Tang Hao in the dark or Ning Fengzi who might lend a helping hand had not rescued Tang San in time, Tang San would have been killed on the spot by the Spirit Hall Master accompanying Sarath. If someone rescued Tang San in time, he would take advantage of the chaos to activate the backup plan he had left in advance and destroy Tang San's soul with a real illusion. Based on the situation at the time, Tang San was not killed by the Spirit Hall, so who else could have killed him? It couldn't be me, Mu Yang, right? It doesn't exist. I, Mu Yang, have no grudges against Tang San. There is no motive to kill him at all. Moreover, if it weren't for the Soul Master competition, I wouldn't even know who Tang San is. Well, a perfect plan. Please stay. After leaving the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Mu Yang and his group were about to return to the hotel when a voice from behind made them stop. Turning his head, Mu Yang saw Qian Rongxiu, who had transformed into Xue Qinghe, walking quickly with a muscular woman who looked to be in her 30s and whose arms could run horses. As they approached, the burly woman looked at Xue Yanyu in surprise, her lips moved slightly, and she reminded Qian Rongxiu. Immediately, Qian Rongxiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and then she suppressed her emotions and stepped forward to salute, "Meet the three Your Majesties, Din Feng, Din Qiu." With an 8-ring soul Douluo by her side, Qian Rongxiu knew that her former savior Xue Yanyu had now achieved the status of a 9-ring titled Douluo. That is, Mu Ziyu and Xue Yanyu did not announce their titles, otherwise Xue Qinghe, who was particular about etiquette, could not directly call them the three Your Majesties, but saluted one by one to show respect for the strong. As for Feng Zhen from the Divine Wind Academy and Qiu Shuping from the Tian Shui Academy, the former is worthy of Xue Qing's courtesy, but the latter, well, it's just a simple interpersonal etiquette. So it's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I wonder what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants to see us about. Huo Lai nodded and asked. Xue Qinghe is the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. Huo Lai naturally recognizes him, but the two sides have had little contact in the past and are not very familiar with each other. Congratulations to the two deans for achieving the status of Your Majesty. Qian Rongxiu first congratulated them, and then asked the three people, I wonder if Qinghe has the honor to represent my father and the empire to entertain the three Your Majesties. Although Qian Rongxiu's purpose of calling Mu Yang and the others this time was to entertain Mu Yang and then stage a self-directed and self-acted hero saves the beauty, it was not to entertain Mu Ziyu and Xue Yanyu, the two newly promoted titled Douluo, and she even just knew that Xue Yanyu had also cultivated to the titled Douluo realm. But it is okay to put the original plan aside for the time being. It is still very necessary to make friends with the three neutral titled Douluo His Majesties in the Tiandu Empire. Your Highness, the three of us have important matters to attend to right now and cannot spare the time. Let's talk about it later. After hesitating for a moment, Huo Lai politely refused. It is true that the Blazing Fire Academy is in the Tiandu Empire, but Huo Lai does not want to send the signal that the Blazing Fire Academy is too close to the Tiandu royal family to the outside world. As for the Soul Master Academy, it is enough to be a talent training base for the Soul Master world. If there is a clear bias in the position, it will be difficult to stay out of the turbulent situation in the future. If the position is always neutral, no matter how the situation on the mainland changes, generally no one will come to trouble the Soul Master Academy. Because the students who graduated from the Advanced Soul Master Academy can be said to be the elites of the mainland Soul Master world, especially the top-ranked Advanced Soul Master Academy. Among the graduates, there are many who have made extraordinary achievements and have become middle and high-level members of various forces on the mainland. In the absence of too many interests involved, you would be embarrassed to cause trouble for your superiors, colleagues, friends, or even your alma mater, right? It can be said that as long as the Advanced Soul Master Academy always maintains a neutral position, the stability of the inheritance will be much higher than that of the family or sect. Seeing Huo Lai's refusal, Qian Rongxiu did not feel disappointed and said, Qinghe was inconsiderate. Since the three Your Majesties have important matters, the important matters are naturally more important. However, the three Your Majesties have important matters, and Brother Muiyang should not have any important matters, right? I am a few years older than you. I wonder if I can have the honor to invite Brother Muiyang to a small gathering. As she spoke, Qian Rongxiu's eyes turned to Muiyang. It was not beyond Qian Rongxiu's expectation that Huo Lai and the other two could not be invited. Apart from her identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall, Xue Qinghe's identity and status as the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire was actually not a big deal, at least in the eyes of the titled Douluo. The title of Your Majesty on the mainland is not given for nothing. The reason for this title is that the strength of a titled Douluo alone is enough to be comparable to that of an emperor's status. The status of a strong titled Douluo is comparable to that of an empire emperor, while that of a weak titled Douluo is comparable to that of a kingdom king. If it was Emperor Shuiye who invited them, the three would most likely accept, but as the crown prince who had not yet mastered the real power of the empire, her face was undoubtedly much worse, so it was normal for her to decline. Seeing Qian Rongxiu looking at him with a sharp gaze, Mu Yang did not feel happy at all like many other fellow travelers who had gained the favor of the angel lady, but rather felt a little depressed. This was the young master of the spirit hall, the future angel god. For such a big boss, Mu Yang, who had not yet fully grown his wings, felt that it would be better for him to have less contact with her. End of this chapter. 145 Chapter 145 The Calm Before the Storm. 145. It was a pity that if he guessed correctly, the purpose of Qian Rongxiu calling them this time should be himself. As for the banquet for Huo Lai and the other two on behalf of Emperor Shuiye and the Tiandou Empire, it was probably just a prelude to the future. It was like a girl asking her boyfriend to buy her a gift, and she asked for an expensive plane. Few people in the world could afford it. But if the requirements were lowered step by step and became more realistic, such as buying a beautiful bag, the probability of getting it would undoubtedly be much greater than asking for a bag directly. Similarly, Huo Lai and the other two declined the invitation. If he refused again, it would be a bit inappropriate. After all, Shui Qinghe was the crown prince of the empire, and he had to give him some face. Without much hesitation, Mu Yang said, "Your Highness invites me, so I am free. But I have agreed with Bing'er to have lunch together. Your Highness should not mind, right? It is better to be safe than sorry. No matter what Qian Rongxiu's intentions are, she will take Shui Bing'er with her. With the two trump cards of battle armor and martial soul fusion skills, as long as the titled Douluo does not come out, she will definitely not make any mistakes. Even if Shilong and Sigzhu, the two titled Douluos, take action, the two with battle armor and martial soul fusion skills can resist for a while." Qian Rongxiu smiled and nodded, "Of course." Mu Yang took Shui Bing'er with him, which was exactly what she wanted. A woman's sixth sense told her that Mu Yang's strength was not simple, and it should not be as easy to control as it seemed on the surface. The real purpose of her inviting Mu Yang to the banquet this time was twofold. One was to test Mu Yang's strength by pretending to be an assassin, and the other was to direct and perform a drama of saving his life, paving the way for recruiting Mu Yang and his 5 companions. If Mu Yang's strength was not simple, and he had Shui Bing'er as his girlfriend by his side, when the two of them faced a crisis, as long as the assassin's strength was still above Mu Yang's, then Qian Rongxiu would not have to worry about not being able to test his true strength. If Mu Yang was really an ordinary food-type soul master with no combat ability, with Shui Bing'er following him, he should not be killed by the assassin in one move. Even if the assassin was as strong as a 7-ring soul saint, he could more or less block a few moves, so that the backup she arranged would not be able to save Mu Yang in time. After all, the assassin she invited was a real assassin, not a guest actor pretending to be one of her subordinates. Once he made a move, it would be a thunderous blow, and it was not ruled out that Mu Yang would be killed in one move. The place where Qian Rongxiu invited guests to dinner was quite far away. After getting on the carriage and driving for a quarter of an hour, they stopped in front of a small building. The small building didn't look big. It had 2 floors and was made of wood. It looked elegant. Above the gate hung a plaque carved from red sandalwood with the words Zitang Pavilion written on it. This woman has bad intentions. After getting off the carriage and looking at the Zitang Pavilion in front of him, Mu Yang glanced at Qian Rongxiu and thought to himself. The Tiandu Hotel where the Blazing Team stayed was originally a place that integrated catering and accommodation. Now Qian Rongxiu went far away and invited him to eat at a place more than 10 miles away from the Tiandu Hotel. If you say there is no trick, Mu Yang would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Of course, if he didn't know Qian Rongxiu's identity, Mu Yang would not have thought so much, but since he knew her identity and background, it was inevitable to think of these. However, looking at the original novel, Qian Rongxiu may be a love-retarded person, and she is cruel to people other than her love target, but she is still more martial. Even if she really has bad intentions, her real purpose is probably not to get rid of him. After all, if a person is normal, and has no grudges, the first thought when seeing a genius is definitely not to attack him directly, but to try to recruit him. After being rejected many times and confirming that he cannot be recruited, and there is still a need, he will choose to eliminate him. After entering Zitang Pavilion and going up to the private room on the second floor, Qian Rongxiu smiled and said to Mu Yang and the others, "My dear brother, sister-in-law, although this Zitang Pavilion is inconspicuous, it is the best private restaurant in Tiandu City and is deeply loved by the princes and nobles. And Zitang Pavilion is not open to the public directly, and only accepts advance reservations. Even for me, I had to send people to make reservations for several days before I could get in line." Hearing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Really? Then Binger and I must try it carefully to see if this Zitang Pavilion is worthy of your praise, brother King He." Halfway here, under Qian Rongxiu's deliberate approach, after a period of familiarity, the older Shui King He became brother King He, and Mu Yang, who was 10 years younger, became a good brother. Well, Mu Yang sincerely hoped that his brother King He would not stab him, a good brother. At this time, a waiter knocked on the door and entered the private room. He walked to Qian Rongxiu's side and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, shall we start serving the dishes?" "Yes." Qian Rongxiu nodded. It wasn't long before several waiters pushed several dining carts into the private room. After serving 18 dishes in a row, the waiters left the private room. It's true that the private dishes at Zitang Pavilion tasted really good. They were definitely the best dishes Mu Yang had ever eaten in his life. Their cooking skills were even better than those of the chefs at Tiandu Hotel. This was just a private banquet, so there was no need to pay too much attention to the rules. The three of them ate and chatted at the same time. Shui Bing rarely spoke, and it was mostly Mu Yang and Qian Rongxiu who talked. After chatting for a while, Qian Rongxiu's topic began to become more meaningful. "Brother, I wonder what you think of the current situation on the mainland." "I see with my eyes," Mu Yang said without hesitation. Qian Rongxiu, "Is this what I'm asking?" "Ahem, I'm kidding. If we talk about the situation, it's the calm before the storm." After a little joke, Mu Yang said seriously. Qian Rongxiu nodded in agreement. "The calm before the storm? That's what it means. Since the establishment of the two empires, the Douluo Empire has been the old enemy of our Tiandu Empire. There have been countless wars, but there has not been a large-scale conflict or war between the two empires for decades. In the eyes of many people, this is the long-term peace that the continent has ushered in, but people with a little foresight know that when multiple forces coexist and the strength of each force is not equal, the law of the jungle is inevitable. Even the longer the peace, the stronger the accumulated strength, and the stronger the subsequent turmoil will be. Is it because of the Spirit Hall?" Mu Yang continued the topic. "Yes, it's because of the Spirit Hall. Not to mention the huge army of Spirit Masters under the Spirit Hall, the many strong men in the two institutions of the Elder Hall and the Worship Hall are enough to make the two empires extremely afraid. My dear brother, do you know how many strong men there are in the Spirit Elder Hall and the Worship Hall?" After sighing for a while, Qian Rongxiu asked Mu Yang. End of this chapter. 146 Chapter 146 Empire Plan. 146. Mu Yang shook his head. "I don't know. Not to mention, he knew the 7 great elders of the Worship Hall, but he really didn't know how many titled Douluo of level 95 and below there were in the Elder Hall. After all, the original book didn't introduce it in detail, but it is certain that, in terms of the mainland Spirit Master world alone, the number of titled Douluo under the Spirit Hall alone exceeds the total number of known titled Douluo owned by other forces on the mainland. According to the information the Empire has discovered over the years, there are more than 10 titled Douluo elders in the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, and there are as many as 7 titled Douluo elders with a level of more than 95 in the Worship Hall. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by my brother, but when my father told me about the strength of the Spirit Hall, I was almost desperate. As the young master, Qian Rongxiu naturally knows how many titled elders and worship elders there are in the Spirit Hall. More than 10 titled elders and 7 worship elders with a level of more than 95 are just the details of the Spirit Hall that the Tiandu Empire has discovered. Sects like the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Douluo Empire also know about it. It doesn't matter if you tell Mu Yang about it, and it doesn't count as revealing the family background of their own Spirit Hall. And the purpose of Qian Rongxiu revealing this news is to give Mu Yang the first impression that the Spirit Hall is powerful. There are 3 forces on the continent that have the potential to complete the great cause of unification. The Spirit Hall, which is powerful and has many strong men under its command, ranks first, followed by the Douluo Empire, and the Tiandu Empire is the last. Mu Yang and others are from the Elemental Academy and are from the Tiandu Empire. Even if they do not choose to join the Spirit Hall, they will not serve the Xingluo Empire in the future. That is to say, if in the future War of Unification, Mu Yang and the other 5 people in Shuo and Tianshui Academy have a tendency to take sides, it will be either the Tiandu Empire or the Spirit Hall. If they choose the Spirit Hall, it's just right. She is the young master of the Spirit Hall. This young master sincerely welcomes geniuses and strong men to join. Just follow this young master. If they choose the Tiandu Empire, it's just right. After completing the plan to usurp the country, she will be the new Tiandu Emperor, and it's also her turn to follow her. As for the problem of future identity exposure, even the continent has been unified. When they are a member of the victor, they can't betray again, right? At that time, even if they have grudges, they can only accept it with a pinch of the nose. Anyway, under the premise that there is no irreconcilable hatred, any normal person will not do anything that harms his own interests. There are so many titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall. Shui Binger couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard that there were so many titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall. Originally, Shui Binger thought that the Blazing Academy had 2 more Douluos, Huo Lai and Mu Ziu, and her own Tian Shui Academy also had an aunt who advanced to the 9th ring. The 2 academies joined forces and were also considered the top forces on the continent. But compared with the Spirit Hall, which has at least 17 titled Douluo, it really can't be compared. You also know that there are many soul masters under the Spirit Hall. When there are too many people, it is easy to add sand to it. Including the empire, such as the Xingluo Empire, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, etc., all have placed spies in the Spirit Hall. Even if these spies fail to become high-level officials and cannot access the important secrets of the Spirit Hall, a lot of information can still be explored. There are at least 17 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall. This information is definitely not false. Qianrongxiu explained. I heard from my aunt that the Spirit Hall is ambitious. Since the Spirit Hall is so strong, then why haven't they unified the Soul Master world or even the entire continent? Shui Binger asked puzzledly. They are waiting for the hope of the whole village. Glancing at Qianrongxiu, Mu Yang said secretly in his heart. Of course it is because although the Wuhan Hall is strong, other forces on the continent are not weaklings that can be easily controlled. For example, the Swordbone Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, if assisted by the Soul Saint of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, the 2 Douluos are definitely one of the rare strong men in the world. And for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Haoshan sect, due to the strength of the martial soul and the extraordinary inheritance of the secret method, excluding the 9 rings titled Douluo, the high-level soul Douluo of these 2 sects will not be much worse than the ordinary level titled Douluo who has just entered the 9 rings. Even if one person is defeated alone, 2 or 3 people will definitely be able to contain or even defeat them together. The royal family of Xingluo Empire is also extraordinary. As long as they can activate the spirit fusion skill of Nether White Tiger, the strength of the 8-ring White Tiger Soul Douluo can be comparable to that of the 9-ring titled Douluo. The last and most important reason is that although there are many soul masters under the Spirit Hall, most of them are also members of the 2 empires and their subordinate kingdoms and principalities. If the Spirit Hall ordered them to attack their own country, do you think they would have a grudge? I think so, right? If it were me, I would not work hard even if I went to the battlefield. After thinking for a while, Shui Binger replied. Nodding slightly, Qianrongxiu continued, it is precisely because of this fundamental problem that the Spirit Hall has not been able to realize its ambitions. In fact, it doesn't seem to be very difficult for the Spirit Hall to solve this problem. After Qianrongxiu finished speaking, Mu Yang interrupted. Oh? Why don't you tell me about it, brother? The Empire can also make precautions. Qianrongxiu said with a probing look. Touching his chin, Mu Yang said seriously, people are not plants, who can be heartless. The Spirit Hall belongs to a religious force, and it is normal for the Spirit Masters under its command to feel resentful about attacking their own country. Not to mention the lack of a just cause, whether there is a righteousness, etc., the issue of identity and position alone is difficult for them to deal with. But what if the Spirit Hall changes from a religious force to an empire that is no different from Tiandu and Xingluo? At that time, the Spirit Masters under the Spirit Hall will no longer be people of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Water flows to the low place, and people go to the high place. Solving the problem of identity and position, let alone resistance, most of them will have the mentality of making achievements. According to the original story, it has not been many years since the Spirit Hall was transformed into the Spirit Hall Empire. The Spirit Hall's plan to infiltrate and annex the kingdoms and principalities under the two empires must have started long ago, so it can't be said that he was reminding the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Qianrongxiu's face became a little unnatural. Good guy, one of the most important plans of the Spirit Hall in recent years was actually guessed by someone? Luckily, I am Qianrongxiu and not the real Shui King He. Otherwise, if this matter is heard by Emperor Shui Yat, then the empire plan of my own Spirit Hall may not be implemented smoothly. The Spirit Hall is infiltrating the kingdoms and principalities under its command, and the two empires are infiltrating the kingdoms and principalities under its command. The empire was not unaware of this, but at most it only thought that the Spirit Hall was expanding its influence and seeking some benefits. It was not worth fighting the Spirit Hall for this. But if they knew that the Spirit Hall had such a big appetite, the two empires would definitely not tolerate it. After all, once the Spirit Hall solved the identity and position issues of its spirit masters, coupled with a broad base and sufficient troops, even if other forces on the continent were tied together, they might not be able to be the opponent of the Spirit Hall. End of this chapter. 147 Chapter 147 The Assassin Arrives, Part 1. 147. Perhaps because it was their first meeting, Qianrongxiu did not mention the matter of recruiting. In addition to bragging about business, the most talked about topic was the more sensitive topic, the current situation on the continent. After more than an hour, the lunch ended, and Qianrongxiu said, "Brother, take this sign. If you have any problems in the future, you can bring it to the palace to find me." As he spoke, Qianrongxiu took out a golden token with the word carved on it and handed it to Mu Yang. Then, "Brother King He, don't think I'm nagging in the future." Without being polite, Mu Yang reached out and took the personal token that symbolized Shui King He's identity. "We are already calling each other elder brother and younger brother, even if we are just plastic brothers, we can't be too polite, otherwise it will seem strange." "Haha, you are joking, brother. I have something to do later, so I won't send you off anymore. You can take my carriage back," Qianrongxiu said with a smile. "Okay." Mu Yang nodded. After sending Mu Yang and the others downstairs, looking at the carriage that was gradually going away, Qianrongxiu turned around and whispered to the burly woman beside him, "According to the plan, don't really hurt them." "Yes." The burly woman nicknamed Ba Wanghua responded and followed the carriage from a distance. As soon as he got on the carriage, Mu Yang made a hush gesture to Shui Binger, and then concentrated his mental power to sense the situation nearby. Mu Yang felt that he was probably sick and suffered from paranoia. "Well, it's not really true, but I just feel that these few days have been too peaceful. If it were before, he would definitely not think so, but this is a different time. Soul Master competition, it is a stage for the young generation of talented Soul Masters on the mainland to show themselves, and it has attracted the attention of all forces on the mainland. Now it has been several days since the start of the competition. The general information about him, Shui Binger, Huo Wu and others must have appeared in the hands of interested people. It has been so calm all the time, without even a small move, which is simply not in line with the style of the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire. You must know that they are not young 4-ring Soul Masters, but 5-ring Soul Kings who are all under the age of 20. In addition, although they did not report their specific soul power levels when they signed up for the competition, there are so many masters watching the Soul Master competition. Those who are slightly more sensitive can see that their soul power levels are not as simple as entering the 5th ring. Showing such a demonic talent for cultivation, interested people who are used to making small moves can't be indifferent, right? Of course, Mu Yang also knows that the calm these days is mostly the calm before the storm. After all, even if he wants to do something tricky, he has to make a detailed plan and arrange the right people to do it, right? These things take some time. Another thing is that in the past few days, he and Shui Binger and others have always been followed by Mu Ziu, the titled Douluo. Even if they want to do something tricky, they dare not be presumptuous in front of the titled crown. As for tricks, they must not be exposed. They must be done secretly, so as not to affect the reputation of the forces after the incident. And if you want to do something tricky in front of the titled Douluo, even an 8-ring master will be defeated. Only a 9-ring titled Douluo can succeed. But once the titled Douluo takes action, his origins can basically not be hidden, unless he does not use his martial soul. But without using the power of martial souls, how many strong people in the mainland Soul Master world can beat Mu Ziu, who is already a 9-ring titled Douluo. Perhaps it is precisely because of these two reasons that the recent days have been calm. But now it was different. This time, the two soul kings with soul power level of only 5 rings had no masters following them, and he was still a food-type soul king with little compatibility on the surface. If he planned to make a small move, he would definitely not miss this great opportunity. Therefore, Mu Yang had a hunch that he would probably encounter the first ambush in his life today. Suddenly, Mu Yang, who was sending out his mental power to sense the surrounding situation, frowned. Under his mental perception, a figure with a good aura followed behind. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Mu Yang did not directly use mental power to cover the scan and explore, but only passively sensed the soul power aura emitted by the other party. He could not see the other party's appearance, but he knew who was following behind. It was no one else, but the guard brought by Shui Qinghe, the muscular and burly woman. After all, they had just separated, and the other party's appearance was also very distinctive. Not to mention that he did not have amnesia. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to forget so quickly. What's wrong? Shui Binger asked. Binger, be alert, the wind is going to blow. Mu Yang said with a serious look. He thought that even if someone wanted to make a trick, the enemy's strength would not exceed the 7th ring. After all, looking at the entire continent, a 7-ring soul saint is definitely a master. If the opponent is a 7-ring soul saint, if the strength is not high, he does not need to use battle armor or martial soul fusion skills. With his own mental power comparable to that of an ordinary 7-ring middle-stage soul saint, coupled with the illusion mystic art, it is not a problem to control an ordinary low-level soul saint. If the opponent is a leader among the 7-ring soul saints, as long as he is not the kind that can challenge across levels, then even if he cannot beat him, he will not be defeated in a short time. And this is the imperial capital Tiandu city. If masters fight, it will definitely attract the attention of the masters in the city at the first time. There is no need to defeat the enemy by yourself, just delay for a while, and when the masters in the city who are attracted by the fighting arrive, the opponent will not be able to leave Tiandu city alive. It was the Soul Master competition, and an assassin was so bold as to assassinate a talented contestant, and the assassination took place in Tiandu city. This was a provocation to the Tiandu Empire, one of the organizers of the Soul Master competition. This was absolutely intolerable to Emperor Shuiyat. However, if I couldn't do anything about the mastermind behind the scenes, how could the great Tiandu Empire not keep a small assassin? However, the current situation seemed to exceed his original expectations. Although the perception was not very specific, judging from the many high-level soul masters that Mu Yang had come into contact with, the soul power level of this burly woman was most likely to have reached the 8th ring soul Douluo, and it was very likely that she had not just entered the 8th ring. No matter what the purpose was for Qian Rongxiu to send this soul Douluo to follow them secretly, Mu Yang, who had considered defeat before victory, could only temporarily classify her as an enemy. If Mu Yang didn't know Shui Qinghe's true identity, then even if he found this soul Douluo secretly following him, he would only think that this was a temporary bodyguard arranged by his brother Qinghe to secretly watch over him and Shui Binger to return to the hotel safely. But Mu Yang knew that Shui Qinghe was Qian Rongxiu, and knew that before the young master of the spirit hall fell in love, his mental and maneuverability were definitely a concern. Sending a soul Douluo to follow him secretly was definitely not just a simple secret watch. End of this chapter. 148 Chapter 148 The Assassin Arrives, Part 2. 148. If you are too attentive without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. He and Qian Rongxiu, who was incarnated as Shui Qinghe, were just plastic brothers who met for the first time, and their relationship was not that good. If Qian Rongxiu had no other purpose, standing on her from a different perspective, the two of them were just riding in a carriage from Ziitang Pavilion back to the Tiandu Hotel where they were staying. What kind of danger could there be? It wasn't like they were going to a dangerous place, so why would they need to send an 8-ring level expert to secretly protect them? Another thing, even if they wanted to protect them, why didn't they come out in the open? Instead, they followed them in secret? Since it was done secretly, there must be something fishy going on. Finishing the fight. Mu Yang secretly guessed the purpose of Qian Rongxiu's expert following him in secret. No, it shouldn't be finishing the fight. Qian Rongxiu is not Tang Fozu. Apart from being in love, she is a person who does big things. She really wants to recruit outstanding talents. He didn't strongly express his resistance to the Tiandu Empire or the Spirit Hall, so he shouldn't have attracted Jian Rongxiu's murderous intent. Since it wasn't finishing the fight, NMMP, could it be that in the ancient urban novels of the previous life, many male villains would direct and act in the heroic rescue of the beauty, right? In his previous life, Mu Yang, who was familiar with online novels and had a pretty good imagination, couldn't help but think of this. He found an assassin to secretly kill him, and when he was about to be killed, a master who had been prepared in secret rescued him in time. With this life-saving grace, he would be grateful and tearful. In the end, Brother King He would become the boss of King He? Thinking of this, Mu Yang's face darkened. Although he was not very sure, Mu Yang felt that his guess was probably close to the truth. Not to mention, for the natives who had little imagination and could not guess this method was very effective. Shui King He was originally the crown prince of the empire and the future Tiandu emperor. With this life-saving grace in hand, as long as his conscience was not eaten by dogs, he would regard Shui King He as a wise ruler in the future. Not only would his own position be inclined towards Shui King He, but even the Shuo Academy and Tian Shui Academy behind him would inevitably follow the position of Shui King He. Compared with the cost of directing and acting by yourself, this deal is not too cost-effective, and it is more concise and effective than simply winning over. Just thinking about it, under Mu Yang's mental perception, after the 8-ring soul Douluo in the dark, a 6-ring soul emperor followed the carriage. It was the soul master competition, and Tiandu city was very lively. It was normal to meet a 6-ring soul master on the street. But this 6-ring soul emperor had been following the carriage for a while, and because there were many people on the street, the carriage did not gallop, but just kept a speed faster than ordinary people. The other party's speed was consistent with the carriage. If you say that this 6-ring soul emperor is fine, Mu Yang doesn't believe it. 6 rings. Do you look down on me so much? Mu Yang couldn't help showing a trace of disgust on his face. Sending a little 6-ring soul emperor to intercept and kill, you are probably looking down on me. What Mu Yang didn't know was that Jian Rongxiu didn't mean to look down on him. Originally, Jian Rongxiu was going to let Shi Long secretly spend money to find a 7-ring soul sage as an assassin, but the 7-ring soul sage is not a weakling. There are not many people in the whole continent who are willing to sacrifice their face to be a killer who is not presentable, not to mention that time is relatively tight. Besides, the target of the assassination is not without background. In addition, it is the Soul Master competition now. If he really wants to take the order, it will not only be the Blazing Fire Academy that will chase the assassin, but also the giant Tiandu Empire. Not every assassin has the courage to take the order. Unable to find a 7-ring soul sage assassin who took the order, Shi Long had to lower his requirements and found a 6-ring killer. Anyway, Mu Yang is a food-type soul king with little combat ability. It doesn't seem to make any difference whether the assassin is a 7-ring or a 6-ring assassin. Mu Yang can't beat them. It's a sure thing. As for the unexpected Shui Binger around Mu Yang, it doesn't matter. Shui Binger is a genius, but after all, she is only a 5-ring soul king. The assassin he is looking for is not only a 6-ring soul emperor, but also a 69-level soul emperor. There is at least a big level gap, which is not easy to make up even for a genius. Through the carriage window, he glanced at the flow of people outside the window. Mu Yang thought about it, asked the driver to stop the carriage, and got off the carriage with Shui Binger. It's just a 6-ring assassin, so let Shui Binger deal with it. Practicing various mysterious skills and unique skills, with Shui Binger's current 59-level soul power, it is not a problem to defeat a 6-ring soul emperor alone. Unless this 6-ring soul emperor who is a killer not only has the best soul ring ratio, but also has a top-level martial soul, he is a leader among the 6-ring soul emperors, and even a genius who can challenge across levels. Well, this is impossible. If you really have this condition, why be a killer? Just find a medium-sized city to build a gang. Collecting protection fees is more profitable than being a killer. Of course, in order to keep a low profile, Shui Binger had to hold back and not show off too much. However, with the assistance of him, a food-type soul king, and relying on the strength of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, it was not unreasonable for Shui Binger, a 5-ring level soul master, to contain a 6-ring soul emperor. On the contrary, if he, a food-type soul master, took action, it would be a bit high profile. If Shui Binger held back, the two sides would fight back and forth, and the battlefield would be placed on the busy street, which would inevitably affect innocent passers-by. It would be better to find a place with fewer people. It's all over for you, go back. After saying this to the driver, Mu Yang pulled Shui Binger towards the side street with less traffic. 100 meters away, on the top of a street-side shop, two thin middle-aged men, one tall and one short, were quietly waiting for the arrival of their prey. Suddenly, seeing that after a carriage with the royal swan emblem stopped and the target got off the carriage, the two of them couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. Brother Ying, is the plan leaked, or are we exposed? After hesitating for a moment, the short and thin middle-aged man asked the tall and thin middle-aged man. The plan was made temporarily by the superiors. We only received the order for half an hour, and there was no expert around the target. It should be just a coincidence. Although the tall and thin middle-aged man was puzzled, he still said with certainty. Then why is the target waiting? A Soul Emperor followed him. Just wondering, the short and thin middle-aged man saw a middle-aged man with a sinister face from a distance, following behind his brother's target. Tisk, it seems that it's not just our superiors who want these two young people to disappear. The tall and thin middle-aged man sighed with a sly smile on his face. Great. Let's follow him, but let the Soul Emperor try first. If it works, then we won't have to do anything. If it doesn't work, we'll take the blame and pass it on to the Soul Emperor to complete the task assigned by the superiors. This way, even if the two academies and Tiandu want to retaliate, they can't retaliate against us. Great. Brother Chai, didn't you see that? Thank you, thank you. End of this chapter. 149 Chapter 149 One's Own People Pit One's Own People, Part 1. 149. Mu Yang released his spiritual power to constantly sense the every move of the six-ringed Soul Emperor behind him, and pulled Shui Binger into the side street with less traffic. Just as Mu Yang was about to find an alley, use the food soul skill to assist Shui Binger, and pretend to defeat the ill-intentioned Soul Emperor with difficulty, suddenly, within his spiritual perception range, two figures emitting the aura of seven-ringed soul saints appeared behind him. 7 rings. Mu Yang frowned when he noticed the arrival of these two soul saints. This is different from what he thought. Qianrongxue didn't know the strength of him and Shui Binger. According to normal thinking logic, arranging a high-level 6-ringed Soul Emperor to take action was already considered a big deal for them whose soul power level was only 5 rings. It is difficult to deal with. Could it be that Qianrongxue's purpose was not to stage a life-saving grace as he guessed, but to kill him? Without hesitation, Mu Yang took out 2 golden metal balls the size of ping-pong balls from the Soul Guide storage bracelet, which were engraved with Tyrannosaurus and human figures respectively. With his food soul skills as an aid, it is not too exaggerated that Shui Binger can contain the 6-ring Soul Emperor. After all, she is a genius. With the help of genius teammates, it is normal to challenge across levels. But when the opponent is a Soul Emperor plus 2 Soul Saints, if the two of them can still contain him, this is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The series of problems caused later are no different from him exposing his own trump card. At present, the enemy is strong, and he doesn't want to expose himself trump card. Why? Simple, shake people. Mu Yang is not without a backer, there are 3 Douluo. How to shake? The 2 metal balls he took out are not ordinary things, they are all spirit-forged refined gold after blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice metals of the 1000 forged level and above can almost be regarded as a part of the life of the person who recognizes the master. And by chance, Mu Yang discovered that perhaps because the storage space inside the storage soul guide is not at the same spatial level as the external space, after the blood sacrifice metal is stored in the storage soul guide, the blood connection in the dark will be weakened to the extreme. The special connection between the blood sacrifice metals in the storage soul guide is greatly weakened, which is a negative impact. But at the same time, with this characteristic, between the blood sacrifice metal and the person who recognizes the master, when the distance is not too far, take the blood sacrifice metal out of the soul guide, and the special connection between the blood vessels will be restored, so that it can ignore the visual barrier silently, playing a role similar to a flare. The 2 blood sacrifice spirit forging gold balls recognized the master, and they were Huo Lai and Mu Ziu. At the beginning of the forging, Mu Yang explained the purpose of forging these 2 blood sacrifice metals to them. They were in Tiandu City, and they could arrive soon. With 2 Douluo as a backup, there was no need to expose their own strength. And killing 2 7-ring soul saints would surely serve as a warning to others. Going around a corner, in the alley, the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng martial spirit in Mu Yang's hand appeared, and the 5 disguised yellow, purple, black and black soul rings bloomed. The next second, the fourth and fifth soul rings flashed, and the Jade Guardian Ginseng and the Green Jade Thorn Ginseng condensed one after another while the soul spell was chanted. At the same time, an icy blue light bloomed around Shui Binger, accompanied by a loud phoenix cry, and the ice-type bird supreme martial spirit, Ice Phoenix possessed her. After taking the two soul ginsengs handed over by Mu Yang and swallowing them, Shui Binger's body was once again filled with crystal-colored guardian light and dark thorn light. Sensing the phoenix cry and soul power fluctuations coming from the alley, the six-ring soul emperor who was about to kill Mu Yang in the alley froze, his face uncertain. Combined with the fact that the previous target got off the carriage for no reason, the assassin knew that he had exposed his whereabouts for some reason, and the other party was planning to confront him head-on. After thinking for a moment, remembering the generous reward for this order and the fact that the two were only at the fifth ring level of soul power, the six-ring soul emperor gritted his teeth, his face became fierce, and a faint light shone around him. He activated his agile attack Beast Martial Soul, Ghost Wolf Possession and the Amplification Type 3rd Soul Skill, Ghost Wolf Transformation, transformed into a werewolf, and rushed out suddenly, rushing straight into the alley. Tiando, there are many high-level soul masters in the city. Once they take action, they will inevitably attract attention. A quick battle is the only choice. Otherwise, if they delay for too long, let alone a successful assassination, they may even lose their lives in Tiandu City. In the alley, Mu Yang and his companions, who were ready, only felt a wave of soul power coming from outside the alley, and then a big black rat rushed into the alley at a high speed and headed straight for them. Well, it was not a big black rat, but a six-ring agility attack system battle soul emperor with a faint light all around him, surrounded by 6 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black, and possessed by the ghost wolf martial spirit. I overestimated you. Glimpsing at the purple fifth soul ring of the six-ring soul emperor, Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. The quality of the ghost wolf martial soul is barely entering the advanced level, and the fifth soul ring of the millennium is poor. Unless this guy has refined high-quality soul bones and has high-year soul bones as a trump card, Shui Binger can beat the opponent with only the Ice Phoenix martial soul and 5 soul ring skills, and does not need his soul power food as a support. However, if you say that this soul emperor is the weakest among the same level, that is not true. The high-quality ghost wolf martial soul cannot be said to be strong, but looking at the mainland soul master world, it is also a martial soul that exceeds the average level. And in terms of soul ring configuration alone, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black are not the worst 6-ring soul emperors. The configuration of white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black is even worse. And this is the sadness of soul masters born in the civilians of the mainland soul master world. Without a strong martial soul inheritance and a master leading the soul hunting team, it is much more difficult for civilian soul masters to become strong than soul masters born in the direct line of a big force. For titled Douluo like Shilong, although Mu Yang looked down on his 1000-year-old fifth soul ring, he would not deny Shilong's talent for cultivation. Even if his soul ring configuration is not the best, he can cultivate to the 9-ring titled Douluo realm, which also reflects from the side that Shilong's talent for cultivation is far beyond ordinary people. Even if he can't reach the innate full soul power, he at least has the innate 9th level soul power. Otherwise, if the soul ring configuration is a hindrance, do you still want to become a titled Douluo? If Shilong is a direct descendant of a powerful force, no, as long as he is born in a medium-powered soul master family and can achieve the best soul ring ratio, his achievements will definitely be much higher than now. Not to mention, there is hope for a titled Douluo of level 95. Phantom Wolf Soul Emperor. Life is not easy. As a worthless soul emperor, I can only be a killer to make a lot of money. Mu Yang was very lucky. Although his parents died early in this life, they were not without background. With the protection of his aunt and uncle, he did not have to worry about the problem of soul hunting, and it also greatly alleviated the problem of a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Otherwise, if he was really born as a commoner, Mu Yang estimated that even if he had a small cheat and awakened the innate full soul power and twin martial souls, he would have to go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect or the Martial Soul Hall to eat soft rice and hug thighs. The first soul skill, Freeze. When the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor appeared, the first soul ring around Shui Binger lit up, and the ice blue light flashed, and the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor who rushed straight was instantly frozen in place. Spear of Extreme Ice. Shui Binger succeeded in one move, and took advantage of the situation. The secret technique of the Spear of Extreme Ice and the secret technique of Extreme Ice was activated, and an ice blue spear of extreme ice appeared. Then, with the strength in her hand, the spear of extreme ice, guided by inertia and mental power, shot out towards the frozen ghost wolf soul emperor. End of this chapter. 150 Chapter 150, One's Own People Pit One's Own People, Part 2. 150. Seeing that the spear of extreme ice was about to hit his head, at this critical moment, Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor, relying on his soul power that was a whole level higher than Shui Binger, forcibly broke free from the control of the frozen soul skill. As with ordinary auxiliary soul skills, when a soul master uses a control soul skill against an opponent with a higher soul power level than himself, the specific effect will inevitably be discounted. In addition, since it was a cross-level battle, Shui Binger could not defeat the opponent with just a 100-year soul skill. With a bang, a large amount of ice crystal powder splashed out of the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor's body. After getting rid of the frozen control, he immediately turned his head to avoid the attacking extreme ice spear in time, and rushed towards Mu Yang and the others more than 30 meters away again. However, before the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor rushed out again, he keenly sensed a sense of threat coming from behind him, and dodged to the side without hesitation. Perhaps due to the special nature of his profession, the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor's reaction speed was very fast, but under the control of Shui Binger's mental power, the extreme ice spear with the spearhead turned was faster. As soon as the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor made a dodging action, the extreme ice spear burst out. Although it failed to hit his back, it also landed on the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor's left arm. Puff! The sound of a sharp object entering the body sounded, and the extreme ice spear penetrated the protective soul power on the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor's arm. The sharp spearhead pierced into his left arm, and a bright red blood flower bloomed. Then, the ice spear that had pierced into the left arm of the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor exploded. With a bang, blood, flesh, bones and ice crystals splattered everywhere, and a broken arm with frost fell to the ground. Ah! The pain of the broken arm rushed straight to his brain, and the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor couldn't help but wail. In the final analysis, the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor was caught off guard. Just like the Tang Sect's hidden weapons that come in the open, the threat is not too great, but the hidden ones can pose a fatal threat to many unprepared masters. If he knew that the ice spear could be turned around under the control of the caster's mental power after it was shot, he would definitely not be left with an open back and be caught off guard by the ice spear that turned around. In addition, the most important thing is that the Ghost Wolf Soul, as a sensitive attack spirit master emperor, only focused on his own speed and attack, selectively ignored the importance of defense, and none of his 6 soul ring skills were defensive. Otherwise, if he had a defensive soul skill, he wouldn't have been directly stabbed by a spear and become a disabled person. Of course, the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor was not unaware of his huge shortcomings in defense, but he lacked an effective way to make up for it. As a spirit master of the agility attack department, what defensive soul skills can he play? The martial soul itself is not strong enough, and the talent is limited. Instead of becoming a hexagonal warrior who is good at everything, it is better to specialize in speed. It is better to be good at something than to be bad at everything. Not every soul master can be like Mu Yang, who is good at everything and becomes a hexagonal warrior, and at the same time, he is not weaker than the best of the same level who specializes in one aspect in any aspect, and even surpasses the genius of the same level who specializes in one aspect. Binger, hold back, your strength exceeds the standard. Seeing Shui Binger succeed in controlling the enemy with one move, and severely injuring the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor with the next move, Mu Yang couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and hurriedly sent a voice message to remind him. Since the enemy's lineup is a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Saints, there is no doubt that the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor is just a vanguard, and the 2 7-ring Soul Saints in the back are the main force. If the vanguard is killed, then the main force will be faced next. The 2 of them are only 5-ring Soul Kings, and being able to hold on for a long time in the hands of 2 Soul Saints is absolutely incredible in the eyes of others, and seems a bit too high profile. And the assassins attacked in 2 waves, and Mu Yang could understand this approach. During the Soul Master competition, the official security control of the Tiandu Empire was stricter than usual. Dare to commit crimes in Tiandu City, and the assassination targets are people with extraordinary backgrounds like him and Shui Binger. Once the assassin attacks, there is a high probability that he will not be able to escape. It is not easy to train experts. Why use a 7-ring Soul Saint when you can replace them with a 6-ring Soul Emperor? The reason why these 2 7-ring Soul Saints were sent out was probably to ensure that the assassination plan could proceed smoothly in case the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor failed. It is not just these two seven-ring soul saints who are responsible for the assassination plan. The burly woman of the 8-ring level who has been hiding in the dark is also responsible. Thinking of this, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel a toothache. Are you playing with nesting dolls? One set after another, why don't you just use a titled Douluo to kill them? Just when Mu Yang felt a toothache, the Ba Wanghua who was sent by Qian Rongxiu to follow Mu Yang secretly and was ready to rescue Mu Yang and the others at the critical moment and earn a life-saving grace directed and acted by herself was also stunned. Mu Yang could sense that there were two seven-ring soul saints hanging behind him, and the Ba Wanghua in the dark could naturally sense their presence. After all, she was an 8-ring master. Even though she took the route of forceful attack and was not good at mental power, she still had this ability. It was impossible for her not to sense that there were two soul saints hiding in the dark. Young master's plan seems to have some mistakes. The black-faced Ba Wanghua couldn't help thinking to herself. There were two seven-ring soul saints who were beyond the scope of the plan, which was not a big deal. With her strength as a leader among the 8-ring level, she was enough to ensure the safety of Mu Yang and the others, successfully complete the young master's life-saving grace plan, and pave the way for the subsequent repaying the favor. But one thing is crucial, that is, these two soul saints cannot be from the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple. There is no doubt that any assassin who assassinated Mu Yang and the others today will definitely not be able to leave Tiandu City. Unlike the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor assassin that His Majesty the Snake Spear secretly paid for, it is not difficult for the Tiandu Empire to find out the origins of these two soul saints when their spirits are exposed and their bodies are left behind. If the two soul saints are really masters of the Tiandu Holy Temple, then the Tiandu Holy Temple will definitely be found out later. In this way, Mu Yang will know that the mastermind behind today is the Spirit Hall. And the identity of the young master will eventually be exposed. It is impossible for him to be Xue Qinghe forever. When Mu Yang thinks of what happened today, the young master will be very embarrassed. Put yourself in their shoes. The Spirit Hall assassinated him, and the young master of the Spirit Hall sent someone to save him at the critical moment. It would be good if this matter was not exposed, but when this matter was exposed, can this life-saving grace still be a life-saving grace? Although Ba Wanghua secretly prayed that these two soul saints were not masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall, she knew in her heart that these two soul saints were most likely sent by Sarath. After all, they had the motive to kill the genius soul masters of the Tiandu Empire, and they were not afraid of Tiandu's revenge afterwards. Only their own Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire could bear the consequences. But now the Soul Master competition has only been started for a few days. Unless the Xingluo Empire had anticipated the existence of Mu Yang and others, even if it was ready to make a move, it would not be so fast. Xingluo City is thousands of miles away from Tiandu City. It takes time to transmit the news back to Xingluo City, and it also takes time for the Xingluo Empire to send masters to execute the assassination plan. From the perspective of time alone, the Xingluo Empire has no time to act, and it can basically be ruled out of suspicion. And the Xingluo Empire's suspicion has been ruled out, so the one who took action must be the Tiandu Spirit Hall. Well, their own people have pitted their own people. Thank you friends. 2023 091 0235 forward 123 2022030822273990 201708231953333905 V server 99 2019081012180019 monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 2023 091 0235, Xin Huan Menglong, Alienation Not, 202206061636326572, Free and Easy Starry C, 2022030822273990, Yet asterisk Xiu, Dahen Kang Yu, B Alpha Virain, Expecting Return, Xin Huan Menglong, 202206061636326572, Sakura Rain, V Server 99, Mai Wenhua, Big Size, Handmade Beef Balls, 202206061636326572, Dahen Kang Yu, Sakura Rain, Xin Huan Menglong, I Eat Melons Without Facing My Face, Xinggun S Recommendation Votes. End of this chapter. 151.